These three wrecked, Charles Sumner and James O'Brien, could win this race. Coming up on the high side, Taylor Stout tries to use the run, and now it is a push from Goodell on Chris Hudson on the bottom. Does he push him the whole way, or does he abandon him? He tries to find the inside. They are going to come together. They're going to come together, and Stout keeps it straight. Taylor Stout will win this race.
We're 3 wide down the front straightaway with a bump draft in the middle.
And that's Cowgill that's getting the bump from Cervantes. Another one joining in. Stanton working together with Greenhoe now and looking to go as far into the corner as they dare. Greenhoe around the outside. Cowgill still with him. Gets fed out just like he fed him out before. And Sinead pokes his nose out, and so does Moraes. Moraes manages to get to the inside, but this is through the 90. They're going to be wheel to wheel as they come up through the S's. This could be a toss-up to either one of them as to who comes out ahead. Back and forth they weave as they climb over the crest, almost banging doors, in fact, and cutting a big hole in the air. And Jean-Marc Tremblay wants to try and find a way through. Instead, he has to play defense as now Bertome makes a go at things. And down into the corner, Moraes is onto the podium as J.R. Williams falls to 4th.
Close behind. He's just going to want to keep everything nice and tight here. Careful through turn 5. That's a little bit, flirting with disaster was B.J. Fulton. Here he comes on the charge.
He's got the speed, but he's around the outside of turn 6, and he takes it. Can he keep it on the track? Yes, he does.
Oh, here comes Karthik Pai on Ove Trangrade.
Down the inside of turn 1, and Trangrade off into the grass. Thankfully keeps it from spinning back across into Miko. Miko has to dodge to avoid, but here he goes. Great exit. He's got the slipstream. Ove's going to defend. Coming down into Charlotte's Web, looking around the outside, breaks deeper into the corner. Can he do it the long way around? Not quite.
Not quite, and Lino's going to have to line this up again, but he is very close. He's not done. He's going to have a look going down to the inside of the museum corner. He's going to have to be later under the binders, too wide.
Couldn't quite get there, and a little puff of smoke as he has to get on the brakes once again, not to run into the back of him. After 5 races, our stage is set. Today is the last chance to make a difference in your hopes for glory. And just to add to the difficulty, there's an extra 2 hours tacked onto the race. It is, after all, an endurance league. Let's see who outlasts the others as we get ready to watch round 6 of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. And you'll see it all live here on the Global SimRacing Channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Chad Irvine. We'll be joined by DJ Clark later, and we have our special guest, Adam Lindgren. Behind the scenes, our director, Zach Johnson, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Silverstone is where it all wraps up. Let's head to our track guide to find out a little bit more about this place. Welcome to Silverstone. Most famously known for being the first circuit to host a round of Formula One, this place has since become synonymous with British motorsports. Hosting everything from sports cars to touring cars to open wheels and even motorcycles, it's a track that fits a wide variety of vehicles. With 3 different layouts to choose from, you've got a little something for any level of racing. The longest of those layouts boasts 18 turns along 3.19 miles. That comes out to 5.13 kilometers in metrics, so it can take a bit to get around it, even in higher-powered machinery. Its main characteristics are the high-speed straights and corners and general lack of elevation change. Its most famous set of turns is most definitely the Maggots-Beckett sequence, in which anything with high downforce finds itself challenged with the rapid changes of direction. However, don't discount the first couple corners in this latest iteration of the track. Abbey and Farm often require a greatly balanced car and some serious bravery if you're side by side. Corners such as Village, Brooklyn, Stowe, and Vale see the majority of overtaking action, but in cars with less horsepower, expect the draft to offer other opportunities. The Hangar Straight is perhaps the most notorious for draft battles to erupt. All in all, this versatile racetrack located just northwest of London provides both history in its roots and action on the tarmac. The huge number of British fans that typically attend events are seldom left wanting. So as you can see, this place has a lot of history, but it's also changed a lot. And Adam, we've come here today to a track that, of course, is pretty good for multi-class sports car racing, but probably more well-known for Formula One.
Yeah, absolutely. The Silverstone circuit is a legendary track the world over for its wide track and its winding and twisting circuit. This 18-turn, 3.19 mile or 5.13 kilometer circuit features a lot of very interesting and legendary moments throughout the course. We've got a lot of grass on either side of the course, so mistakes are costly but don't usually end your race. For most of these classes, especially the GT3s, the trouble is going to be, especially from Abbey through Farm and Village, where the drivers are going to be dealing with a little bit of trying to keep the car underneath them as they do the quick right, left, right that goes through, as well as Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel onto the Hangar Straight. A good exit onto the Hangar Straight through Chapel is necessary to try and maintain your position or make passes around this track. The TCRs are also going to have their own little issue, especially those with front wheel drive through that section, as the understeer will threaten to take you out of the track and over those curves, which may look fairly flat, but can actually be a little slippery for these drivers. So even though it's a long race today, I know that a lot of drivers are going to be looking forward to tackling this thing very hard, Joe, and they're going to have to be careful not to fall afoul of some of the off-course penalties that can be around here too.
Indeed. And if we take a look at the championship as it sits right now, it's still possible to see it change around between Last Lap Motorsports and Bombshell Racing Team Odin, but unlikely. At 100 points for a win and 75 points distance between them, they'll need a horrible race for that Last Lap Motorsports team. Suderia Laundry Basket only 10 behind for second place, and then just a little jump back for Team Mad, where they're in a close fight with PG-13 Car 2, who the PG-13 car teams have certainly been in a lot of action over the course of the season. Of course, Adam, we also have the GT4 class here, which is facing off the closest of the battles so far.
Absolutely. Very, very close between Precision Racing Esports Black and Molnar Motorsports Blue. 13 points separate them, and then just 2 points between them and Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports in that third position. So very, very close for those top three, and not too far away. Only 11 points back for U-Race BR Esports Green as well, and then Dirt Esport. I mean, look how close this entire class is. This is going to be absolutely the race to watch. These guys are going to be very aggressive at the beginning of the race, is my guess, Chad.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic battle there, the GT4s all season long. But in the TCRs, Texans Fitstyle Apollo up with a 64-point lead over Bombshell Racing Team Loki. And they're got Team 19 hot on there. He was only 10 points behind them. Another Bombshell Racing Team Thor down in fourth place, about 60 points or so off of Team 19. And they're only 1 point ahead of Twin Turn Sim Racing for that fifth and final spot there in the top five of the TCRs.
As for today's race details, we already mentioned one of the big differences from what you've been seeing the rest of the season. That is a 6-hour race, still the same three classes, GT3, GT4, TCRs, and it's still open setup. But we have to remember, full course cautions in this series. We'll go over details on that in a little bit. It's a unique system, but hopefully relatively easy to understand. But it certainly makes planning out your pit stops an interesting part of this series, since that can either hurt or help you depending on where you sit in your strategy. Right now, Feed Esport Academy leads in the GT3s, with Spark Virtual Racing having Sarah Rabb up in P1 of the GT4s, and actually looking pretty handy right now, but still only has 300s down to Gowan Racing. And then Bombshell Loki is our quickest hit down in the TCRs. We got a couple drivers left that can finish their 4 laps, Chad, but this is going to be one where they won't want to give away too much. Yes, it's a long race, but you want that good position early.
Yeah, your championship leader we were talking about, Last Lap Motorsports, they are currently sitting in the 6th spot with Blake Reynolds on track, trying to get his final lap in. But he has been struggling, seems like, in qualifying, currently sitting in the 6th spot. They, I think, might just end up playing it safe this race. They have that 75-point lead that we talked about. So they have some work to do once they get going, once the green flag flies. But you mentioned also Sarah Rabb there in the other Last Lap Motorsports car. We talked about, we saw their heartbreak just a month ago at Watkins Glen. They had everything in line for a fantastic finish for that team. They had the connection issues with Sarah's computer, and unfortunately then got involved in a major incident later on as well. So both those Last Lap Motorsports cars really trying their best to recover and rebound and do the best that they can here in these final race of the championship.
Well, and the Spark team unfortunately experienced that as well at Red Bull in the round before that. So they've been a little bit snake bit up to this point. And hopefully we'll see that luck change. But you may have noticed the purple at the top of your screen a little earlier. Suteria Laundry Basket has now taken the pole away from Feed Esport Academy. That was Thomas O'Leary in that car that managed to pull that one. But looks like Sarah Rabb is actually out there right now on her final flyer, trying to see if she can get a little bit more comfortable over Gowan Racing, who's also attempting one last lap, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. Gowan Racing with Nicholas Gowan at the wheel and Sarah Rabb behind that Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports machine. And both of them trying to set good laps. It's very, very close between the two of them. Only 32 one-thousandths of a second separating the two of them right now. And with the track temperatures at 81 degrees Fahrenheit, this is probably as ideal as you're going to get. And with the final laps being the case around here, Sarah's got her hands full to try and keep it ahead of Gowan Racing.
Yeah, there you see the temperatures, which we expect will change somewhat as the sun's going to start to go down a little bit here in the UK. And out of the final corner off of Club, is Sarah going to have a better one? No, a 2:10.095's 2/100ths off of her best time. That leaves the 1:08 to try and overtake them by just the smallest of improvements. And I need to check and see what they're doing. It does look like they may have improved by about a tenth, which is going to be enough as he comes around the final corner. Nicholas Gowan trying to take the pole away, and he's not going to do it, Chad. Wow, unbelievable stuff here.
Yeah,
as it came down to just 100th or so of a second.
Yeah, it looks like Nicholas just got a little bit loose on the end of that final corner going over the curbing, and that's probably what lost him those 2/10. Unfortunately, just so close to having the opportunity to pit pole, but opposite pole, probably not the end of the world for Nick.
That's a good point. A Bombshell Racing Loki handily has that pole down in the TCRs as nobody's close enough to try and challenge for the time being. And nobody is able to actually go out on track right now. Looks like they've all completed that in that 8-car field for the TCRs. And let's see, Leonard Burke is out there able to complete. We see him on screen in the green and blue, number 199. Looks like Kurt Crum and the Bombshell Odin car is out there. Now, Kurt Crum, usually a very fast driver, and he's got his GT3 Porsche out through Maggots and Beckett's with 3 laps left even. So they have come out extremely late. In fact, I don't think they're going to get all 3 laps in because it takes about 2 minutes a lap. And Chad, there's only 4 minutes left on the clock here.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see them saving laps for this long, especially with the fact that it's going to get hotter as the day goes on. Typically, you'll see guys hoping that the track temperature drops through qualifying, and with the time of day, it's currently 1:30 virtual standard time. It's not going to cool down as we go through the session, as Leonard Burke continues just to ride around here, and we've got a bunch of guys just still clicking some laps off out there. So going to be interesting to watch how these things play out towards the end of qualifying. As the one thing to me that stands out is we talked about them earlier, the Feed Esport Academy, they were provisional pole, got overtaken by Scuderia Laundry Basket, but that's a name that I'm surprised to see up there because they did not run the last 2 events of this championship.
Well, Kurt Crum might try and bump them down one more spot there to the outside of the front row. That last lap was a warm-up lap, as you could see from him weaving back and forth down the hangar straight. But this one looks to be a flyer as he's onto the Wellington straight. And this is, of course, Leonard Burke in the 199, his prior lap, his last attempt, and that put him 12th and last of the drivers with times down in the GT4. So back to Kurt Crum here, the Bombshell Odin car around Luffield, Adam, and down towards the now infamous Cops Corner after this last year.
Yeah, this last year seeing the comings together between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. So both of the so Kurt Crum, really one of the few drivers left on track that can actually make an impact. Blake Reynolds in that last lap motorsports machine is done with his qualifying, still circulating out there though. But Kurt absolutely trying to get the maximum out of this, trying his best. We'll see whether or not it's good enough right now. Currently, it looks like he's about tied with his previous time, so it's nip and tuck to see whether or not he can improve.
And again, won't have enough time to complete that 4th lap. So this is going to be it, with them taking about 158, 159 for the fastest drivers to complete. You can see the clock is below that. And since they are not allowed to complete hot laps, he's actually going to abandon it. Okay, well, that was an unexpected development from the 86 team. Didn't like how that one looked. And here you see Karim Marin, who, this is in the GT4s. He is able to set this lap if it's clean. Let's see if they do. No, that one got deleted. So they will start at the back of that GT4 class. Before we get to the grid, we want to mention the channel sponsor. Make sure and check out the Majors Garage, home of free Baseline Plus setups. Get help from any of the garage coaches 24/7. Sign up now for awesome, affordable monthly subscriptions, telemetry, coaching, and more by simply clicking on our link in the description below. Also, if you use our special discount code MajorsGSRC, you'll get 10% off. Well, as usual, have a pretty decent sized field for these Majors Team Endurance Challenge races. So let's get at it, as Scuderia Laundry Basket will be starting on the pole today. Feed Esport Academy will be P2. Then row 2, it has Bombshell Racing Team Odin from 3rd and Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitzdie in 4th position. PG-13 Car 1 starts from 5th with Last Lap Motorsports in 6th position, and VRS Satellite Racing on the inside of the next row, P7. PG-13 Car 2 will start next to them in the 8th spot. Team Mad will start from 9th as Kinetic Racing MTEC 66 will be in 10th. Blue Shell Racing will be in 11th and last on their field, Chad.
And in the GT4s, Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports will start on the pole in class there. And fantastic lap for Sarah Rabb to take the pole. And now Gowan Racing sets up on the outside of row number 1. Then Precision Racing Esports Black and Mjolnir Motorsport Blue on row number 2. Then Team Dirty Sport and Kinetic Racing MTEC 165 on row number 3. Row 4 is Colin Rabdan with Andy Banfield on row 4, and Bernard Gudering and Ulrich Weig in row number 5.
All right.
Row number 6, Jerry Isaac and Leonard Burke. And wrapping up the GT4 field is Kara Martin and the Racing Turtles 111. They did not set a time in qualifying.
Bombshell Racing Team Loki's going to take pole in the TCR class with MTEC going alongside them in row 1. Row 2 is going to be Ethan Bass of the TechSense FitSci Apollo machine in third, with Dominic Eisenberg of the Twin Turn Sim Racing machine in fourth. Ryan Carwell is going to start off in that Bombshell Racing Team Thor machine in fifth, with Brian Bennett in the Sector 5 Black Ball in sixth position. Gary Thomas is going to start off in Team 19's machine in seventh, and then Robert Gamble is going to start off in eighth position in the Sector 5 Scarlet machine. That's going to round out your TCR field.
So we've got 32 starters out here today on the track for this 6-hour enduro event. And you can see they don't do a full pace lap out here, just a brief start along the Hanger Straight, and the pace car will actually peel in pretty quickly, and then we'll be on our way. Real quick on those caution rules, by the way, essentially what happens is the cautions are not determined by specific incidents, but by the collective number of incidents that the drivers have made. Now, there is a number that is chosen by the race control before the race happens based on previous numbers of incidents at this track through other events, and they use that as a sort of benchmark. It could be one caution, it could be two cautions, could be however many the drivers have of incidents. But once that number is hit, the yellow is thrown, they go through their sequence, and then the number is reset to 0. If they get that number again, they get another caution. But you can't plan it, you can't know what it's going to be. Only the race control knows it in the end. As it looks like we've got the pace car in, so Thomas O'Leary has control of the field. Will he start early, or is he going to wait patiently until they get to that front stretch as he leads Pompidou next to him? And Pompidou's already starting to pull back a little bit, as I think it looks like O'Leary is on it, and the green flag is now officially out. We go racing for 6 hours in the Majors Team Endurance Challenge, and while it is pretty single file up at the front, you can see them fanning out almost 4 wide in the back, coming down into Abbey Corner. They are safely through. Chad, how's the GT4s?
Out of the final couple of corners they come. Sarah Rabb on the pole position. They're side by side at the front, and almost some contact further back between the Dirty Sport machine of Matt Kingsbury with Lyndon Swaby, but seems like everybody's single file as they work their way through turn number 1.
The TCRs, it's actually side by side with Elias Roman losing out to Lars Veal as they go into the first couple of corners, and this is because the GT4s left 10 seconds to the GT3s up ahead, so the TCRs actually started in the midst of them, and more contact between Elias Roman and Ryan Carwile as they got together. That's going to give Lars Veal a big lead.
Ooh, and it looks like a car spinning off. That's Leonard Burke from the GT4 class. Not sure how he got mixed up in that, but he finds himself all the way to the tail end of the entire field as coming through Copse Corner. This is O'Leary leading the way in that 69 machine. Thomas Pompidou is about 0.8 of a second back and trying to chase.
And a pretty clean start out of the GT3s. And O'Leary from the get-go has just been pulling away, already 0.6 up, and you can see everybody just trying to stay in line, use the draft down this long straightaway as they work their way now to Stowe.
Not close enough for an attack this time by Kurt Crum in the Team Odin car. Definitely starting to fall back a little bit as they're getting ready to complete lap 1. So, ooh, very good under braking there behind them. Jack Stiles in the Demon Tweaks FitSty car. The number 1 very much on the attack here, but maybe a little too deep into that corner as he also starts to lose some ground. So we finish the first lap were our GT4 drivers, but the GT3 drivers, GT4 second place is under hot contention. Gowan and Mueller Motorsports are in a battle. They break into the Vale chicane here. Gowan Racing trying to apply that pressure. And no, excuse me, this is for the lead, actually. I thought that was for second place. It looks like that is actually Gowan challenging Sarah Rabb in the Spark Virtual Racing car and coming down into Abbey. It's sometimes a passing zone, Chad, into this first hard braking zone of Village.
Yeah, Gowan Racing thought about making the move through Club Corner and could not get it done. Sarah, very defensive line there, still holding that top spot And they're going to do everything they can, these front two, to just try to pull away. They've built a little bit of a gap back to Milner Motorsport Blue for the time being. And then even there from Lehman in that 153 has a gap back to Jeff Evans of Precision Racing Esports Black. So a couple large gaps at the front of the GT4 field, but overall, that battle for lead's still ongoing.
Yeah, keeps it within about half a second behind them. Lehman just giving watch. Then you got a bit of a train after the next gap as we come up ahead to our GT3s. This is the 36 that we are watching. That is Adam Watson in the Team Mad car being chased by PG13 car 2. Nikhil Kopkar starting the race for them as we hop on board with the Lambo. Here, Chad, he is trying his best to make this a race, but he still is not nearly close enough to attack.
Yeah, the fortunate thing for Nikhil and that PG13 car too is they have a decent gap back to the 52 car that leads the championship. Ray Kingsbury lost 2 spots on the start and taking it pretty easy, but Nikhil trying everything he can to work his way up to the front of this field as he is all over the back of Adam Watson's car.
And for some reason, Nikhil is already clutching. It is a 6-hour race, but they're already thinking about strategy, trying to extend this thing. Interesting stuff here from these guys who are trying to think 3 steps ahead of all of their rivals. If we jump back behind them, my goodness, Kingsbury, Wasilewski, Schmeier, and Leherbier are in quite the tussle.
Yeah, this is the battle.
This is the fight for the 8th position now, with Kingsbury leading them, getting close down into the braking of Brooklands. None of them able to make an attack. Schmeier just behind as it's starting to split into 2 pairs. Leherbier not able to get in there for that one, but keeping him under threat. And we welcome into the booth DJ Clark, usually following both these GT4s and the TCRs. And DJ, we got a long way to go, but already they're setting us up for a good one.
They are indeed, and what a better track to do this than Silverstone as we watch those GT4s working their way around. As usual, just waiting for the action in the TCRs to pick up, because we know it's a slow pressure cooker there every now and again in that category.
Yeah, Leherbier managing to get around. Nice move coming up into Maggots and Beckett's. So he is now through, and that was to decide the last few spots there in the GT3. So try to stay out of tail end. Charlie there is challenging up into Stowe. Looks like Ryan Wash is not quite able to do it. Kingsbury, will he go defensive into Vale? Chad, not right here. He's going to stick to the racing line, but Wasilewski's kind of got him on the ropes and taking an alternate line.
Yeah, I think that there's something for this Spark team that they just don't know how to. I think they might just be missing something on their car, because they have been dropping like flies. They've lost another about half a second or so since the last time we looked at them. So they definitely are holding up some of these cars behind them. And I think that Ray Kingsbury is just trying to kind of hold serve and try to keep the car clean until his teammate that qualified them a couple places up, Blake Reynolds, can get back into the car. But I was talking to them before the race, and the maximum allotted time that Reynolds can drive is just over 3 hours. So just have to work your way as close to that halfway point as possible for this team to try to get that driver change and hopefully improve from there.
Down through Luffield now and out of the infield portion of this track they fly. We had a change for 11th in the GT4s. Ulrich Veg and Jerry Isaacs swap positions, so Ulrich up into 11th now. Oh, and we had another change for 5th as well, as Kinetics 165 car has Lyndon Swaby going through.
Yes, indeed he does. Swaby looking like he is on a little bit of an attack move here, trying to get that car up as hard as it'll go. You can see this big coming together here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of these GT4s running in a very, very tight pack.
Yeah, and they're going to be in that tight pack all the way down the Wellington Straight, but it looks like Swaby's got himself somewhat ahead. So Pegleg is clear into that 5th spot as the remaining 3 tussle for the scraps of 6th place. Evans with 2 yellow liveried Racing Turtles cars just trying to see if they can keep up. Ramadan is doing everything he can to make sure that Evans has to keep half an eye on the mirrors.
Yeah, he is, and especially at a place like Silverstone where it's very easy to get off track. You're not necessarily going to have a off, let's say. You're not exactly going to go flying through the grass and lose control, but you can pick up slowdown warnings, specifically coming up through areas like this, going through Maggots and Beckett's. If you just keep up that pressure, that can do wonders if you can force a driver in front of you in order to get a slowdown.
Yeah, and those are a big problem around here as they come out of Maggots and Beckett's, and we're understanding that Kingsbury's lost another spot as he's been overtaken by Wash. So the 64 now up into 8th position, but into Stowe now amongst our GT4s. Matt Kingsbury, the other Kingsbury out on track, is suddenly being gained upon. Here comes Pegleg. Not only has he made an overtake, but he's setting his sights forward, looking for another one.
Yes, he is really trying to push that BMW as hard as it will go to try to gain in here to see if there is anything to be had on that Dirty Sports Porsche. Gaining down, the gap is under about 0.4 of a second. Oh, we've got a little bit of side-by-side for the battle and TCR lead.
Wow, so Veal and Roman already looking to show us some action. They don't want a dull one here in the TCRs, at least this early on. Also have a meatball flag for some reason for the CMS.com, CMSRacing.com Recruit 199 car. That's Leonard Burke. We'll try and catch up and figure out if that's related to the opening incident they were involved in. But the Audis now coming out and through Abbey into Farm and Village. Sometimes you can see out breaking into here, but Roman's black number 286 a little bit too far back for now.
Yeah, just a little bit too far back. I like the wide line, though, coming down through the Abbey in the loop, trying to carry as much speed as he can through Aintree right now, and that's exactly the move I was looking for. That's going to be a dive down to the inside as they go down the Wellington Straight. He'll have the preferred line into Brooklands.
He's got the inside, and he outbreaks him into Brooklands. This should be job done unless there's some sort of nasty crossover, and no, nothing doing for Lars Veal in the 287. But look what this has done. Ethan Bass in the 268 is now involved himself, and it's become a 3-car fight for the lead.
It has indeed, and these TCRs so evenly matched across the board. This is exactly what can happen. The domino effect that plays back and forth on this very, very close proximity battle. We've seen this fire off time and time again. That Texan Spitstye Apollo team, always quick. They are looking to pounce here.
As we watch this, it sounds like Adam's been poking his nose around the pits of the Burke crew. So what's going on there?
Yeah, absolutely. That CMSRacing.com recruit team with Leonard Burke. Leonard Burke actually was the last car starting off for the GT4s, and because the GT4 leaders left 10 seconds to the GT3s ahead and we had a short pace lap, the TCRs started right behind the GT4s, and Burke got absolutely consumed by the TCR field, ended up spinning himself out, unfortunately, and so that he just clipped the back of one of the TCR cars, and that's actually what caused his damage. So he's in the pits getting repairs. Just unfortunately, just a mix-up at the start causing his woes today.
So we stick with this battle for the lead in the TCRs. I can tell you that Adam Watson in the 36 just managed to get by Gibson for 5th in the GT3s. They're coming up to Abbey. Last time it was into Brooklands that Roman took this spot, but he's not been able to dance away from the 287 team. As we come back to our leaders here in the GT3s, they've caught the TCRs already. And that's Thomas O'Leary, who's not been able to drop Pompidou, Chad.
Yeah, it's one of those races for these guys that they realize it's as long as this race is, it's going to be big how you can navigate through this traffic, and it's not the easiest place to do so. There are plenty of opportunities, but you really have to make your intentions well known. There you see some of the TCRs just making it easy, getting out of the way, and as they fly down the straightaway, doing their best to keep things clean and separate between the classes. They continue for your overall leaders to weave through traffic.
Yeah, this is the lead battle that the other lead battle is now going through. So GT3 past TCR, And they're going to be able to easily get around the outside of Woodcut there. Just easy, flat out, and into Copse. But look at how close that Pompidou is staying behind, making sure that that Lamborghini cannot rest on its laurels.
Yeah, absolutely not. And this Scuderia Laundry Basket.
The Scuderia Laundry Basket has only got 0.4 of a second right now. 3.5 seconds back to the next one, Bombshell Odin, who is kind of stuck in that traffic in one of the worst spots. As we ride on board with Thomas on the Feed Esport Academy machine, he's closing in the slipstream, Chad, but it's not a long enough straight.
Yeah, Scuderia Laundry Basket, they've got 2 wins on the season already. Meanwhile, Feed Esport, they missed the last 2 rounds at the Red Bull Ring and Watkins Glen, so they're doing their best to make their statement on the league this season, as this is the final event. They struggled early on at Motegi, but from then on, if they were here, they were making some moves, and they continue to do the same, battling for the lead here overall.
Down into Abbey once more, as both of them are clean through there. Lots of paved runoff, but also you can see they got that little strip of grass that is at the side of the track. So yes, they've got a chance to try and recover it, but it's so easy to slip up here if you overstep your boundaries. And out of the loop, this is that critical corner. Doesn't look good for Pompidou, just too far behind.
Yeah, and Joe, that's one thing that you just mentioned is you have a lot of runoff here. You still do get the 1x incident points from it, and there's some quarters here. It's very tricky to navigate the quarters correctly without picking up those incident points. And as those add up, especially being a 6-hour race, we could definitely make up for the lack of caution last race with maybe having 2 here today.
Still watching this battle for the lead. Hope you've got a piece of wood next to you, because I'm going to say something I may regret later, but we have no protests yet on our protest sheet. So it's been clean enough out there. Again, we had that one incident with Burke, but he's since gone into pit lane, and no protest from that. As we switch over to the battle now, the GT4's DJ Kingsbury trying to run away from Swaby and Evans.
Yeah, but Swaby not making this easy on him. It doesn't look like Linden here necessarily wants to try to make the full-out attack on Kingsbury, but it's certainly just trying to pressure into a mistake on that dirty sports car. Very, very good under braking is the BMW, maybe a little bit better than the Porsche, and so I think that's where, if we see a move, it's going to come.
So onto the main straight behind them. Is that a different order for the Turtles team, actually? Now, it looks like Marion is now ahead of Ramadan, so that has swapped around. Not sure if that was a team order or not. Interesting that they're in the same class, but they have 2 different makes of cars, a BMW and a Porsche, so rivalry German marks for them. And as they try and catch back up to this trio, that may have been part of it, I'm sure, as seen if switching them around allows them to be a little bit closer to this fight.
Yeah, for sure, Joe. I mean, sometimes you're going to see those sort of team tactics here, and Silverstone is a relatively high-speed, draft-heavy circuit, so swapping those around, seeing if maybe that BMW can pull along that Porsche a little bit, certainly worth trying. Differing lines there through Luffield for Dirty Sports Kinetic and Precision Racing Esports. Everybody just trying to find a little bit.
Ooh, TCR lead is side by side. Roman having to play defense as Veal looking to try and overtake, but down through the infield section, nothing doing. He gets a good launch, though, coming down through Aintree and onto Wellington. This might be enough as they start to pick up speed, 120 miles an hour.
And you can see a little bit of a defensive move there from Elias Roman. I think he was worried if Veal was going to try to send something. Veal's got a tighter line going down into Brooklands, but it's not going to come to anything. That's going to hold it out in here. Now they work their way through the long Luffield section, especially hard in these TCRs. Front-wheel drive, always prone to understeer, and it is so easy to pick up a lot of it there and end up in the gravel, but both drivers navigate it well.
And for those fans of the CMSRacing.com recruit car, they are back out on track. 11 minutes of repairs have sent them into 32nd out of 32 cars, 6 laps down. But again, it is a 6-hour race. There is reason to stay out there and try and do what you can to gather those back up. Thomas O'Leary, in the meantime, has put his foot down and set the fastest lap of the race. So looks like...
Oh, Joe, we just had huge contact there just behind your leader, Feed Esports Academy. Got clobbered.
Yeah, that was, I think, side-to-side contact with Banfield. I'm not sure, actually, if they made contact on that one. Have to go back and look. But it was very close and definitely caused a wobble out of the 33.
Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely a huge bit of contact there.
Yeah, a lot of contact, and it certainly slowed him down a little bit because now he's having to regain that ground on Thomas O'Leary, who is trying to scythe his way past the GT4 drivers. And you can see them coming now out and through Woodcut, how complicated it starts to get for everybody, because hard to sometimes tell who is in what class, and these GT3s and GT4s looking very similar. You got to be a heads-up driver in this sort of situation, DJ.
Yeah, you really do, and there isn't a whole lot of difference between the GT3s and the GT4s, especially in terms of speed. The GT3s just having a little bit more horsepower, a little bit more downforce, and so coming on these GT4s, it's very, very hard to pass. But there you see the GT3 leaders easily able to navigate their way on through, no problems at all.
Oh, we've had a problem for the 113, one of the turtle cars, and this was contact, actually. Adam Watson in the number 36, got into the back of him, turned him around. Curious if that's going to be our first protest of the day, because that cost multiple positions for the 9.
We will have to wait and see, Joe, as, yeah, there you can see running around there by themselves. We're going to go back and check out the GSRC replay here. Yep, just a little bit of a bump from behind. Thankfully, no damage into the outside wall. Plenty of paved runoff here around Silverstone.
Trying to get a better angle on it here as he returns to the track in the replay. Took a little bit of a time to make it happen. Here we go. Here's a better look at it now. There's the touch, and you can see the rear of that Porsche just swap ends almost immediately. Back to 9th place for them. They do not come into pit lane, as I imagine most of them are looking to try and extend this all the stints as far as they can go on this one, rather than try to work backwards this early. Right behind him, that is Vincent Laherby. That's a faster class car. That's a GT3 going through. But now that means the Black Tree Race Crew 112 has a clear sight of one of his rivals. Down into the braking for Brooklands. Not close enough to try and attack there. We did have a pass behind them just now. Isaacs and Vig just swapped 11th and 12th places in the TC or the GT4s as well.
And
go ahead.
I was just going to say they're looking off to the side a little bit. Was the kinetic machine trying to find something? And that's going to be a big holdup for Dirty Sports. There you can see the flashing of the lights. Not happy there at all as Matt Kingsbury, Lyndon Swaby, doesn't get the run he would have liked out of Beckett's. That could have been an overtaking opportunity.
It was both PG-13 team cars that were trying to find a way past. A little bit aggressive with less than 30 minutes into a 6-hour race, but he made it stick at least. And they come into Stowe, all still running. Merrim also going to be overtaken by Wash, who's trying to pick and choose which side is the right way to go. Braking down into Vale. He's going to hold up Swaby just a bit. Swaby now finding the bright yellow 111, starting to fill up his mirrors, Chad.
Yeah, the way that this race has played out so far, I'm surprised at just how how much there's some large gaps throughout the field, but there's also some fantastic battles going on, and this one has been continuing to develop for quite some time. That's going to be tight.
That's a lapping car trying to come through from the GT3 class, and that interrupts Karim, and he is going to have to back out of it. Still a little side-by-side overlap with Swaby. That's Ray Kingsbury in the Last Lap Motorsports 52 car, and he's able to leave them be, but scary moments and frustration, I'm sure, for the 111 team, who thought they had a great opportunity to overtake.
Yeah, that was a dangerous moment there for your championship leader, but seems that everybody got through clean as we continue to watch this battle. Look into the inside once again. Wow, these guys are just all over, using every inch of racetrack.
Jeff Evans is going to try and take advantage of it for the 171 Precision Racing Esports Black, but a poor exit will compromise him as Kinetic's 66 car. Looks like that BMW is going to be able to find his way past at least one, but not two. Another look to the inside, side by side again. This time it works. Third time's a charm as Marin moves himself into fifth.
Nice move there through Copse. That is a difficult overtaking opportunity. You can see Swaby trying to line him up, not forced offline there by that GT3 Mercedes coming on through. So that is going to be a nice clean run for them. You can see the bumps there as they take it. The suspensions in these cars working in overdrive. Now let's see if Swaby's maybe got a little bit of a fight back here on the hanger straight.
He's got a good slipstream, but these GT4s don't always seem to have a very powerful slipstream, and he's going to send it deep. That actually scares Karim off the racing line, leaves the door wide open, but powers off the corner well. And does he defend this time? No, he once again leaves the door open, aggressive into the braking. Lyndon Swaby is not willing to let this sit, and now Jeff Evans says, all right, if you're going to waste time tussling like that, I'm going to become a part of the fun. But a poor exit off of Club will mean he cannot complete the pass.
Not able to do it, but some fantastic side-by-side battling there. You see Evans trying to lurk in the background to see if he can have anything over the BMW, but that Racing Turtles yellow machine able to securely latch on now to P5 in class.
Looking a little bit difficult for these GT4s to get the passes done. Jeff Schmeier, last of our GT3s, gets past one. Should be able to get the next two here down the Wellington straights. Blue Shell Racing team. A little bit of defensive move. Not sure if Marine was trying to motion that he didn't want him to try and go by. And if he did, it didn't work because down to the inside through Brooklyn's Jeff is passed. So Marin thankfully did not lose a position, and this carries on.
Carries on indeed, and there you see that kinetic racing machine not willing to go away quite yet. Lyndon Swaby, I think, has his hackles up. He is driving angry. He wants that spot back. He knows he's got the speed. He knows he's got the ability to do it, and he wants to push.
This has been one of the more exciting ones that we've been watching, and I can say that a protest has been filed against Team Mad number 36. And, post-race penalty already. That was a quick decision. 15-second penalty then for 36 as they find themselves already under the steward's ire. And that's our first decision of the day. Let's hope that we don't have too many more after that. It took us nearly half an hour for the first one.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate result there for Team Mad. They worked their way up into the fourth position, and Adam Watson's really been on a charge in that car. He's right on the back right now of Bombshell Racing Team Owed, about half a second behind, and he's trying to find a way to get up there, try to make a move, but can't seem to find that last bit of speed that he needs. But a lot of cars very spread out currently in the GT3 class.
So coming now down through the windy section that leads you into the loop and village. Getting mighty close here in that BMW, chasing the fellow BMW with a McLaren in tow behind them. Will the kinetic car manage to get a pass done here as he's been working multiple laps to try and make it happen? He's got a good run onto the Wellington straight, but I don't think this is quite close enough, and indeed, I don't see a move from Karam into that Brooklyn's left-hander. He's going to stay on the racing line feeling content.
Yeah, I think there Swaby's going to need a little bit more speed, a little bit more go to be able to get it. Decent run there out of left field, but again, not enough. It just looks like he's missing about a 0.5 of a second to really be able to close that gap down. And right now, it looks like Marin just has everything locked in.
Well, drivers continuing to plug away here at this race. But I have to say that I am pretty happy up to this point, Chad, with what I've been seeing. We had that one move that elicited a protest, but other than that, with it being such a long race, it seems like most of them, oh, we've had a problem. I spoke too soon. Pompidou, one of our front runners, has had an issue. This was contact with Gary Thomas and the TCRs.
Yeah, I saw Gary Thomas around, and that was significant. That was nothing minor about that one. I would expect to see a protest for that one, and we're going to see some side-by-side action overall for the second spot. These guys raced real hard between Team Mad and Bombshell.
Yeah, this is their best chance to get involved in it once again. And Jack Stiles also giving watch here. We'll try and go to a replay in a little bit to check this one out. But let's see if we get anything as they close in. I almost feel like if Kurt Crum was just a 10th or two closer, he maybe could have had a chance to try and attack, but I don't think there's much to it right now.
Yeah, he's had a couple opportunities to peek his nose out of line going through some of these corners and just can't get close enough to do anything under braking. So for the time being, I think that Crum is going to be competent with the third spot, but will he be able to move his way up as tires fall off and we get close to that first round of pit stops?
Ooh, as things get tight and they weave around either side of one of our TCRs, Brian Bennett in the Sector 5 black ball, seeing himself split by GT3s rushing down towards Stowe. And Team Mad is definitely mad about where they're sitting right now because they are trying to go by Eisenberg from a long ways back. They are not allowing anybody to get to the apex in these TCRs, and if they see an opportunity, they're sending it.
Yeah, and you see how hard that Team Mad hit the curbing right there. I talked about guys using all the racetrack. They're using every bit that you possibly can, hitting the curbs, hitting the rumble strips, and just using everything that is paved out there for the moment.
Curious if we've got that replay on the contact that initially caused this here. Here we go. So you're going to see this coming into Abbey. And the poor TCR was just kind of minding his own business. Both have to open up the corner as much as possible here, DJ. And unfortunately, whoa, no room for two.
No room for two, and I've got to say that was a little over-aggressive there from the 33. I think the Feed Esports Academy driver should have known that TCR was always going to turn in and that door was going to close on him.
And shocker, that's been protested. So the Feed Esports 33 now is going to be reviewed as Pompidou's fallen back to 5th place and is trying to play catch up on that lost time because of that. So Mad up to 2nd, Odin up to 3rd. We're halfway through the first hour of this race, but starting to see a few of them make some ill-advised moves here, and it's only going to get worse from here on out as they get all the more jumbled up.
Yeah, it was surprising to see that move from that far back, and just the way that it would have it. He was multiple car lengths back by the time they were getting ready to turn in. So, yeah, you mentioned it was an ill-advised move. I can certainly agree. We have to wait to see what the stewards say there. We have a move developing here for 3rd place. This is Bombshell Racing at 86, defending from the that green and red machine of Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitzdi. They're right on that rear wing of Kurt Crum.
Lamborghini versus Porsche coming out of the final turn and onto the front stretch. Stiles starts to get a whiff of a podium, and he wants it for that Demon Tweaks team. But Crum is denying him for now as they come through Abbey just way too far back for Jack to try anything at this phase. And Adam Watson is starting to come upon traffic of his own. Leonard Burke still on his lonesome, the only one racing here on lap 10, as everybody else has lapped him, and he's just trying to pick up spots of those who find themselves running into trouble. And that was a big checkup for Crum. In fact, that might open the door for Styles. Styles seems to think so. He looks to the inside, coming down into Brooklands. He's got the apex, but he doesn't have the right-hander into Luffield. This is going to be tough to complete it. A nose starts to pull ahead, and does the Lamborghini have enough grunt beneath it? It's hard to say yet. Now through Woodcote, this carries on, DJ.
It carries on, and they're going to go side by side into Cops. Here they come, waiting to see who's going to make it work. It is the Porsche that's able to pull it out. A great move, but here comes the fight back. This isn't done yet for the Demon Tweaks car. They're going to try to go around the outside here of Maggots.
And Jack Styles sends it in deep, and that is going to get him into third. To quote Baby Fife, Styles and Styles and Styles is what I have. So the number one has now got third. He is able to spray the Champonium, but for how long? Kurt Crum now trying to re-attack back. Oh, but look at that, blocks him all the way down to the grass. I'm not sure what the rules are on that, if they don't allow a second move, but it almost looks like he kind of squeezed him.
Yeah, that move felt very late. I don't even know if there was a car with there to begin with, but definitely a defensive move there from Demon Tweaks, and he holds on to the spot for now, but I think that Kurt Crum wants that third place back.
And now Kurt Crum is still managing to hold him off, but this is looking like a fierce Bombshell Racing team who once again is poking left and right, hoping to try and find an opening to get this one right back. And that dark blue and black machine is eager to try and take this position. Now coming off of Aintree, is this going to be what they need? No.
Continues to seek any bit of racetrack he can muster and try to find a way by. Right now, though, Kurt Crum just sitting in that slipstream, waiting and waiting, backs off a little bit, hoping to get a run off of the corner, as now he closes up under braking. Who gets the better launch here? As continuing to be very defensive as Jack Styles, he continues to hold on to that third spot.
So, will this fight continue to be this fierce, or are they going to settle it down for a bit? I understand the desire to be within those top three, but this could always change back around. And we've already seen, DJ, that there's been drivers who've been lifting and coasting to try to think farther ahead, think down the road. So if you were the 86 and you're finding that this fight is getting this intense, do you keep fighting this intense, or do you try something else?
Well, my inclination would be to try something else and try to back off a little bit, but I don't think that's what the 86 is going to do at all, because here he comes trying to go around the outside of Stowe. Not going to work there, but he's going to try to set up for a run going down Vale and into Club.
And he's got another chance to try it. No, he breaks a little bit early, so maybe Crum reconsidering for now. And I think, Adam, it looks like we've got a decision on the last protest regarding Feed Esport Academy. What's up?
Yeah, Feed Esport Academy has been assessed a 15-second penalty. Feed Esport Academy right now in the 5th position in GT3. If they were assessed that penalty right now, that would put them into 8th spot. So Feed Esports Academy falling afoul of one of the protests. So that's going to add to the caution counter and definitely add to their time at the end of the race. So it's a post-race 15-second penalty.
So that's twice now we've seen that. And Pompidou still making up ground on this battle, which has actually gotten much closer to them now that we've seen Styles and Crum manage to hold each other up with that battle. And in through Luffield, they've settled down, I think. I think they've got the message that there's plenty of racing left. No need to try and risk the car right now, and that's bad news for Pompidou.
Sorry, Joe. So, Sarah Rabb is in for Spark Virtual Racing for the lead of the GT4 field into the pits. So, followed by Gowan Racing. So, our lead pair in the GT4s. Yeah, it looks like most of the GT4s will be making their way to the pits this time. And it is going to be tires and fuel for Sarah. And a driver change. We're going to go to Brandon Lambert for the Gowan Racing team. And tires and fuel for Gowan Racing as well. And it looks like they're going to keep Nicholas Gowan in that machine.
Matt Kingsbury carries on. Kareem Marin is also going to carry on. It looks like Lyndon Swaby, Jeff Evans. So top 4 will stay out. And boy, a long switch for Brandon. Not seeing him in the car yet. There we go. Pops in. And now he's on his way. Easily out ahead of those behind him who are also taking stops. And that empties them out in a pretty decent spot. Not too dangerous of a place unless you see battles happening nearby you. But you got to get right into the thick of it. So as the Spark Virtual Racing 125 re-enters the track, that is 6th place that they will inherit as we take a look at what I'm not sure is a battle here for the GT3s. Paul Gibson and Nikhil Kopkar for the PG-13 cars 1 and 2.
Yeah, they've been nose to tail the last, I'd probably say 40 minutes or so. I mean, they had not let each other out of their sights except for when getting interrupted by slower traffic. Now around the outside, there's contact in front of them. That was dangerous. Looks like depends on how this rejoin goes.
That was Lehman. That was our 2nd place driver, was 2nd place in the GT4s, and side-to-side contact with Weg, who is now ahead of him, and Ulrich is going to give the position back. So if there is a protest, I'm curious if that will be just dismissed because of him handing the position back over.
Yeah, go ahead, Chad.
I was like, one thing I want to note is that driver change there for the 125 car. I think that's part of the extra 2 hours that are playing into this. Sarah Rabb is the fastest driver of that team, and so she wants to be the driver to finish out. Normally, this team is just split the distance half and half between them, but making this switch early is going to give them the opportunity to put her back in the car at the end of the race.
More coming to visit Adam down on pit lane. It looks like Kingsbury, Marim, Swaby all in.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping our eyes on them. So far, it's been everybody with fuel and tires and a couple of driver changes so far. So Kingsbury will hit his box first and cleanly. Fuel and tires for Kingsbury and for Swaby. And now we've also got Marin, who's putting in the box, and Jeff Evans. So Jeff Evans looks like he's not taking tires. That's a little bit of a surprise there. So Marin also taking tires. We also have Grudering coming into the pits as well. And now in the GT3s, Kurt Crum has come to join us. So a little bit of a surprise from Crum to come into the pit lane. Looks like Grudering's also not going to take tires in the 112 in the GT4s. And Kurt Crum is going to take tires, so he's up on his jacks as we see that is Kingsbury leaving the pits.
Ooh, and Andy Banfield, by the way, after taking his first scheduled stop, spun into Kopp's corner, well, out of Kopp's corner, if anything, and hit the wall hard at the rear of the car. Let's take a look at it here on our cameras. And I think it looks okay from here, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be any massive damage. No damage to the rear of the car or the front from what I can see. Yeah, that rear end looks to be okay. All right, so this is going to be the replay of it. Diving down into Kopp's just carries a little bit too much speed. I'm amazed there's not more damage to the rear of that car, Joe. That was a pretty massive kathunk.
Yeah, exactly.
And Joe, also, surprisingly, the Precision Racing Esports Black Machine and the Kinetic Racing MTEC 165 were side by side exiting the pits as we watched the replay once again of that spin. And unfortunately for Precision Racing Esports Black, Lyndon Swaby got a better run of it. I can also report that Karim Marin had another spin in the Racing Turtles 1-1 and has now fallen from 2nd place in the GT4s back to 6th now.
Oh, and I think we've had a pass or an attempted to pass at 2nd in the TCRs. This is Veal and Base. Bass, excuse me, as the Texans Fitstye Apollo car is still to the side of him. He'll have to brake deep, and he does, coming down into Brooklands. He is back through. Can he shut him down? No, he leaves the door open, and Veal tries to carry it on through left field. Right-hander, two more right-handers in front of him in the form of Woodcut and Cops. This is not good news for Bass unless he is really aggressive here.
Well, we've seen a passer on the outside of Cops work out before, but they're going to be in a straight drag race. That's going to be Bass with just a little bit of a nose ahead as they dive down now into Cops. Both cars rear end sliding out, and that's going to be Veal able to hold it, just barely shuts the door. Little bit of a look back to see if there's anything there for Bass to be able to have. He's going to go deep down into Maggots, but backs it off.
He wants that spot back, and unfortunately, nothing doing for the moment, but another slipstream coming up because the hangar straight, one of the longest stretches here in this circuit, and he is mighty close. Look at that. He is a quarter of a second behind, and Veal starts out off to the right, drifts slowly off to driver's left, does not defend. Bass also doesn't attack.
Yeah, nothing there. I think Ethan just didn't like his chances coming out through Maggots and Beckett's. I get the sense that he was compromised a little bit going into the corner, and that is going to be Bass coming down pit lane.
Okay, so after a pretty intense battle there, I think the 268 decided it's a good time to try and get out of it, save some time by pitting. Roman is as well.
And Joe, Thomas O'Leary's coming into the pits from Scuderia Laundry Basket.
So from the GT3 lead, now in. Watson follows, Jack Stiles, Thomas Pompalou. I think this might be the end of the pit window for those GT3s.
Absolutely. So Thomas O'Leary coming to the end of the pit lane and will park his machine there as we see the other drivers coming in. Looks like it's not going to be tires for.
Yeah, it's a little early for that.
Yeah, he was 10 seconds behind, honestly, so for Watson when he came into the pits. So,
and there's no limit on tires, but obviously there is time added to the stop if they take tires. So they want to try and save those tire stops as much as possible, preserve them, and make it quicker in and outs, which it's pretty decent for Scuderia Laundry Basket, 32 seconds.
yeah, absolutely. So most of the drivers are starting to come out of the pits. So O'Leary out with a 31.9, Watson with a 31.5 in the box. So nothing separating those two drivers. So it looks like it's about 31.5 to 32 seconds is going to be the average pit stop time. But Kurt Crum actually coming out of the pits 3 seconds quicker with a 28.8 for him. So he took a little bit less fuel than everybody else.
We've got more protests. The number one Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitstye is getting investigated in the 167 CGC Motorsports, also under investigation. Oh, Schmeier just had a spin. The double aught is around, and I think this is between Aintree and the loop, and he's having trouble getting it the right way.
Yeah, and he hasn't pit yet, Joe.
Interesting. It can't be the tires, though, I would think. That was a bit of a strange incident up to that point. Gets it rolling. He's still in 9th place, but a lot of costly time for now. And we're hearing that the 36 team is being given a black flag.
And this was from race control, it looks like.
Yeah, that's Team Mad. Now, they weren't protested, were they?
They were protested earlier on, but it was assessed as a post-race penalty, wasn't it?
Yes, that was 15-second post-race time add-on. Huh. Not entirely sure what is happening there.
So the driver protested was Jerome Keitzer, and he has yet to drive the Team Mad machine.
Oh, that often... I believe that shows up just because they need a driver to put in. So it's not necessarily aimed at a specific driver. It's just at the team that is given it. But, well, while we try and sort that out, Adam, I do believe that one of the drivers out on track that has hung up the helmet briefly is ready to talk to us. Sarah Rabb, who has handed over the Spark virtual racing car to Brandon Lambert, has joined us here in the booth, and Adam, ready to chat with her.
Yeah, absolutely. Sarah, a very impressive first stint for you, but talk to me about the start of that race. It was a tight fight between yourself and Gowan Racing to start there, but then you're able to pull that 10-second gap. What makes you so comfortable around here at Silverstone?
Yeah, honestly, the start of the race, that was a bit of a wonky start, especially the exit of the final two corners caught me out, and you guys could see probably that got caught out and sideways. I think especially this MTEC calendar this season definitely caters a bit more to me, especially me coming from Project Cars or Formula One, those games. Coda, that's the track that I've done the most laps around in any sim combined. Silverstone was my second favorite one. Austria was another favorite one. Hockenheim, but no, I think it's definitely getting the experience in the different cars, and I think just calming myself down after the start, and the multiple days of practice this week going into this championship, knowing it's going to be very close. That just kind of took over for me, just to try to get the best result for the team going. And seems to be in great hands from Brandon at the moment. Rui's going to be in soon, and then we'll be finishing it off, but should look comfortable for a good while. So yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of that decision to make the driver change at the first stop, that not all the rest of the GT4 drivers decided to make that decision. So what led your team to choose that before the first hour was complete?
I think mainly a bit of lap times, just trying to make sure, because I know all three of us, Brandon, Rui, and myself, were all pretty much close-paced. So we all did a bunch of laps, and we just took, a decision to find what would work best for everyone in the time slot. And especially, I know Rui had another scheduled event that he had to do earlier. So just kind of finding a good middle ground that all of us, will be able to perform our best, and, keep us in a safe and consistent place.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now that you've gotten out of the car, 10 minutes till we're completing the first hour of a 6-hour race. It's a longer than usual MTEC race. How do you get yourself settled mentally for the rest of this race?
As much as I want to watch the race, that's always the most nerve-wracking thing, especially when you're outside of the car. You're kind of out of control. So it's just me kind of, helping Brandon out with spotting, just, taking some time for myself to get ready. I know Rui's getting ready. Usually I would do a pre-race ritual with some tea and like a hot bath prior, but I haven't done that yet. So gotta get, just in a calm state that, gets me most prepared, especially, yes, this being 2 hours longer. Definitely a real mental battle, not compared to a 24-hour race, but 2 hours does it. 2 hours extra does a lot, so.
Well, Sarah, thanks for talking to us, and we do hope that we can talk to you again soon.
Mm-hmm.
But congratulations on a great first stint, and we'll see you out there.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you guys for having me, and hopefully we'll be back.
All right, thank you guys. That was Sarah Rabb, who is driving the Spark Virtual Racing machine, currently in the lead of the GT4 machines. Back to you guys.
And we're right now watching the battle between the 165 and the 171. This is for 5th in the GT4 class. Also got some updates on not penalties, but investigations. The one team, that is Demon Tweaks by Esports by Fitsty, currently has Lyndon Swaby in the car. They've been given a warning for their weaving move that we saw a little bit earlier. They have been told a warning has been given, and it will escalate if it happens again. So basically, don't do that anymore. And then the investigation for the 167 team, CGC Motorsports, for avoidable contact. No further action was taken here. So, and that was the one I mentioned before about being let back through. So that decision to let the other car by wound up being very important.
Yes, it really did, Joe. Very heads-up play from that, recognizing they took a little bit of a walk onto the naughty step and backing off down from it as we check back in on this fantastic battle in the GT3s.
Yeah, that's Styles there in the green and red Lamborghini. Kurt Krum now has Pompidou very close, but if he's been paying attention, hopefully they've alerted Krum that there is a penalty on that 33 car, so really doesn't have to fight him too hard. If he gets by, just stay with him and you'll finish ahead of him.
And I think the big thing, Joe, for these guys is, you talk about knowing what's going on with drivers around you. If you're Demon Tweaks, you're Jack Styles right now, having that warning, that could rally you. You kind of just have to put that out of your head and just continue to run your race. But as you mentioned, that Feed Esports team with that penalty, they can't fight too hard with Bombshell. Bombshell can just, let them go. As long as they continue to keep up with the Demon Tweaks car, they can definitely put themselves in a good position here for a solid finish, as we're still not even an hour into this race.
And guys, I just took a look at Feed Esports. They already have a 15-second post-race penalty, but they might be in trouble in a second way because we haven't seen a penalty filed for this yet. But when they were rejoining after their pit stop, they actually clipped the nose of Matt Kingsbury in the Dirt Esport GT4 machine. So, and sent him around. So no protests yet, but it was just an unsafe rejoin from the pit lane, and they might be in trouble for a second time today.
I think we might have it. Let's take a look at this replay here. So here's the pit stop. And then going to be meeting with them as they come out of the pits. Oof. Yeah, that was a pretty solid hit, frankly.
Yeah, he went straight to the apex and just didn't look like he saw him there. And the 121 just trying to recover at that point.
And it was a pretty quick recovery, you got to say. Yeah, he did a full 360, but just on it. Didn't even lose hardly more than a second or two as he continues on through this race. And that is third place in the GT4. So that is definitely important. And you're right, I don't see any protests filed right now on the steward sheet. So maybe they got away a little bit lucky. Maybe they figured no need to try and do anything now. Just focus forward, didn't lose a spot. Let's plug away as this battle has been creeping closer and closer. Krum and Styles, with Kurt having gotten it within 0.2 of a second here coming through Abbey. They go by the lapped car of Leonard Burke, who finishes his pit stop, and not nearly close enough to try and send one into Village for the time being. Maybe into the loop. No, he's not willing to risk it there, but definitely causing Jack Styles to have to think twice about any little mistake. Coming down into Brooklands. Ooh, and he's going to show his nose once again. He's definitely getting in his head at this point. He's trying to do whatever he can to make sure that that number one sweats. Wonder if he's trying to elicit another little fake juke or move out of him if they could get him in trouble, Chad.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where that not only do they know that he's got the warning, you talked about the penalty of the driver behind as well, but knowing that there's that warning on the one car, I think that, if you try to elicit a move that might be any sort of questionable, I think that the steward's going to be looking at that one machine a little bit closer than they might do otherwise. So definitely going to be interesting to watch how that plays out for them and if they can continue to hold on, or if they're just holding up both this Bombshell and Feed Esport Academy car for Team Demon Tweaks.
See if we get anything here. If not, it's getting close to our top 5 rundown of each class in a moment. And yeah, Styles is well clear, so no attack at this stage here on lap 28 into Stowe. So that takes us to our leader of the race currently, and that is Thomas O'Leary. Has been leading since the drop of the green from the pole position. and hasn't really been able to be touched since then. Most other drivers starting to fall away, including the number one, as we said, already got a wag of the finger from the stewards, but no penalty. Now they're going to have to play it safe from here, up to second place from fourth on the grid. They're being chased by Kurt Crum and the Bombshell Racing Team, Odin, number 86. These guys started in third. They're still in third, but they'd like to move up, and they certainly seem to have the speed, but they can't quite manage to get a nose in where they need it right now. Also involved, Thomas Pompidou has been given a penalty, started in second, 15 seconds post-race that they're going to be added, so they need to get ahead of these guys and start to pull away, but they've been stuck back here in fourth for quite some laps. Top five rounded out here in the GT3s by Team Mad with Adam Watson in that number 36 car. And they also got a post-race penalty of 15 seconds. So they're sitting in the naughty seats themselves. Chad, what's the top five, in GT4?
Yeah, currently led by Spark Virtual Racing and Last Lap Motorsports. And that lead has been coming down quite a bit over the last couple of laps. We just talked to Sarah Rabb, the driver that started the race in that car, and she talked about trying to save her as one of the faster drivers on the team for the end of the race. So Brandon Lambert got in the car, has been slowly losing a tenth here and there to Gowan Racing. Gowan now under a second behind them as they continue to work their way around in second place. Then the 111 of Racing Turtles in the third spot. Team Dirty Sport just got passed by that 111 machine, and we'll have to see if a penalty doesn't come down for the spin that Dirty Sport was involved in earlier. And wrapping up the top five is Precision Racing Esports Black, currently piloted by Jeff Evans.
Back in the TCR category, it is Elias Roman and the Bombshell Racing Team Loki Machine, who's been able to pull out about a 6-second advantage over Lars Weil and the M-Plower MTEC number 287 rather. Behind him, it's the 268 of Andy Fox for TechSense Fitsty Apollo. A driver change going on during the course of their last pit stop. In fourth place, it's Ryan Carwile on the Bombshell Racing Team Thor Machine, and he has got a pretty big gap built up to the tune of about 3 seconds to Dominic Eisenberg in the Twin Turn Sim Racing number 295.
And that's going to take us to the 1 hour mark. If we can get away to a break, because there's an attack from Kurt Crum. Let's hold for just 1 second and see if he can manage to get by the best run he's had yet. And this might be second place for this team that has wanted it for so long. Down to the inside and some lap traffic off in front of them on top of things that could play a part. Will this act as a pick? It does. And Kurt Crum moves into second just as we had to break here on GSRC. Stick around because there's 5 more hours to go here in the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. Welcome back to Silverstone. As you can see on your screen, we've got quite the battle going on for third in the GT3s, but it's still Thomas O'Leary who is leading that class. We've got Brandon Lambert who is leading, or excuse me, Nicholas Gowan actually leading in the GT4s. He overtook Brandon Lambert a couple laps ago on screen if you're watching. Elias Roman leads in the TCRs. But man, Jack Stiles and Thomas Pompidou have been in a little bit of a tussle. Some of the traffic almost looking like it's going to come into play at times, but Pompidou not taking it. Wonder if he knows with that penalty over his head, it's not worth making any risky moves.
Yeah, I think that just the way that this race has gone on, you know, we still have 5 hours remaining. I think that you can just kind of be a little bit more patient with it, and you don't need to force anything like we might have seen towards the end of one of these events. But overall, the way that this race has settled out, I think these guys have kind of gotten a feel for things, and now that we've lapped through traffic a couple of times, they really know when they're able to make those passes and get those moves done.
They cut across Woodcut. They are allowed to do that. That is still considered within bounds here in this version of the track. Past the TCR once again, compromising their lines for a little bit, but they get through cleanly. What this has done is meant that Kurt Crum is about a second and a half up the road. He's been taking advantage of their back and forth squabbling quite a bit. And man, look, the traffic is just not playing nice here with Stiles and Pompidou. In fact, this is a great opportunity. Are we going to go 4 wide? No. Backing out of it as Thomas decides it's not worth it. Instead, maybe setting himself up for 3 wide here to the inside. Hutchison trying to stay out of the way, gets to the apex before Stiles can shut the door. And that is finally third place for the 33 machine.
A little flash of the lights from Jack Stiles as he tucks back into now the 4th position and absolutely clobbers those curbs there. But man, they are doing everything that they can to not only get through this lap traffic, but not lose time to the cars around them.
And look at Pompidou. He's gone 0.7 of a second in a couple corners. He used that traffic extremely well. And now Jack Stiles is falling away. So that's good because remember, the 33 team has a 15-second penalty. So whoever they pass, they need to be 15 seconds ahead to really truly have that position. They need to start making inroads on that. In fact, to get that position, they need to be in second place because Kurt Crum is still in front of them. And it's 20 seconds up to Thomas O'Leary.
That's surprising the way that that gap has gotten so large, because not too long ago it seemed like these guys were all nose to tail, and now that 20-second gap opened up. But right now, I think that that's one of the closest battles on the track as we continue to work our way around the Silverstone circuit, and these guys, they are just making these laps click off, and just can't wait to see what these next 4 hours and 50 minutes have in store for us.
And on screen, briefly, we saw another one of those battles in GT4 for third place, Marin and Kingsbury, Matt Kingsbury specifically, as we've got 2 of them out here. And they're coming up on that battle. This is Kurt Crum, who's going to be lapping them in a second. There they are in the yellow and orange. And coming up towards Stowe Corner. Now, this is not like you'd see with prototypes and GT3 cars where they're going to be a huge difference in lap times. They're pretty close to one another, especially about a long lap like this, although that does force Crum to go a little wide. That's one of those spots you can get a slowdown penalty if you're not careful. Oh, and contact between himself and Marin as well.
And Marin's not going to take that lightly. He has been engaged in this battle with Kingsbury for a very long time, as there the other Porsche GT3 able to work its way by.
Yeah, that's going to be Pompidou, who now finally gets clear, already about 1.3 seconds past Stiles behind him, who's having to interrupt that fight momentarily down into Village. Goes the long way around there into the loop, and unfortunately that's just going to slow both of them up just when Marine needs the exit speed. But I don't think Kingsbury is close enough. No, Matt, who I thought was going to have a beautiful run, has nothing.
And the thing about Kingsbury is we saw it earlier. He got spun by another car that was exiting the pits. He was 20 seconds up the road. He had second place all by his lonesome, but instead now he's fighting back here for the last step of the podium as he's lost a little bit of time already to the cars in front.
And just allowing Adam Watson to go through in that 36. Cameron Marine finds himself able to focus on his racing line once more. Still no new protests, despite some dramas that we have seen out there. We'll see if any of those pop up, and we'll let you know as soon as they do. In fact, we still have all 32 cars racing right now that started this event. Leonard Burke, currently your last one, running 13th in his class in the GT4s, and 8 laps down from the leaders. Looks like I think he's appears to be 5 laps down from his class leader too. So we switch over to Burke and take a glance at him as we now come over to our leader in the TCRs, Elias Roman in the 286. This has extended significantly from earlier in the race, 6.8 seconds over Veal. And that's the same drivers that we had at the start, DJ. So I'm a bit surprised that it has gapped that much.
Yeah, I am too, Joe. And, you know, they both basically pitted at the same time, so it's not like I think that Veal would be trying to do a longer pit stop strategy, but we have seen this sort of breakaway a little bit more over the course of races from Elias Roman. He likes to build out a lead early on. Vile and Andy Fox and that Empower, MTEC, and TechSense FitSty Apollo team, they like to come on a little stronger later in the race, and so this is definitely not done yet for them, but a very healthy gap nonetheless for Elias Roman.
We're getting close to the next pit stops for the GT4s as well. They were some of the first to try and come in and get service, as the last set of stops were on lap 18, it looks like, for them. And we're on lap 32 for those drivers. There is Gowan in the McLaren, still being chased by the Spark Virtual Racing Machine, but Brandon Lambert, having taken over for Sarah Rabb, is already, looks like, 3.6 seconds back, so definitely bleeding a little time.
Yeah, and Joe, I want to talk about that for a little bit. We talked to Sarah Rabb, and she was talking about the pace being very similar between herself and her teammates. But just looking at Brandon's lap times compared to Sarah's, they're about, on average, about 1.5 seconds slower per lap. And so while Sarah was able to pull a 10-second gap over Gowan over the course of a stint, since getting into the car, coming out of the pits, they're about 7 seconds ahead, and it's now they've now been passed and are out to about a 4.5 second gap up to Gowan ahead. So I think Sarah was a little bit underplaying her pace around here at Silverstone, and that's definitely why we've seen this lead battle separate in the way that it has.
Makes me wonder, we got to watch out for Rui when he gets in the car, as Lambert just had an issue actually almost going off at the loop. Thankfully kept it on the track, but lost a few more tenths in the process. There he is on screen in his Porsche Cayman. But yeah, depending on how fast Rui is, that almost makes me wonder if they're going to make Sarah their anchor today.
She did mention in their interview she will be the anchor of this team, so it'll be great to see her get out there and finish. And from watching these drivers, I'm affiliated in one form or fashion with the Last Lap Motorsports team, and just from talking to them throughout the week, it seems like Rui does have a little bit more pace than Brandon in the car, so we just have to wait and see how that plays out once he gets back in there. And the other thing that we haven't really mentioned in quite some time, and I'll knock on wood for this one, but we haven't talked about if that caution comes, how will it impact things to bunch everybody back up?
Well, that's the million-dollar question as we look at Karim Marine in the 111 with Kingsbury hot on his heels, 0.8 of a second behind. One of our closest battles out on track. This one and the battle for second in the GT3s remain two of the tightest currently. So everybody else kind of settling into this endurance race, which you'd kind of expect. We talked about how frantic it was at the start, how aggressive some of the drivers were racing one another, and now we've all spread apart as someone's in. That's our leader in the GT4s. That is Nicholas Gowan. The 108 is on the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Gowan into the lane for the Gowan Racing team. This is Nicholas Gowan who's coming in, and we will see whether or not we get a driver change for them this time around. Gowan, Nicholas was the leadoff driver for them, so as they come into the pits, Brandon Lambert does go by, and it looks like Nicholas is going to stay in the car yet again, so triple stint for Nicholas as he takes fuel and tires in that GT4 machine.
Obviously going a little bit long here for the first half of the race. You can see the car waiting on the tires to be put on as the clock ticks up. So will we see any of the others in that GT4 class also come in? So far, not seeing many. It's taken a long time for the rest of them to get through as well. We just had Kingsbury and Marine go by. Now Jeff Evans, Swaby has finally overtaken them, and Gowan is picking up. So it looks like the leaders in that GT4 class, DJ, have got some pretty good pace. That he's only going to fall to 6th here on the second stop.
Yeah, that's a pretty remarkable pace, but I have to say that's a very, very early pit stop. Not at all what I would have expected as we watch now the Apex Racing Group Atlantis coming in. It concerns me a little bit. Let's not say concerns. It baffles me a little bit that they'd be coming in that early, but clearly that team knows what they're doing, and they think they potentially have been able to slot out in some clean air maybe and just avoid a few things, and that may be why they came in so early.
And in the V Apex Racing Group Atlantis team, Andy Banfield has given the car over to Jeff Yeager, who's going to be hopping in there. These driver swaps have been taking a while today, guys, so it's possible that a driver swap is going to cost you more time than you would expect. So a 36.8 second stop for Jeff Yeager coming out of the pits, and that's about what we've come to expect for driver swaps so far this race.
So what we've been told by iRacing. Oh, and Gowan just spun. Gowan is off. This is through Abby, I think. It's either Abby or Cops. I think it might be Cops, actually. Yeah, that looks like Cops. He is going to get it rolling. But that means that, is this Ramadan? Yeah, this is Ramadan, who's going to be able to get through at least one position lost in multiple seconds.
Lambert's in the lane, so Spark Virtual Racing is responding to what Gowan did. They're going to do fuel and tires as well. Lambert looks like he's going to stay in the car here, but with that spin, this might make up all the time that they lost.
Yeah, this is great news for the 125. Here's the replay, and the little bit of traffic. I don't think there was contact. No, not at all. Maybe just a little distracted by the GT3 Mercedes behind him. And that sent the McLaren into a whirl and eventually getting back without hitting anything, but that's not good news.
Jeff Evans is in as well from the Precision Racing Esports Black Machines. Gives over the car to Nicholas Schwartz as Lambert comes back out of the pits. Lambert will, in fact, leave the pits ahead of Gowan, but it's going to be very close between the two of them.
Speaking of things being close, it was Pompidou versus Kurt Crum not long ago, and he's now fallen away from Kurt and into the clutches of Jack Stiles. In fact, we've got a very close run here down the hangar straight, and I think Jack might try an attack. In fact, yes, he is, just in time, managing to sneak to the inside of Pompidou, side by side, through Stowe Corner. Pompidou is going to be able to fend him off and keep him at bay for the time being. But now comes yet more traffic. That's Jeff Yeager for the V Apex Atlantis car.
Yeah, this lap traffic is going to be crucial. You see there Jack Stiles looking all over, trying to find a better run any way he can. Peeks to the inside there, tucks back in line for the slipstream. Is he going to think about a move diving down to the corner? He does not, and he's still going to just stay in line once again.
Not sure what happened to Thomas here, because he was pulling away, and now suddenly it's like there's nothing in the car, and he's under threat.
Sorry, Joe. Jeff Yeager has crashed the V Apex Racing Group Atlantis machine.
And that was the one that we just saw.
This was off the nose of Team Mad's Adam Watson.
Ooh, Team Mad's already got a penalty too. And they didn't hit anything other than each other. So I think it's a light enough touch they'll be able to get away with it. Here's the replay. This is out of Abbey. Just enough to send him around. And looks like we have more of our GT4 drivers in Dirt Esport. Racing Turtles 111, Kinetic 165, all taking service currently. So I believe this is going to allow Lambert in the Spark VR car to be able to cycle back into the lead. Yes, indeed. They are now at the front. Gowan is behind them. Let's get a gap because I don't know if we mentioned this quite yet now that they took their stop. The gap is about 5.5 seconds.
Absolutely, and no driver changes for Dirt Esports, Kinetic Racing, MTEC 165, and the Racing Turtles 111. Berard Grudering is also in with the Black Tree Racing machine into the pits as Matt Kingsbury leaves. So we'll see whether or not Black Tree Race Crew makes their own driver change, and it looks like they're not going to. So actually, yes, they are. So Berard is going to give way to Jeffrey Belk, who's going to be taking that 112 around the track now.
And hopefully returning pretty quickly. So who are we waiting on a second stop? Looks like nobody because the rest of them are now in. So the GT4s complete their laps. And as I was saying earlier about lap 36, first one came on lap 18. So that is a little bit more of what we expected. I kind of wonder, Adam, if this is already some of them trying to work backwards to be able to pit earlier to cover themselves off in case of a caution.
That's my best guess, but I would save that option for when you're in a bad traffic scenario later on. I just am a little concerned that taking this opportunity this early is going to actually lead to more issues later on in the race because you're kind of not giving yourself an option at this point. So that's one of the things that I'm a little bit concerned about. It's definitely a viable strategy, but I would give myself the option and run this strategy later through the race because remember, we still have over 4.5 hours to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep going long, you could always decide to later go earlier. But once you go earlier, you can't go long because you're stuck going long from then on.
And Joe, the Racing Turtles 111 machine is on the lane for 2.5 seconds. They've been there for quite a while. And Karim is the only driver on that team at the moment. And they just got out of the, Karim just got out of the car and they're done, Joe. The checkered flag has just shown up and they are done racing this session.
I'm not sure what elicited that. Yeah, 2.5 minutes I'm seeing now. And also, I think a driver chain, for Lehman and the Mueller Motorsports Blue, switching with, looks like Van den Sprang, who is getting into that car as we come back to this battle once again. For third position, Feed Esports leading Demon Tweaks. Going to go by a little bit of traffic once again. Andy Fox and the Texans Fitstye Apollo car. Going to thankfully be able to keep that Audi out of the way of the leaders who overtake him. Ooh, and Van den Sprang is now out and back racing in the 153. So the Mueller Motorsports blue car is on the track once more. And this is held up Jack Stiles. He was within half a second. It's now up to 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, and it's just another example of just catching traffic at the exact wrong moment as he tries to work his way back up there. He's shown bits of brilliance while working his way through. Now he has to do it all over again and catch back up as now Pompidou is getting caught up by Nicholas Schwartz and Lyndon Swaby, the two cars, now that he has to navigate his way through.
Yeah, so letting each of them kind of take their racing line, but unfortunately that's in front of Stiles. Swaby swings a little wide, and it may have just taken an off track just to save himself some hassle as Jack Stiles now looking for something to help him out. Maybe this will do it. A TCR down through Maggots and Beckett's. He sneaks in, and that does indeed do it. The one is back in the game. You can see them continuing to try to stay out of each other's way down the hangar straight, but this has lightened things up a tear as the number one make sure that the Feed Esports Academy car cannot rest on their laurels. Wonder if they're trying to get yet more mistakes out of them after they've already been given that penalty.
And Joe, second place in the GT3s is in from Bombshell Racing Team Odin. Kurt Crum into the pit lane. This is an on-time pit stop for him, considering they pitted a lap early last time as well, so this would put them on time for their pit stop. So Kurt Crum not taking tires this time either for Kurt, but it is going to be a driver change. James C. Walker is going to jump into the Bombshell Racing Team Odin machine, and he will take the 86 through their next stint.
All right, so starting to see some of the top teams swap them out here as that battle for third goes by. Matt Kingsbury and the Dirt Esport 121 down into Brooklands. These two have been glued together for what feels like about an hour. I think it might actually be an hour at this point because it's lasted through the pit stops. Still sort of stuck behind that number 33. Demon Tweak's team started this race from fourth, currently sitting in that third position, having inherited it now from the pit stop there for the Odin team. James Walker, as we mentioned, taking over for that car. He's actually just returned to the track himself. A little bit of a slide there from the Porsche of Pompidou coming through Maggots and Beckett's. Ooh, he's gaining on him. He's gaining on him. He's going to look for it. Door is left open, but Pompidou looks like he is not going to let him through this time. Braking for Vale, and as close as he is, seems like the number one has been frustrated by the lack of opportunities to try and attack and successfully overtake that 33 team. Now we've got, looks like PG-13 car 2 on the lane.
Yeah, Nikhil Kopkar coming into the lane right now for PG-13 car 2, and PG-13 car 1 follows in pursuit as well with Colin Weatherholt. So both of them are going to pull into their boxes, and it looks like it's going to be fuel only for PG-13 car 2 as well. It's the number 56 car in the lane, and a driver change. Justin Kirby is going to hop into PG-13 car 2 to take over from the previous driver, and we've got Colin Weatherholt, who looks like he's going to actually also switch out to Trent Brown in PG-13 car 1. So both of the PG-13 cars still on the same strategy. They were nose to tail at the beginning of this race, Joe, but they've fallen apart by about 5 seconds up after this point. And so now they're taking tires after the fuel stop, actually, for PG-13 car 2 to take tires to stop.
And fascinating battle that we're watching on screen as Styles was trying to attack down into Brooklands, but couldn't quite pry it away from Pompidou. But he's got him thinking twice here. He's got him watching those mirrors now. Question is, can he finally get that pass done? Needs to retake it, if anything, because remember, Thomas was behind him some laps ago and managed to get by, has not given it back after that. And Styles has been stuck in this spot following the 33. He's got a good run here. So this is going to be a move, a little bit of a fade there, but all fair from Pompidou, who keeps the one from managing to get by, but now he goes a little bit wide on the exit as they switch back, and both are going to be coming into pit.
That's because Thomas O'Leary, he came into the pits in the Scuderia Laundry Basket machine, and is also going to be swapping over for Alistar Cashpool, who's going to be taking over that 69 machine in the lead of the race. We got the Feed Esports, Demon Tweaks, and Team Mad cars all into the lane as well. So there you see Team Mad rounding the corner. We've got Thomas Pompidou in the Feed Esports Academy machine with Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitzsty, with Jack Styles tucked in behind those two. It's going to be interesting. Both of them hitting their boxes at exactly the same time. So we're seeing tires there for Feed Esports from Thomas Pompidou. So an interesting decision to do the tires first, possibly, and then the fuel. So wonder whether there's a possible time save you can make there. We did have a driver change from Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitstye, with Gareth Mesham getting in the car. VRS Satellite Racing is also into the pits, with Ryan Wasilewski still in that machine, as the Scuderia Laundry Basket exits the lane. The 69 is still in the lead of this race.
Unless they changed around the order, I could have sworn fuel is first and then tires for the cars. It's always been that way in iRacing, and I'm trying to understand how exactly that has changed. But Team Mad is now in the pits. Wasilewski, looks like Ray Kingsbury for the Last Lap Motorsports car. And this is going to be the second stop for almost all of the GT3 field. We're just waiting on Vincent Laherbier to bring the Kinetic 66 machine down in.
And Joe, the Feed Esports has been in there for quite a while. Thomas Pompidou, a 1:22-second stop. So I'm not sure whether he's serving a penalty, but he was in there for a long time. So Feed Esports from third on track down to 10th.
It sounds like Chad's got an update on the championship situation. Chad's, what's the numbers?
It's pretty close all around. Spark Last Lap Motorsports right now has a 15-point advantage over Precision Black. But if they do end up losing that second position back to Gowan Racing once again, they will actually be tied for the overall championship there in the GT4 class. I'm checking on the tiebreaker at the moment, but if they do end up finishing in that second spot, as Brandon Lambert,
that was Spark Racing.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. So that means that Gowan is passed, and that means we're on a tie. But has the Spark team won yet this season?
I don't believe that they have. They've had a bunch of bad luck that has really cost them this season.
Yeah, they have not. In fact, the top three in points only see one win amongst them in the GT4 class. It's been that wild up there. As there's the spin, and that means that's the lead change right there amongst them. And then,
yeah, this is the PG-13 car 2, number 50, car 1, number 31. There he goes around. So another, the PG-13 car 31 having an issue as well.
Also, developments from the stewards, a drive-through penalty for the 36. Their 15-minute penalty has been changed because they've had another incident, contact with the 166. That's what we saw a little earlier, spun. And I believe that was one of our McLarens that we saw having that happen. So now they are going to have to serve that, and the 36 is going to go farther down the order. They are currently sitting in fourth.
And Joe, as we've been talking about this, the TCRs have been getting their pit stops done as well. Texans Fitstye Apollo of Andy Fox, the M Plower MTEC of Mats Borge Anderson has come in and out of pit lane. Bombshell Racing Team Thor with Brandon Hagman behind the wheel has come in and out, as well as Dale Green in the Sector 5 Blackball machine. So the TCR is getting their pit stops done right now.
Not sure if this is going to shake up the order, though. I haven't seen much variance in the strategy down up to this point, unless someone's being sneaky on us. But looks like Loki will continue in the lead, and Apollo comes out in second. Yeah, as Borg Anderson and the 287 will continue in third, and that is all of them having finished their stops.
You are correct, Joe, and there wasn't any shuffling in the order, but the only thing that really did happen is the top three in that TCR category a little bit closer together now. Bombshell Racing Team Loki, there, you can see them all on the old pit straight. It's brought them in closer. Those gaps were pushing upwards near of 4 or 5 seconds, and they're now all down around 2 seconds. So the race could be on here in a little while's time.
Watching Andrew Mickey now taking over for Roman. And we got a car in pit lane, I believe. Yep, that is the 36 team. serving their penalty. And remember, this is a drive-through, so they shouldn't have to stop. In fact, they can't stop, or else it'll be an even longer penalty added to it. And there they go.
I don't remember whether you explained this, Joe, but this penalty was elevated because of their previous time penalty, so that's why they had to take it during the race rather than having the post-race 15-second penalty. So having completed that drive-through, they're back out and going, but yeah, that's a hard break for them. That was 23 seconds down the lane.
So Justin Kirby in PG-13 car 2 manages to get by. The other PG-13 car is not doing as handy. They're in 9th right now, and that number 31 coming off of the loop. Usually they're so close together. We saw that earlier in this race, how they tend to run in a bit of a pack of 2, but they can't right now.
Something to note, Joe, is on that last sequence of pit stops, Greg Kingsbury and the Last Lap Motorsports machine, they made up 3 spots from where they were running before just because of the penalty to the Feed Esports car, as well as what we just saw happen to PG-13 car 1. So definitely a huge improvement there for the championship leader. They currently run in 6th position.
So we watch them now into the Maggots and Beckett sequence. So one of our Spark cars there, the 52. Ray Kingsbury doing what they can to bring this one home. Has not swapped drivers yet. Of course, we mentioned a little bit earlier, Blake Reynolds sharing the car with him, as they have usually done so far in this season. We're trying to investigate to see how a tie would get broken in this series, as we got another McLaren off from the GT4s. Who is this?
This is CGC Motorsports' Daniel Guggenberger.
Yeah, the 167. And it looked like that was in Brooklyn's solo spin. So don't really need a replay on this one. Just rear of the car, came around. And thankfully, everybody avoided him. Dale Green and Nick Gowan able to find an opening on either side just as that car came to a halt. And our leader, now Alistair Catchpole, inside, taking over for Thomas O'Leary on the 69 Scuderia Laundry Basket car.
Yeah, this Scuderia Laundry Basket car has been out front the entire time. They've got a 23-second lead now, and they are just absolutely flying through the laps out here and making it look easy, as they've just completed their lap number 48, or they're working on lap number 48 at the moment, as we approach just over 4 hours and 21 minutes remaining. Man, this race starting to really settle in here for the time being.
Yep, and they're the leader. Andrew Mickey in the TCRs, about half a second ahead of the 268. Now, DJ, you've been watching this. I wonder if we could get a lap comparison for some of our TCRs. And we have one missing. I think that's due to pit stops, maybe.
It is indeed, Joe. And Andy Fox in that TechSense FitzDye Apollo machine has just been absolutely booking it. He has been closing in on Andrew Mickey hand over fist here, trying to close in. And as you can see, he is now in effective draft range. He is right up behind him.
Yeah, that was looking much more solid for the Bombshell Loki team earlier on in this race. But driver changes often can mean a little bit of pace change out there. And some drivers quicker than others. Big slide through the through Cops. No longer the first turn. I almost said that. As the 268 is going to have to regather and get some of those lost car lengths.
And partially as a result of this, I noted that MPower MTEC machine, remember, that was handed over to Mats Borg Anderson, thought they may be able to close in a little bit as well, but TechSense FitzDye Apollo just absolutely pulling away. That gap has remained at about 2 seconds. So these two are going to have to be careful, though, up front, Bombshell Racing Team Loki and TechSense. If they get close, they're not going to want to battle too much, because MPower will be able to catch in.
Yeah, half watching this and then half watching Adam Watson in the 36 after their penalty, regaining on Justin Kirby for P4 in the GT3s. Both are looking mighty close, but this is for the lead, so let's stay here. And he's now within less than half a second. If he gets a good run out of Aintree, DJ, this is going to be a great opportunity to attack.
It's going to be a fantastic opportunity to attack, and a little bit sideways there was Andrew Mickey. Here he comes. Andy Fox trying to put the screws to him. He's going to be forced to go the long way around here, looking for a little bit of a crossover, but that's not going to happen. Now goes back down to the inside into the loop. He's trying to get it. This is exactly what that TechSense car needs to do.
And it was very close at the same time between Watson and Kirby, but those did not have a switch around either. Here we go again between P1 and P2 in the TCRs. Down the Wellington straight. No, there was not enough slipstream there. Anderson back in third, hungrily watching this one, thinking maybe he could get to the top spot.
Exactly. He is very much watching on the back of it, just keeping a good eye out to see if there is anything to be gained up here as they go down under the old pit straight now, working their way along. Not close enough to have a move into cops.
Yeah, but the more he puts this pressure on, the more chances he's going to have to try and get by. So just has to hang out here, just has to make sure and fill the mirrors of that 286. And apologies, I was wrong. The 36 did pass the 56, so Watson was able to go by Kirby along the hangar straight last lap. And that has changed hands. Speaking of the hangar straight, here we go. Picking up speed, 120 miles an hour, giving a big lift to Andy Fox. And as close as he comes, he wants it, but he's not gutsy enough to try and attack from that far behind into Stowe.
But I like the aggression here from Andy Fox. But as I predicted, look at that. Mads Borg Anderson coming right up behind in that M-Power MTEC machine. This is now a three-way battle.
All right, then. So will they get a fourth? Not likely. It's about 20 seconds back to that 288, the Bombshell Thor car. These guys have absolutely run away, but let's not forget, we still haven't had a first caution as our leader in the GT3s makes a bit of an aggressive move down into Abbey. Catchpole is able to at least pass cleanly. So there we go. The 69 is past all three of them. Mickey tries to turn it a little bit early, and there's a hello from Fox letting him know he's there.
This is where these TCRs get a little bit TCR-y, a little bit bumpy, reminding everybody that these are kind of touring cars. Down the Wellington straight, here comes Andy Fox. He wants it.
And he's gonna try and send it, but just can't get to the apex. A little wide coming off of it. Mickey, is he starting to find himself a little shaken by all this? Fox tries to poke underneath with the crossover, and he's got a little bit of it. He's got the overlap. No, shutting the door. Andrew Mickey will not let him have the inside.
No, he will not. A very stout defense there for Andrew Mickey, not letting anything go through. And now it's 1, 2, 3 for the lead in the TCRs.
And I think this is a great opportunity to get a 2-for-1 from Mats in the 287. Just has to time it right. Nothing doing this time down into Maggots and Beckett's. So they come off of the last right-hander, sweeping left now out of Chapel and onto the hangar straight. Who's got the better run? It looks to me like Mats Anderson is going to get the best of the three as they pick up the pace, head for the braking. All of them just off to the right, driver's right, to try and hold on to that lead and defend, but nobody able to make the overtake until now, as Mickey goes wide, forces himself to have to cover off the inside once again. Andy Fox trying the long way around, which is going to switch back to the inside. First change of the lead in some time as they elbow each other out of the way, and Andy Fox is your new leader. It's going to be 2 positions down. Oh no, they tangle. Mats Anderson coming together. Another little hello from Mickey. He did not like that.
No, he did not, and he did not like losing 2 positions there in the course of one little mini straight. But I've got to say, coming through Stowe, that was really an accident of his own doing, because what happened was he just got a little bit sideways on the entrance of the corner, and here comes Anderson.
I said he could have 2 for 1. It wasn't quite in the same corner. He tries to cover off the inside once again, blocking Aintree, both of them down to the very inside of the track, and that sends them wide as Matt manages to hold the lead. Andy Fox finds himself back in second place again. They've got Nicholas Gowan in the GT4 who goes in a little deep, and that's going to absolutely put Andy Fox off into the runoff.
Oh, what was a fantastic battle, ending in absolute tears there for Andy Fox. And I think he may have just a wee bit of damage on that TCR.
We were hearing he may have actually had a slowdown penalty in all of that as well, which he was supposed to serve, but now that's gone because he went off into the runoff. It's all been happening at once here, and I think this has calmed down maybe just a little bit, for the TCR lead. Chad, you've got an update on the 56 that has had some drama while we were gone.
Yeah, we were just talking about we missed the pass off camera as Team Mad got back by to the 4th spot over PG-13 car 2. And right now, Justin Kirby just absolutely hemorrhaging time. After they got past, they are now lost 5.5 seconds over the last couple laps to Team Mad, and they had a little bit of a door-to-door kerfuffle with the Team Dirty Sport 121 GT4 car. So they have definitely been kind of just having their hands full for the last couple of laps, and they continue just to lose time as they are now having the 33 Feats Esport Academy machine now just over 3 seconds behind them.
Oh, is this Gowan again?
Yes, it is, Joe. Gowan's gone around again at the front of the GT4 field, just clipped the inside of Stowe there, and ended up spinning around in front of our lead TCR field battle.
Wow.
And fortunately for them, though, they are still about 2 seconds ahead of Brandon Lambert in that 125 car. So they definitely have a little bit of a gap that they can play with. I don't think you want to be losing it that way, but no harm, no foul. They still maintain the lead.
Yeah, and Chad, an update on the tiebreak situation. It looks like it would come down to wins and then top 5s as far as sorting it out. So it's definitely going to be close for Gowan and Spark Virtual Racing.
Oof. And so Spark has still got to try and take this one back to make it more of a sure thing for them. It's been a minute since we've seen any protest file, and I have a feeling that spreadsheet is going to start coming alive in a moment as we go 3 wide with one of each of the classes, GT3, GT4, and TCR down the Wellington Straight, just to give you a perfect visual example of the differences in speed. Boy, we're getting real spits and spurts in this race. There'll be times where it calms down, DJ, and then suddenly it seems like every single battle happens at once.
Yeah, we can't just focus in on one battle at a time, Joe, because as you say, they all seem to fire off at once. But some really fantastic action out here today, and I'm kind of excited that we still have 4 hours of this left. We've got more driver changes coming in. That we've seen how that can change the complexion of the race. Everything still to play for.
Absolutely. And we might have at least one pit stop coming up soon. Gowan Racing 14 laps ago. So will they pit yet another time in the next 4 laps? 18 laps is the longest we've seen anybody go at this stage in the GT4s. We're watching right now. That's Catchpole on your screen, the leader in the GT3s. The 69 is actually way ahead of everybody else. 23.5 seconds to Bombshell Odin back there. And I don't think that's due to any alternate strategy. I think that's down to pace.
I definitely think that pace could play a huge factor in that. They have just been able to work their way through traffic without issue. They haven't really pit off sequence or within the realm of just about everybody that's pitted around them. So they're doing a fantastic job just running in, no matter who's been in that car. They've just been clicking off laps. And by the way, we mentioned that tiebreaker for the GT4s. That would end up going to Precision Racing Esports Black. If it were to end up in a tie, they do have more top 5 finishes on the season. Neither of those two teams tied right now would have a win on the season.
Yeah, they've got Nick Schwartz in the car, having taken over for Evans a couple laps ago. And I feel for the CMSRacing.com 199 machine, because there you saw he was just lapped once again. Still sitting 31st overall. The only DNF we've had was Racing Turtles 111, Kareem Marin, who we're still not sure what exactly happened there. And that has promoted the 199 team up a single position in about 2 hours.
Indeed it has, Joe. As we focus in on now one of the closer battles out on track, this is for the lead of GT4 as they work their way past the leader in the TCRs. This is that Gowan racing machine, that McLaren, and the Spark Virtual Racing car as well. There was a little bit of contact there with the MPower MTEC machine, I'm hearing.
Yeah, if we watch from above, this was the Spark Virtual Racing team coming together with MTEC MPower. This was coming into the Maggots and Beckett sequence just before. I saw that too on our cameras, that there was just a little hop from the 287, and I was like, that was weird. But it was hard to tell from that angle what caused it. We'll need to back up just a little bit. Oh, as we've gone to the spin there from Anderson there. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is going to be it. If we look from above, we'll be able to see the contact here. Watch the Porsche and the Audi right there.
You know, I've got to put a little bit of blame there on the Porsche. That Audi, the TCR, held its line pretty well, and the Spark Virtual Racing machine drifting across. I think just a little bit of miscommunication, no harm, no foul, obviously, but just tried to take a little bit of a wider line there to be able to get a better entry into Maggots.
We got to remember that the 125 team has got the bit between its teeth right now, trying to chase down Gowan in the 108. So they need every little bit they can. They're probably way more focused forward than in their mirrors. Maybe they didn't completely get the clear and didn't notice it. So we see the black, white, and gold Porsche chasing the gray and black McLaren with Nicholas Gowan taking that Gowan racing car since the drop of the green, around in the lead of the GT4s. A little too far ahead here on the old pit straight for any sort of attack this time, but this is much closer than it was just a few laps ago after Gowan's recent spin.
Yeah, that spin has really changed the complexion of the race. And as you said, Spark Virtual Racing just having the bit between their teeth here, it's really quite amazing what can happen if you see a car in front of you, just how harder that can make you push.
Yeah, it seems like finally Lambert's been able to pick up the pace a little bit, and that has paid dividends. So we are almost to our next mark. Looks like Jeff Yeager's in the pits, and I think this is an early stop. Was there an incident out there?
Yeah, Jeff Yeager in the pits right now from the Apex Racing Group Atlantis team. And yeah, it's just a very interesting pit stop for them. It does seem quite early for those GT3s for sure, and they don't have any penalties that they're serving. And speaking of that, Gowan's in, so this is on time for them.
Yep, 18 laps in, I believe.
So Gowan, after doing that short stop the second time around, this is their regular stop. So Nicholas Gowan going to be parking it and going up on the jacks. We'll see whether or not he does a driver change. And yes, so Josh Gowan will enter the car for the first time today, as Nicholas did that triple stint. We also have, yeah, so Jeff Yeager still in the pits right now, serving a long pit stop. So possibly a penalty for them.
Yeah, that would explain. And they do have incident count penalties. They are the first 50, and they are given a penalty, and then every 10 after that. They don't have a limit, so once you get up there, you better start respecting the track boundaries, or else you're going to have to be giving a lot of them. So the Gowan brothers switch off, and Josh is now out on the track. He's down to 5th place. So hands it away, but they're on an alternate strategy compared to the 125 team. And that's what's going to be curious, because they've got about 2 more laps from what we can tell that they need to come in. And now that they're not battling them directly on track, is their pace that maybe they could jump them in clear air?
I think that part of that's going to be what does the how quickly can Josh get acclimated to the conditions, to the car, and how everything is going. But thankfully, he did not merge into a bunch of traffic, so he does have that clean racetrack to kind of get things sorted out.
Coming out of left field now, and Cops, go ahead.
Sorry, Joe. Gallon Racing has been protested for the incident that we saw with the little bit of contact between the TCR and the GT4, I believe. So this is a different incident. I'm gonna have to take a look at it.
No, that's something else.
Yeah, Gallon Racing under a very, very interesting.
It was the 125 that made the contact that we replayed there, and I'm not sure which incident this is referring to with the 108. So let's we'll do some searching on that, and then we'll try and come back to it later to see.
Oh.
Did you find it?
I did find it, and it's a big incident.
Uh-oh.
This is a huge incident between Gowan and
The 268, that's Texans Fitzdie Apollo, the other car, the TCR involved.
Yeah, I was wondering why they were 7 seconds back, and now I know. Here's the replay. Take a look at this. So this is during that 3-wide battle that we saw. You're going to see Gowan approaching quickly in the background. There he is. And so there's a lot of squabbling back and forth between the TCR leaders. And the 268 is ahead. So here it is a little bit further forward.
Oh,
and
this one. We did see this one, yeah.
So just a deep send from Gowan. Oh, I don't know. I don't see how they could get away with that one, Joe.
No, that was a dive bomb. No, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a slam dunk. Well, we're watching it and seeing what the stewards have to say in the end. I was also a little bit curious about that elbows out racing that we saw. Almost looked like one of the drivers kind of weaved back across. In fact, I think that was the bombshell Loki team that looked like it came across to give an intentional rub, which can be dangerous on iRacing because that can go bad so easily. But I don't like to put words in the mouths of drivers or actions into their hands because we don't know what the motivation was for that move. But it made me flinch a little bit. So
this is a look.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a look at 7th in the overall in the GT3 class. That's and that's your championship leader going around. Have to try to look at another angle, see what contact might have happened there. But that was your championship leader round. And I was just getting ready to say, this car has looked like it's been struggling today. Normally we see them out in the front of the field the entire race, and today Ray has not had the pace that we typically see out of him. I know that he has had a very busy week. There's significant damage to the left front of that car as well.
And somebody else off. This is a McLaren. That was through Stowe. So that's one of our GT4 drivers. That is Guggenberger.
That was P2. Or no, that was further down. P2 in the TCR, though, is an intense battle heating up there as well. Here, let's take a look at the replay there. I believe this is going to be, this is what we just saw between Spark and...
Yeah, Wash made contact. A little ghost contact, though, it does look like, I will say. Not sure how they'd say on that one. It was a little bit of a late move, and then we pop on over to Guggenberger. Just lost it on his own.
Very heads up driver, that car coming behind to get out and run the wide line because that's not something that drivers are used to doing. Very heads up driving there.
And guys, while we've been watching this, Brandon Lambert just came into the pits and out in the Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports machine, retaining his position over Josh Gowan. So Gowan's still 4 seconds behind and with a possible penalty incoming. So Spark Racing has pulled ahead. And also Racing Turtles 113 into the pits with Khalid Ramadan in the box as well. No driver change for them, fuel and tires only.
Yeah, we should be seeing most of the stops in. I've seen a lot of drivers at 17 laps that are still out there in the GT4s. So that should kick off those pit stops at the end of their pit window here. And look at this. This is a battle we've been watching for some time. No, excuse me, that's not a battle. That is as the Dirty Sports car that is currently our temporary leader, actually. And that is one of the Audis in the TCR. That's Mats Borg Anderson, leader in the TCRs. So the GT4 leader passing the TCR leader, but that lead going to get handed back here once Matt Kingsbury pits in.
And by the way, something to note in the GT4 class is Gowan Racing. They have been out, Spark Virtual Racing has been able to go 2 laps longer this stint compared to Gowan Racing. They were able to stretch field just a little bit more. And it might not seem like a lot, just 2 laps, but over the course of this race, with every pit stop, 2 laps will add up, and it could probably save them a stop if they do it right.
Andy Fox side by side on your screen with Mickey to his left, and Fox looks like he's got this one done this time. So move the 268 into P2.
Good move there for Andy Fox, finally able to get that done. He's now going to set his sights ahead up the road. A mere 10 seconds he's got to try to gain up to be able to get back on Mats Anderson after all of those incidents we've seen.
And in the pits, we got Dirt Esports. Matt Kingsbury came into the pits and hands over the car to Cody Cosgrove. Kinetic Racing MTEC 165 hands over to Gerard Gilbert. And yeah, those 2 drivers in and out of the pits, fuel and tires.
So a couple driver swaps now as the strategy plays itself out. We're waiting on the 112 team to make its way to the pit, as well as the 198 and the 153. Everybody else has been in and out in the GT4s. And we'll head to a quick break once this pit sequence is done. And in fact, yep, I can see Black Tree coming down the lane now.
And Joe, before we head to break, Gowan Racing has been assessed a drive-through penalty for that incident.
Ooh. So that's going to lose them, what do we say, about 23-second bogey?
Correct.
That's going to do? Yeah. Oof. Well, that's actually going to take us now to the top 5 of our GT3s. And it is Alistair Catchpole, still 21 seconds away from everybody. Seems that they are the ones to beat in Suderia Laundry Basket. That number 69 has been untouchable. James Walker, who's taken over for Kurt Crum in the 86 Porsche. The Bombshell Odin car started this race from 3rd, now up into 2nd position since the latest stops. Gareth Mesham has taken over for Jack Stiles. He sits in 3rd position, up 1 spot as well in that number 1 machine, and just kind of running on his lonesome. You've got Adam Watson back there, multiple penalties already. Even though they've climbed from 9th to 4th, you got to wonder what could have been if they'd had a clean race. Then the top 5 has been rounded out by the Feed Esports Academy number 33, another team that has suffered from penalties here today. Have gone from the front row down to 5th with Thomas Pompidou in that car. Chad?
And just making their pit stop a couple laps ago, Spark Virtual Racing has been out in front now with that penalty assessed to Gowan Racing. So they're out in front. Gowan's going to drop like a rock as they serve their drive-through penalty. They currently sit in the 2nd spot. We'll have to see where they cycle out. Then it's Precision Racing Esports Black, followed by Team Dirty Sport, currently after that driver change driven by Cody Cosgrove, and Gerard Gilbert for the Kinetic MTEC 165 in the 5th position there. DJ, what you got in the TCRs?
In the TCRs, it is the M-Power MTEC machine currently driven by Mats Borg Anderson with a whopping 10-second lead over Andy Fox in the TechSense Fitstyle Apollo number 268. They remember, were just able to get by the car behind them in third, which is Andrew Mickey and the Bombshell Racing Team Loki. From there, Brandon Hageman is in fourth for the Bombshell Racing Team Thor Club, only about 7 seconds back, so there's not an unassailable gap for them. And then rounding out your top 5, it's Sebastian Eisenberg in the Twin Turn Sim Racing number 295.
That's going to take us to a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. Only a third of the way through this 6-hour finale here in the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. Stick around for more to come. Welcome back to Silverstone. We have the season finale for the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. Up at the top, Suderia Laundry Basket leading the way in the GT3s with Alistair Ketchpole, with Brandon Lambert in the 125. Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports car leading the GT4s. And finally, Mats Borg Anderson has worked his way up to the lead of the TCRs in the 287. And we've had a few protests since then, but we'll go over those in a moment. But in the meantime, sounds like Chad has caught up with Matt Kingsbury, who has just hopped out of his car in the Dirt Esport team.
Yeah, Matt, it's been a wild ride for you. You've had some contact with a couple of different cars out there, but talk us through your race so far.
Well, I think we've done a pretty good job so far. Just unfortunate. Coming out of the pit lane, one of the GT3s didn't know we were there and cleaned us out, so we're a little off the pace with right front damage, but the car handles pretty good. So yeah, I just put in, I think, 2-hour stint, and it felt pretty good. I think we got pace for a podium, just need to get a caution and really get this thing repaired.
Yeah, we just saw your teammate hop into the car, and just from you guys working this week on it, what are your thoughts? And you mentioned the podium is on the table. What do you think your chances are there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're sitting in the podium spot right now. Actually, I think the other team just had something happen to them, so I think we're doing pretty good. Just it's hard.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been an up and down season for you, but overall, it's you had some solid runs and solid finishes. It looks like we just had a pass for second actually in the GT4 class with Precision getting by Gowan, but you guys are about 4 seconds behind them for third, so you're definitely still in it. But overall, I mean, we've seen a couple drivers already make their stop. This is your first driver swap of the day. Do you expect to get back in the car later on?
Yeah, I was planning to do at least 4 or 5 stints. We're gonna split it pretty much down the middle. Just was feeling tired, and he came in, so I said, let's make the swap here. Let's limit our mistakes. We were doing pretty good on incident count until those 2 4Xs we got from impatient GT3. So.
Well, hey, best of luck the rest of the way, and we'll hope to see you back in the car to finish this one out.
Thank you.
That's Matt Kingsbury, driver of the Dirty Sport 121 machine. And Joe, he's had quite the ride so far. We'll have to wait and see what happens to him the rest of the way.
And also, it's been an interesting ride for Nick Schwartz. He's the one that we saw make that pass for Precision Esports Black. Gowan, with Josh Gowan in the car, not able to hold him back. Looking like he's struggling a little bit now.
Sorry, Joe, we just had an incident with the CGC Motorsport 167. This was getting together with one of the TCRs, Sebastian Eisenberg of the twin-turn sim racing machine in 6th.
Yeah, poor Daniel Guggenberger has been having a rough day out there. And unfortunately, those two are going to come together just enough to send him spinning around out of Abbey. But the 295 carries on in 6th place in those TCRs, so thankfully not too damaged or fussed by any of that. We also had those penalties that we mentioned a little bit earlier. Sounds like there was one against the 64 Satellite Racing team, but the VRS team survived without any further action on that one.
Yeah, and that was the incident that we saw the 64 go around. Thankfully, it seems that their car is okay. We hope to talk with Ray Kingsbury once he steps out of the car, but hopefully that car does not have too much damage. If my math is correct, they just need to make it to half distance for the race to be official and for them to get the points to take the championship. We'll have to wait and see the official math on that one, though.
Yeah, and that's only 47 more minutes, so not much longer that they need to try and survive in this race. But things really are starting to spread out now in the field, with most of the gaps being a second or more out on the track. So the drivers have got some space to relax, to try and run their own pace and simply get to that finish or that halfway point, depending on what you're doing. Right now, what Catchpole is doing is trying to lap yet more cars, going around Hageman there in the Bombshell Thor 288, 4th in his class, and then he's on his merry way with a little bit of a flash there. Not sure if that was an unhappy flash or a regular flash there from Hageman. The Lambo is one of the many GT3 cars we've got here in the sim, but it's not the GT3s. They're going to be growing, apparently. The long requested GT4 Aston Martin Vantage is coming to the service, just announced today on iRacing, so that'll be fun to watch in the TCR or the GT4 racing scene. So here's one of the first that showed up, the Porsche, who came in with the BMW. They've been having plenty of fun in that class for some time. But that is your leader, the Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports car, which is leading by 20 seconds. Now, this is all to say something we haven't mentioned in a while, before we get any sort of caution if one comes. So that lead, that 21-second lead, could be erased.
And Joe, we've got some people on the pit lane as well. We had We had Justin Kirby and Trent Brown, both of the PG-13 cars, into the pit lane right now. We also had Bombshell Racing Team Odin James C. Walker come in and out of the pit lane with fuel only. So most of the GT3 cars are going to be in that fuel only situation as well. Justin Kirby in and out.
Yep, there goes one of the PG-13 team drivers, and on his way, just as actually we get our leader Brandon Lambert coming out behind him, so it won't be a problem, as better pace means that the 56 will be able to run away and not hinder him. And Catchpole is in. Our leader in the GT3s comes down pit lane.
Absolutely. Scuderia Laundry Basket has been leading this race from the drop of the green flag, and Catchpole doing a good job of carrying the torch out to about a 20-second lead by the time coming into the pits. So I'm not expecting a driver change this time, considering the driver changed last time. So it's most likely going to be fuel only for Alistair Catchpole before heading back out on track in the 69 Scuderia Laundry Basket. We also have Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitstock, Gareth Mesham, and Team Mad's Adam Watson coming in. Adam Watson's been in for a couple of stints, so I would expect him to get a driver change sometime soon. Fee Esports Academy, Thomas Pompidou in as well to the pit lane, so we'll see whether or not that is going to result in a driver change. And Team Mad does make a driver change. That's going to be Jerome Kaiser who comes into the pit, who comes into the car to take over from Adam. So Pompidou is out, and Mesham will be the next out.
Catchpole, you see, returning to the track. Now, interesting note about that 33. We mentioned this. We caught this way earlier, how the 121 Dirt Esport team had a contact coming out of pit lane with the 33. And, well, we found out why they couldn't report. They didn't have an extra driver hanging out watching that was able to fill that out for the driver that was in the car. So it's now been filed, and we're waiting on a decision.
Drive-through penalty for Feed Esports, due to them having a previous penalty that was assessed as a post-race 15-second.
Just like the 36 team. Yeah. So both of them finding it a little bit difficult.
And it's heartbreaking, Joe, because Feed Esports just came in for their pit stop, so they're going to have to come through again. That's going to be Enzo Peugeot who's going to have to come through and serve that, the newer driver in the Feed Esports machine.
Well, even if it was given before their pit stop, they couldn't serve it during the pit stop itself. If you come in and serve time, or to serve a drive-through penalty, it adds on time to your stop once you pull into your stall. So no two ways around that one. They're going to have to pay the piper, unfortunately. But this driver, Brandon Lambert, this is the 33. This is Enzo Peugeot that you were just mentioning, who is out there very similarly painted to the Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports car. But he carries on this time, interestingly.
Joe, a long stop for Last Lap Motorsports Ray Kingsbury. 55 seconds and counting for that number 52 machine. So, it was tires. All right, that explains it. I was just wondering as to why they were in so long, but it was fuel and tires for the 52. And it looks like our TCRs are also doing pit stop cycles right now. MPower MTEC currently out in the lead with Mats Borge Anderson. But right now, Bombshell Racing Team Loki just did a driver change. Elias Roman will jump into that car to take it for the next stint. Bombshell Racing Team Thor also in the pits right now, with Brandon Hagman staying in that machine.
Yeah, and that Bombshell Racing Team Thor machine was locked in. We're starting to get locked into a pretty intense battle out there with Sector 5 Black Ball. So they're going to see if they can maybe jump them in the pit stops, not have to battle them out on the track. I think that's part of the strategy call for both of them to come down pit lane as they did now.
We've had some more contact out on track, and once again, this involves Guggenberger. It was Leherbier in the 66 coming into Village, making a little bit of a touch, and that sent Leherbier around. That cost him valuable time. Granted, the 66 is currently sitting in 10th position, so they're well down the order. Looks like we've got a replay. Oh, and the GT4 car was trying to turn in when the 66 decided it wasn't time to turn in yet, and that is what sent him around.
I believe what they call that there, Joe, is a failure to communicate among the two drivers.
Sometimes that happens in racing, and the Mercedes carries on. Don't think we have many Mercs out here today. Yeah, they're not looking too hot. The only two Mercs that are running in the GT3s are second to last and last in class in the GT3s.
Yeah, Piers Peugeot has served that drive-through penalty, so Feed Esports Academy back out in 8th position now, 11 seconds behind PG13 Car 1. Once battling for a top 3, they've fallen quite far afield now.
Yeah, it's PG13 Car 2 that is leading the charge for those two, and he's in 5th place there, Justin Kirby, as we got another TCR in pit lane. Who's this?
This is Team 19 of Edward Shelley coming into the pits as we see another driver leaving. That is, I believe that was Andy Fox leaving. No, that was M-Plower, MTEC, Mats Borch Anderson, who just left the pit lane. Sector 5 Blackball also comes into the pits with Dale Green. And Edward Shelley and Dale Green both in the pits for tires and fuel, no driver change.
Andy Fox does inherit second place back as he's already made his pit stop. And he's pretty good 16 seconds behind the 287. He definitely is hoping for a caution to try and close that down. But looks like that's the last of our TCRs that needed stops. And now they cycle back around to do one more stint. We're not expecting cautions in the first half of this race. It's not been terribly messy, but then we don't know how many off tracks, of course, have been adding to that.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. And I think the off tracks are more of where we're going to pick up a bunch of the those incident points. There have been a couple of incidents, but we haven't seen a big coming together a couple of times like we did at Motegi, for example, where that happened.
So we watch the Fitzstye car down the front stretch. And that Apollo machine certainly would love to make up that time, but sometimes you got to go with what you're given. The old front stretch really is where they sat as we caught them, and they come into the Maggots and Beckett sequence, weaving back and forth, trying to get the rear of that car rotated through the series of S's and back onto the hangar straight. Behind them, it's pretty comfortable, though. Elias Roman, who is in 3rd place, has about 7.8 seconds to make up. There you see him right there, now heading onto the hangar straight himself.
Yeah, so he's really got some move to try to go here and really get going as far as he can to try to make up a little bit of that time. But Roman's been a quick driver. I think if anybody can do it out of these TCRs, he most certainly can.
So, and Adam's been paying attention to the speed of some of the drivers out there. Adam, what's going on with that Gowan team?
Yeah, it looks like Josh Gowan is struggling on pace a little bit compared to his brother, the 108 Gowan Racing team. Josh Gowan just a little bit off pace compared to Nick Gowan, so unfortunately about 2 seconds slower per lap. That plus the penalty makes it a real challenge for the two of them, as we just actually had a pass between the Feed Esports Academy team number 33 and the 31 of PG13 Car 1 and the GT3 machines. But yeah, the Gowan Racing team has a lot of ground to make up now with that penalty, plus some of the time that they're losing. Brandon Lambert has been fairly consistent in the 125 machine up at the front of the field. Still about a second and a half to 1.7 seconds off of Sarah's times, but being very consistent out there in that 125. The 171 Precision Racing Esports Black, a little bit inconsistent with their times, anywhere from mid 110s to low 113s. So I'm looking for a little bit more consistent from them right now.
There you see, coming down the front stretch and into Abbey once again. GT4 is perhaps the more spread out of the field, although it looks like we got a bit of a battle for 9th place starting to form up. Mad Sim Racing's 198 is under threat. They've got the Mueller Motorsports blue car. The 153 Porsche is breathing down their neck right now.
Yeah, it really is, Joe, and I've been keeping an eye on this battle a little bit, but they've got to be a little bit careful because they have got that dirty sports car coming up behind. That is a faster car in class, and then also they have Vincent Leherbier in the GT3 coming up behind him as well.
Yeah, it's got a nice little run here, so he'll be able to put himself between there. Leherbier trying to make sure that he doesn't interrupt this. Ooh, a late move down to the inside. Van den Sprang is going to try and hold his line the long way around, but through Luffield. Great move there from Van den Sprang. Excuse me, he was on the inside. It was Jonathan Gomez there in the 188 who was on the outside. And, oh, don't squeeze him. Don't squeeze him. I was going to say we could have a massive wreck down that front stretch, but thankfully they did not make contact. And just behind them, Cody Cosgrove, who was a lap up, is desperately praying that this does not get more dangerous.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, speaking of dangerous, we've got a GT4 off.
It's again Guggenberger, who's been in for a heck of a day today. And I'm not sure what more to say about this McLaren, who's been off track, who's been spun, who's been in contacts. But somehow they're still in this race. I wouldn't be shocked if they did get a drive-through penalty for incident limits, the way that things are going in these 6 hours.
Yeah, I wouldn't be as well. Things are just not great there for them. But we continue to watch this tight battle here shaping up. Now you have James Walker splitting the difference in between the two in that faster GT3 Porsche, as this gap is separating out just a little bit to about 1.3 seconds.
Understanding there was a spin for PG-13 car 1. And they've now lost ground to the 33 machine, who is still playing recovery after they were given their penalty. So they see them overtaking on Edward Shelley in the 219. And I want to give some credit, actually, to this 219 team, because they have essentially come back from a very early incident without a caution to work their way back up to P4. They were close to dead last in their class, and Shelley and Thomas, who have been in the car today, have done a magnificent job to give it a classy drive. Also, a tip of the hat for the Union Jack on top of a TCR, very reminiscent of the old Minis.
Well, Joe, as someone who has a Mini sitting in his driveway right now, I'm very, very appreciative of that tip of the hat to it. So, yeah, very nice little look there for the car. And it actually does kind of suit on the Audi.
I think so. I know it's a German car, but yeah, it feels right. My dad actually had an RC Mini growing up that he specifically painted the top with the Union Jack just because. So just brought back memories for me as we saw someone into pit lane, and I think that was Nick Kuhn, maybe? Yeah, Blue Shell Racing in the 00.
Yeah, Nick Kuhn and the Blue Shell Racing team have been trying to do a lot of fuel stretching, but unfortunately it's cost them a lot of time as well. Currently 1 lap down, them and Vincent Leherbier have both been doing a lot of fuel stretching, and so that's going to put them down in time a little bit, but unfortunately they're not really making the gains back when it comes to saving a pit stop. Considering a pit stop, even with tires and fuel, is 1:23.5, and they're doing 2:02 laps, so they're already at 1 pit stop behind, even with the fuel saving they're doing.
Just about to the halfway mark of this race now, as the time continues to tick off. 30 minutes to go before we hit that mark, and then of course the points will be official if you manage to get your car that far. This is the longest race of the season. All the others were 4 hours long. So this is the true enduro of the series, which, of course, aptly named the Team Endurance Challenge. The majors putting on multiple series, and this, honestly, one of my favorites, as it gives us a fun little look into a style of racing that doesn't necessarily get as much flash and limelight as you'd see for some of the bigger events, Indy cars and NASCAR and Formula One, but sports car racing, very much its own thing here as we watch our leader catch pole in the 69, put in another lap on Dale Green in the Sector 5 black ball car. Still about 13 and a half seconds over James Walker. Kind of curious what the pace difference is between those two, if he's been catching it all. There we see. And that is a relative no, but 2 of those laps actually half a second quicker. I wonder if that was mostly due to traffic, but the majority of them look to be in favor of catch pole for now. We'll see if that changes around. Traffic sometimes can play a little more havoc at times, and it is completely out of your hands. So now, as we catch up with Alistair Catchpole, also wonder if we could give some love to Mats Borg Anderson at the lead of the TCRs, and that 287 started this race. Let's see, I think in second place, so up 1 position. Not exactly a team that I really had earmarked here, DJ, as being one to watch out for, but they've been in the hunt, and now they've started to massively pull away from everybody. So kudos to them for pulling the wool over our eyes.
Well, they've kind of consistently been hovering around the top 3, and they've just had some incidents that have really set them back. Now, last time out, they looked wildly off the pace, and it seemed a bit of a surprise. But yeah, I mean, they're running a great race here. Obviously, as you said, about halfway through the race here, exactly about halfway through the race here as they go around. And so it's just a good, solid drive from them. And the gap that they currently have of about 20 seconds, that's enough to breathe. It's enough for them to be able to just take some time and not have to push too hard around the corners and let everything go.
There you see another of the PG-13 cars going on through. That was Paul Gibson. So that was the PG-13 car 1 P8 that just found their way by your leader. And coming through the various apexes of Village and Loop, that's Guggenberger and the McLaren that's going to stay off the left-hand side. Thankfully, no incident between the 2 of them. The 31 able to carry on. Guggenberger is actually not doing too badly in terms of position. 10th out of 11 still running, 12 still running, really. Honestly, 13 starters.
Josh Gowan has spun again.
That's not the first time. If that is a solo spin,
It was
is indeed.
That was headed into Maggots and Beckett's.
Not sure what Josh doesn't like in this car. Was it Josh or was it Nicholas that we saw spun last time? I'm trying to remember.
They've had multiple spins in that car, so they are trying to figure something out with it. And I think that for both of them, they just have something that does not agree with this car track combination. Cresting that hill, it's an interesting place to lose. I don't think we've seen anybody else do that yet today, but the way that this race is played out, I think that car has seen the grass a couple of times.
And yet they're still in 4th position and with a penalty as well. So they probably could have had a pretty decent victory here today if it wasn't for all the things kind of going against them, some of them of their own doing as well. But the 125 instead is currently your leader in that class. We got a car in.
Yeah, this is the 198 Mad Sim Racing Machine. They actually hit the pit straight wall just outside of me here quite hard. Last lap, had another spin on their way into the pits. They're missing that front clip entirely, Joe, so this is probably going to be a long repair for them.
Oof. Well,
the interesting thing about that as well, the fortunate thing for them is the steering wheel looks to be straight, so they are going to get the car up on the jacks and make a driver change at the same time, but the steering in that car is straight. Thankfully, that is a huge thing for these cars, especially at a track like this.
got the replay here of the incident. Ooh, a lot of curb. And that's right after the pit entry. So yeah, that is frustration right there, knowing you have to go all the way back around to be able to come on in. You've already lost time. and extensive repairs. In fact, looks like they're changing drivers while they're at it. Jerry Isaacs is taking over for Gomez, and that actually promotes Guggenberger up to 9th now. So credit to those who have kept at it and managed to just tick off laps, even if they're having a bit of a bad day, because we are certainly seeing it start to pay off for a few of them.
Well, that's what it's all about in endurance racing, Joe. It's just keeping your nose down, pushing as far ahead as you can, and not giving up. You never know what can happen over the course of a very, very long race here. And so these drivers very much in this for the long haul.
Got another stopper. The 171 has joined Adam on pit lane. That's the Precision Racing Esports black car. And I don't think Schwartz is getting out of the car this time.
No, it doesn't appear so. Precision Racing Esports Black up on the jacks for their fuel and tires as well. And we have Josh Gowan coming in from the Gowan Racing Machine. So they're in on their regularly scheduled stop as well. But man, a lot has happened since the last time they came into the pits and stopped in their box.
Curious to see if Josh will also choose to stay in. He hasn't been on.
Oh, VRS Satellite Racing has had an incident just outside the pit lane as well.
This was 6th place, Wasilewski. And trying to see, nope, this is all his own doing. Spun it on his own. And he's going to be able to get going. Had a little contact earlier, just weaving the car. Wonder if he's trying to test it to see how it feels. Don't think he hit anything, so not sure why he needs to do that, but carries on just fine. So the 64 has not lost a position, it looks like, but he was much closer to the 56 before that moment.
And Joe, I believe Mad Sim Racing has not gotten into the car in a while, so they've got a long repair cycle for sure. Josh Gowan did stay in the 108 fuel and tires for the 108 Gowan Racing Machine.
So back as we look at Gowan on track, overtaking Mats Borg Anderson. There we go. He is through and able to continue on his merry way, but down to 6th after that stop. Still waiting on a few others to pit in. I think we're going to be seeing the 125 in next. They're on lap 17 of their cycle. And Ramadan and the Racing Turtles 113, also on lap 16. So they're probably going to be visiting pretty soon. It's getting a little jumbled up in these GT4s. Probably the most varied of any of the 3 classes that we've seen in terms of pit strategy.
Yeah, for sure, Joe. A lot of different swapping back and forth here. Everybody just trying out some different things to try to jump around each other. I think that's partially because we're seeing the natural selection out on track of sort of where everyone's pace lies. And so they are trying to change things around a little bit in the pit cycle.
Ooh, and he's, interesting. Well, pulled over there. That wasn't for position, was it? Oh, excuse me. This is the 198 that we're looking at. Thought we were still on Gowan Racing at Jerry Isaacs. That's why he was pulling over, just trying to let some people by, since he is no longer racing for position with anybody out on track, just trying to tick off some laps to see if we get any more DNFs along the way. And let's see. So have we seen the Spark guys come in yet? No, they're coming up to Stowe now. So should be aware in just a few moments on whether or not they can go that extra lap. There you see them being chased by Kaiser for Team Mad and the 36, and that's going to be on the wrong side. He's going to want to get over if he wants to pit in, which he does. So yes, indeed, the 125 leader of the GT4s is in.
Lost a little bit of time on the pit entry, but Brandon Lambert will come in. This will be the completion of Brandon's 2nd stint. So if they follow the pattern, this would mean that Brandon would probably be getting out and another Spark Virtual Racing Team member would be getting in. So as they come in, it's Brandon, Sarah, and Rui. So let's see whether Rui Pinto gets into the machine as they go up on the jacks and start taking fuel and tires. That is exactly what happens. So Rui into the car, and we'll be getting back out on track Most likely, I believe, will still be in the lead of this race, as Cody Cosgrove is currently in second and was still about 20 seconds behind when they were in their box. So possibly they'll still be in the lead, but even if not, the rest of the GT4 field will have to come to the pits soon.
As we mentioned earlier, it's at the end of that pit window for most of them, even though they are somewhat spread out. I haven't looked at the protests recently, trying to see if we have anything new. No, it doesn't look like it. So nothing on that front, but the 125 returns only in second place. Cosgrove is the one able to go by into the lead. The Dirt Esport car temporarily holds that, but they're now on lap 17 as now the Racing Turtles 113 car is in the lane. So yeah, it looks like that 17 laps is the absolute maximum. We haven't seen a single driver attempt to go to lap 19.
Khalid Ramadan brings it into the box and goes up on the jacks for that 113 machine. No driver change, it appears. Actually, yes, there is. It looks like Dana White's hopping into the machine, so Dana White will take over the Racing Turtles 113 machine for them. And yeah, fuel and tires for the 113 in from fourth.
Wonder if we will see that caution here today. As we watch Andy Banfield now. This is the 166 who is in a battle with Guggenberger, who has caught up with him, or has he been passed recently, actually? Because I thought Guggenberger was in 9th position. Banfield is pitted about 4 laps ago, so they're on different strategies, very different strategies. Banfield is way off sequence compared to everybody. They come out of Luffield towards the front stretch. The CGC Motorsports car trying to catch up with their fellow McLaren to see if he can just get one more spot.
Yeah, just seeing if there's a little bit more to be gained here out of that McLaren versus McLaren battle. Down to 0.4 of a second. Good run there coming out of Cops. Yeah, this battle has been closing down for the last couple of laps as we've got some more pitters out of that GT4 category, Joe.
Absolutely. Dirt Esport Cody Cosgrove is into the pits. Just ahead of him is Jan Vandersprang, who's coming into the pits as well. So almost lapped is Jan as both of them go up on the jacks. And it looks like Jan's going to hand it over to Stefan Rossmann for the Molnar Motorsports Blue Machine, the number 153, whereas Cody Cosgrove staying in on that 121 Dirt Esports machine. So one driver change, one not.
And that does hand the lead back to Pinto now. Who is going to be able to get out in second is the question. It looks like Precision Racing Esports Black actually is going to be out in P2 as they've already finished their stop. And Cosgrove is still stationary. Yeah, these are some massive gaps now in that GT4 class. We're still waiting. Oh, I think I'm going to eat my words because the 165 car is on lap 18 and still out on the track. Have they figured out an extra little bit of fuel line to add to this BMW? Because this is impressive. First time in 3 hours of racing that anybody that we've witnessed managed to do this.
Well, it'd be an interesting thing if they were able to do it, Joe. That means they'd be able to eke out just a little bit more and, save a little bit of time in the box. And that's always what you want to see. You just got to hope now that they can make it back around the second half of this lap and not run out of fuel.
Yeah, and those extra laps are going to start adding up when we get to the end of the race. Or if we have a caution and everybody pits in, and you can take that much less fuel compared to all your rivals, jump them in the stop, and get out there first. So we now come through the Maggots and Beckett sequence. Very curious if he's going to make it in or not. They're the last other than Gilbert, they're last other than, no, they are the last, as the 165. Everybody else has pitted ahead of them on this sequence of stops. Going to get a little bit of an overtake with James Walker And the Bombshell Odin car easily through as Gerard Gilbert down to the pit entry. And it looks like he's made it, not even sputtering. Impressive stuff.
Very impressive stuff for sure. So that's going to definitely raise the eyebrows of everybody around him in the Kinetic Racing MTEC 165. Gilbert able to go that one lap longer. This will change things a little bit for the drivers. I'm not sure it'll change anything for Spark Virtual Racing. They're quite a ways out ahead. But it's going to change the people battling alongside him. So Gerard Gilbert looks like no driver change for that Kinetic Racing MTEC 165 machine. So we'll stay in there and do fuel and tires.
And I think our count was messed up a little bit. It says he's on lap 1 on the stint already, we're understanding. So maybe his pit stall is different according to the timing line compared to some of the other drivers, and that's why it's reading as an extra lap that he's been able to do. It is still a lot later than everybody else, though, I will say. So
yes,
maybe it is an accurate reading.
Yeah, he's definitely the last driver to take his pit stop. So even if it's not an extra lap longer, he still has the benefit of that extra 2 minutes of time. So if he can eke that out again and make it 4 minutes, then we're talking some significant time savings.
And the counter reset. Oh, is a spin in front of him. He has to park it. That, I think, is Wash. Yeah, Ryan Washaleski, who is going to be able to get rolling once again. He sits in 6th. Thankfully, nobody making any sort of contact and getting damage out of that, but that certainly could have been frightening. No, but I was about to say that our timing reset. It is at 0 now after that stop. So maybe it is accurate that they got a full 18 laps out there. I'd certainly love to try and check into that. We'll look at the laps on iRacing here in a moment to try and confirm. But I do believe Chad now has Lambert from our leader in the GT4s as Brandon is joining him to talk about how that team is doing.
Yeah, Brandon, we talked to your teammate Sarah after her first stint of the race, and now we got you in the booth. Just kind of walk us through your stint. You had a couple of moments out there, but overall you kept things pretty clean.
Yeah, I had a couple of moments. First moment, spinning out myself and just hitting a bump and just carrying the back end around way too far and spinning out. That was pretty scary. And then there was some couple moments in my second stint that were just wow. There was a cluster of different cars and different classes together, and it was pretty intense at times, and thank God I make it out safe.
I was to say, we were watching your lap times compared to Sarah's, and she absolutely flies out there, but you were making it look good too, and you were able to hold on to that lead. What was it like when you saw that Gowan car spin around a couple times in front of you?
I knew he was fast, but he was sitting behind him for a couple laps. He was a little unstable in a couple areas of the track, and I think just trying to push it as hard as he can, and trying to keep up with Sarah's pace is extremely hard anyway. But him spinning, and I hate to see it because it'd be a great battle between us two, but we're here to win a championship, and we got to win this race to do it. So
yeah, we're coming up on halfway through this race, and it looks like, depending on how things cycle out for the car behind you right now, Precision Racing could definitely be close. But do you have any tricks up your sleeve, you guys think, for your team to try to pull off a win and hopefully get that championship?
Oh, the only thing we can do is keep the car on the racetrack and not put it in the wall or tire barrier or get any kind of damage. That's about the only trick we got right now. Just clean laps and working our way through traffic the best we can, and then hopefully we can get Sarah back in the car at the end of her last couple of stints, and she can really hammer down for us.
Yeah, it's been a great season watching you guys out there, and I think this is the first time we've had you up here in the booth. But what are your thoughts on the league this season? This is the last race of the year.
This has been tons of fun. I love GT style of racing, so being a part of something like this big, is absolutely incredible. Props to the admins for putting this on and giving us great racing. About once a month. We practice hard and we practice a lot for these races, and it's a lot of fun for me, and I can't wait for more of this kind of style racing here.
So I know you're getting ready to start up your own GT season over with the league on Thursday nights. So best of luck to you there, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
That's Brandon Lambert, driver of the Spark Last Lap Motorsports 125 machine. As it was a fantastic bit of driving there from Brandon. And now Rui Pinto's in the cars. Looks like we had some incidents during the interview.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at one of them, and I think this is with our overall leader. So this was a bit of a scary moment for that team, getting loose coming out of club and then catching it once again and getting back rolling, but certainly almost threw away what was a very good lead. And then unfortunately a meatball flag for the 199 team starts to spin, and then the 212 car has no place to go, hits them in the corner, and that'll do it.
Broke the drive shaft most likely, unfortunately for them, so that's going to put the BMW behind the wall for quite a while. The 199. And yeah, they're serving that meatball flag. They have not called it quits, but they are in the pits for repairs.
Yeah, they were the last one running on track and 31st at the time. So it was already a pretty uneventful day for them. And we come back once again to the Demon Tweaks car, who's within a second of the Bombshell Odin car. This battle is carried on between multiple drivers because now it's Mesham and Walker in the machine, whereas before it started with Styles and Crum.
Yeah, these two cars have just been so equal on pace no matter who's been in the car. And now Mesham trying everything he can to catch back up and find a way by. But overall, it's been a very eventful day for both of these drivers, going up and down, yo-yoing through the top five.
Yeah, they've been hovering around these spots for most of it, and it's starting to look like that's where they'll wind up. That is, of course, assuming that we don't get a caution, because, again, that will throw everything all around, especially depending on where it comes in the pit sequence for our drivers. So if they, of course, throw that caution flag, that can close pit lane. So this isn't F1 rules where you can simply dive in at any time as soon as the yellow comes out. You have to pack up behind the pace car, and then they will open the pit lane and allow people in. So it bunches everybody up. It kind of resets the strategy in a way. And sometimes that works for you. Sometimes that works against you.
Yeah, this is the closest battle on track. A lot of the, especially through the GT4 field, is pretty spread out. These guys not letting each other out of their sights and trying to fill up as much of that mirror is Mesham in that Demon Tweaks machine. Nah, he wants to find a way by so badly. He's looking for clean air, looking to make a move, and then it's going to be Bombshell Racing Team in Walker just doing everything he can. Very wide there from Mesham, has to lift, and that's going to cost him a bit of time as they work their way now through these corners. These guys absolutely flying out there as they continue to work their way now through lap 84 of the race.
Yeah, it was close for a moment, but Walker starting to try and pull away. Interesting that he was so defensive down the hanger straight all the way to the inside. And that seems to have helped somewhat because, like I said, it has gone from 0.2 up to 0.8. And we are on lap 85 of this 6-hour race, just edging towards the halfway marker. Coming out of Aintree, this is where we really need to see Gareth put the throttle down early and start to catch back up, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. No, he gains a little bit. It was 1.1 seconds. It's down to just under 1 by the time they hit the brakes, but now they're going to be split by Edward Shelley in the 219.
And taking the long way around for Mesham is going to take up a bunch of time and unfortunately cost him a couple more tenths. Another battle forming up on track is the battle down for the 8th spot in the GT4s. That's with Mueller Motorsport barely holding onto that spot. They're feeling a lot of pressure from the V-Apex 166, who has some damage to the rear of that race car. That's a battle that's starting to form up a little bit now.
Yeah, Banfield back in the car after taking over from Jaeger, who is in for, I think, a single stint. Double checking on that. Yeah, a single stint it looks like for him. And coming down through the loop He's got to get closer than that. The slipstream's not enough between these this McLaren and this Porsche to really be able to gain on him and be able to attack. Now heading for the brakes into Brooklands. In front of them, that's not for position. That orange and black 121, that's Cody Crosgrove and the Dirt Esport car. And they're going to get interrupted now by Paul Gibson's PG-13 number 31 machine, who cuts back underneath nicely and leaves them be.
Oh, we just had contact with the Bombshell Racing Team Loki and Vincent Laherbier in the 66. In the 66 Kinetic MTEC racing machine. This was through club.
Ooh, interesting stuff. And he's able to keep going. Are we sure that was Laherbier? I'm not seeing an incident.
Oh no, sorry, that was I believe that was Gareth Mesham.
Oh, so that's our third place driver. And yeah, he's 2.2 seconds off now. It was indeed contact with P3. So both P3s and TCRs and GT3 have come together. They'll live to fight another day as Roman used the paved runoff to his advantage, but a scary moment for them. Now, though, that we are within 4 minutes of the halfway mark, let's head through our top 5 in each of the classes up to this point. At the top of the GT3s, Suderia Laundry Basket now at about 9 seconds ahead. Not a perfect race at this point. We saw a big off for them that thankfully didn't cause them to hit anything or anybody, but they retain that gap to those behind them. That would include Bombshell Racing Odin in the number 86, who's settled in to their own race. James Walker took over for Kurt Crum a couple stints ago, has basically been running on his own, as Gareth Mesham is 2 seconds back. He was a lot closer, was trying to challenge for that P2, but clearly pace and contact have cost this Demon Tweaks car. Then it's fourth place for Team Mad with Jeroen Kaiser in the number 36. Multiple penalties for them, and yet still running in fourth place, managing to overcome them. And that has put them a huge gap of 22 seconds ahead of PG-13 Car 2. Justin Kirby currently running his lonely race back there to round out our top 5 in the GT3s. Chad?
Championship hopeful Rui Pinto and Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports currently occupy the top spot in class. They need a win, but they're going to need a little bit of help because the team that they are going to be tied with provisionally is Precision Racing Esports, who sit in second. Nicholas Schwartz at the wheel for them, and they've got about 20 seconds or so of the gap between those two. Another 30 seconds back to Dirty Sport and Cody Crosgrove in the 121. But a lot of large, hefty gaps throughout the GT4 field with Gowan Racing in fourth with Daniel White and Racing Turtles 113. Wrapping up the top 5, DJ.
Down in the TCR category, it continues to be M-Plow or MTEC leading with Mats Borg Anderson behind the wheel, doing a great job, holding about a 24-second advantage over P2, which happens to be this man, Andy Fox, in the TechSense Fitstye Apollo machine, who has Elias Roman and the Bombshell Racing Team Loki car hot on his heels. This is a battle that we have been keeping our eyes on. About 7 seconds back from them, it's Team 19 on a great recovery drive, and Edward Shelley doing a great job to be able to get that car back into a potential podium position. And then rounding out your top 5, it's Bombshell Racing Team Thor, driven by Brandon Hageman.
Looks like we have a black flag for the 66 team Kinetic Racing with Laherbier in the car. We'll try and investigate what caused that. But in the meantime, we're going to take a break. Half done, half to go here at Silverstone for the season finale of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12-Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Silverstone. After the first half of the race is over, it is Suderia Laundry Basket who has been leading, but they pit in just as we've come to break, and they're keeping Catchpole in the car. Rui Pinto still leads in the Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports 125 and the GT4s. And you've also got Matsborg Anderson in the 287, who currently leads for M. Plower MTEC. And speaking of the TC4s, we understand that DJ has caught up with Lars Veal, one of our drivers out there today.
I have indeed, Lars. This has got to feel pretty good. You guys have a pretty substantial gap here going with about half of the race still to go.
Hello. Yeah, it's amazing what Mats is doing. He is really, really quick. I'm so happy I was able to get him on board for these races from the Hockenheim round onwards. Sadly, he wasn't there for Red Bull Ring and Watkins, but those two races didn't go all that well for us.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys have had a little bit of an up and down season, so talk to me a little bit about your approach coming into this final longer endurance race.
Our approach was basically the same as always. First and foremost, we were in here for fun, and still are. We didn't exactly expect to contest for the title in the early rounds. Well, that's gone. But usually what we do is we start practicing on the Monday of a week when the race is. But this time around, we actually started practicing today at 2 p.m. GMT.
Oh, man, so you guys are a little bit behind the ball on it. Maybe you've got to be doing this every time if you're going to have a lead like this.
Well, I'd say we are fairly quick, and because we have a lot of experience in this car, it's not the problem of how much we're practicing. It's more just that we need to be on top of changes, like the upcoming updates to iRacing. They are changing part of the physics of these cars again, so we will need to get on top of that before we can pull something like this again.
Well, exactly. And you know, talk to me a little bit about driving this TCR. I mean, obviously, we started this series right before the new TCRs come in. Do you guys still like this Audi? Or if you could run it again, would you be in the Hyundai or the Honda?
I would absolutely prefer driving the Hyundai, but the Audi is still a very, very nice car to drive. And if you want to drive it fast, it's quite tricky as well, because if you if you don't watch out, it will bite back very, very aggressively under braking. If you sometimes watch onboards, especially on when the rear tires are hot and on full fuel, the car, you have to counter steer about 3-4 times in a braking zone.
Interesting. Well, good to know. So obviously we just saw Mats come in and out of pit lane. Talk to me a little bit about your strategy for the rest of the race.
Our strategy is fairly simple. With the next pit stop, we are going to change all 4 tires and put me back into the car, and then I'll have to drive the race to the end, as otherwise we would go over the allowed driving time for Mats.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, obviously things are looking really, really good right here. And have you guys had any real major problems up to this point?
In this race, the biggest problems so far have been actually the incident points. We got a couple too many from just some dumb car contacts and a couple of off-tracks too many. But we are managing right now and just gonna hold back a bit to not run over these 50 incident points and get a driver.
All right. Well, that's some interesting, good information to know. Lars, thank you so much for joining us up here in the booth. We really appreciate your time, man.
Absolutely no problem. I wish you guys a very good race and a very, very interesting rest of the stream. Then have a good one.
Right back at you. That was Lars Weil, the driver of the currently first placed mPlower MTEC TCR.
Yes, and by a large margin over the rest of the field. It's looking like over 30 seconds right now to Murphy Nichols in the 286, so they need that caution. We also have a protest on the 1 machine for the incident we saw coming onto the main straight, where the 286 got a little bit shoved off, and they're saying no further action on it now. Just now, it looks like.
And this is a replay of Cam Dance spinning on the exit of pit lane. He actually gets himself a little stuck there and has to reverse out of the pits in order to be able to turn that thing around. So this is the number 1 machine that had that protest be decided no further action, but kind of served a penalty in a way with that spin exiting the pits.
They're still going to get a penalty, though, if, they won't get a penalty, so I guess you're right there. I was going to say if they get a penalty, but we just saw that confirmed. So Cameron Dance now in the car for both Mesham and Styles, the latest of this team to take over in that Lamborghini. And Cam Dance is a known hot shoe for sure. I wonder if he's going to turn up the wick a little bit here, and we might see a few positions gained, but he's got a lot of work to do in his stint to try and run this down. So we now have passed that 3-hour mark. We heard from the mPlower MTEC team and what they've got going on. We've heard a little bit from the Spark Virtual Racing. Now we just need someone from Suderia Laundry Basket. So if somebody from that team is listening, definitely want to chat with you. We've had 2 of the race leaders. Might as well make it a complete triplicate as we get one of our TCRs down on pit lane. Is that 19? No.
This is the 212, actually, the Sector 5 blackball machine of Chris Sherburne, who's come into the pits. Well, rather, Chris Sherburne is jumping into the car after a driver change. That Sector 5 machine doing an excellent job right now. They've had a little bit of struggles over the course of this race, but right now in the pits, that was Dale Green who brought it in, and I'm just now seeing a new black flag for the CMS Racing 199 machine. Unfortunately, the CMSRacing.com recruit team just has not had a great day, and that would be why. Too many incidents, it appears. And another meatball flag for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, contact between Leonard Burke and Alistair Catchpole, our leader. No. Our leader running into the side of them. We got the replay. The 69 machine came around the corner, suddenly seeing that BMW sliding in front of them and with no place to go. Wow. And some pretty significant damage on the front of the car, too. This is bad news. 4.1 seconds back to Bombshell Odin. Wasn't it 20 seconds at one point that we saw between P1 and P2 here? So this has really slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, it really has, Joe, and it is not good to see here for Scooterita Laundry Basket. They are going to be in a whole heap of trouble. You can see them weaving down the straight there a little bit. I think that's just trying to figure out if there's any damage on the suspension of that car.
Oh, yeah. I don't think they've got suspension damage because he hit it pretty square, so didn't really get the corner. And they stay out for the time being, so they're going to try and deal with it and see what kind of speed they have, but it's already down to 3.9 seconds. I suspect they're experiencing a bit of loss of speed in straight line. So, this is, yeah, in fact, you can now see that is Crum in the background in that black Porsche that is gaining. And it looks like as we watch and see what will come of this, we have the driver behind these two, one of the drivers for the Demon Tweaks esports team, Jack Stiles, first one in for that number one machine, and has managed to get themselves back onto the podium. Looked like Jack Cameron had a few troubles trying to exit the pit lane. Did he say anything about that over the radio?
Yeah, we're not really too sure what happened there. I think he was just trying to do his best impression of Romain Grosjean the other year at Silverstone at the British Grand Prix, but no, we carry on. I think we lost about 20 seconds with that, so we've dropped back from Kurt and the Bombshell guys a bit, but so far it's been a good push from myself and Gareth, and just over halfway, hopefully we can bring it home on the podium. That's what we want.
So far, you guys have dodged bullets from the stewards, investigated twice. First time, just a warning. Second time, no further action taken. Oh, and we've got a safety car. We've got our first yellow. What does this do for you guys here, Jack? Do you need to take off and start working pit strategy?
Not sure at the moment, because we've just come out of the pit. So if anything, this is just going to give us a nice opportunity to bunch back up together and get ourselves back up with the leaders. So no, this is good timing for us.
Well, great stuff. Back to my initial question: what's the general mood in the team, especially having a couple brushes with the stewards at this point and getting away lucky so far?
Unfortunately, our season so far has not been the best. The accident at Watkins Glen took us out of title contention, so we are we're basically going all or nothing today. We want to win the race. It's the one thing we haven't done so far this season, so we want to finish it on a high. And you know, we wanted more coming in as defender champions, but unfortunately luck's just not been on our side, so we're pushing for that win today, and that's what we want in the next 3 hours.
It's difficult to take these endurance championships because so much can go wrong. And especially here today, we've got an extra 2 hours tacked on. What has that changed for your preparations and your plans?
Not a lot, really. With the extra 2 hours, we're going through our usual cycle of myself, then Gareth, then Cam. It'll be then either myself or Gareth to the end. So it's not really changed. We're also similar on pace. It doesn't make a lot of difference for us. So it's just trying to keep it nice and clean and steady, and just getting the car to the end in one piece first of all. But also, you know, we're pushing for that win today, and that's really what we're trying to do. So maybe a little bit more aggressive than we have been in previous rounds, but it's something we're trying to do today.
And obviously, we'll have some pit stops playing out. We're hearing that the GT4s might try and come in, because many of them towards the end of their pit window. That's going to allow you to close up a little bit more to Crum and Catchpole, who are much farther up in the line. What do you think's possible after this caution? You said you're here for the win. Is that going to catch you up enough to really bring you back into contention?
Well, we know at the moment we've got looks as though we've got the pace over Alistair, so hopefully try and jump those guys, and just try and stick with Kurt. We know Kurt's quick. Put up a good defense in the first stint with myself and our battle that we were having, so it's just a case of trying to make the most of this caution and do the do the best out of it we can.
Well, on a little bit more of a lighthearted note, have you had a chance to read the release notes that they've put out, the provisional release notes, and is there any bit of content or feature that you're most excited about?
The moment I read that the Aston GT4 was coming, I was incredibly excited. I've loved Aston Martin since I was a kid and followed them for a very long time, so finally having a modern Aston GT car in the sim is incredibly exciting for me, and hopefully we get the GT3 as well. That'd be just brilliant. So this patch is looking very good. Looking forward to getting the new content.
All right. Well, yeah, I agree. There's definitely some cars and tracks in there that I am itching to get out and give a go at. Thanks for joining us, Jack. Hopefully we'll get to talk to you again on some good terms here before this or after this race is over. And best of luck out there to the Demon Tweaks team.
Thank you very much.
That was Jack Stiles, first driver in for the #1. Last season's champions, and out here to win today from what they said. So guys, we've got our first caution just after the halfway mark. So that still makes it a bit marginal, and if we'll get through without a second one, but not looking too super likely at this stage. We are, however, waiting, DJ, for them to get around to pit lane, which I think should open this time.
I think it should as well. And for a lot of these drivers, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting call to see what they decide to do. The GT4s, this is going to hit their pit window just about perfectly. I think a lot of them will come in, but looking specifically at a lot of the TCRs and some of the GT3s, they've recently come in, so this may not really help and play into their strategy all that well.
Yeah, one thing to mention, guys, is that this actually kind of ruins Gowan Racing's strategy, even though it lines up perfectly with their field strategy up to this point. It brings everyone else onto the same strategy as them. So with them trying to do the undercuts to gain an advantage, this actually negates any sort of effect that maybe have had. So this is going to definitely adjust to them. So we're going past the pit lane entry now, and I would expect it appears that the pits are still closed.
Yes, yeah, I think so, because they haven't.
But nobody's told Cameron Dance this as he's coming in.
Ooh, that's going to be a penalty too, and he doesn't have any damage, I think, that he needs to fix, and he was just in before.
He did hit his front nose when he was doing that spin in the pit lane. Now, we just talked to this team. This is definitely an unscheduled stop in a closed pit, as the pace car leaves the pit lane now to pick up the field, so we're going to have to wait to hear about the ruling on this one.
And yeah. So this should open pit lane now. So
and they went up on the jacks too. So they'll definitely get a penalty if it was a closed pit.
Oof. And you can see the field now trying to catch up to that Porsche pace car now that it has been released slightly faster than the pace they were running at before. They essentially run this as a virtual safety car at the start of it and allow everybody to catch the field and then release the actual pace car. So as drivers cycle around behind that, I wonder what's going to become of the Demon Tweaks cars just now coming out. Last one on the lead lap in that GT3 class. As always, the cautions in this series shake everything back up, and I'm hearing that after that meatball flag with 5 minutes of repairs, it looks like Leonard Burke has returned to the track. He had Steven Rivard in the car for a little while, but CMSRacing.com has put their first driver back in, and he is also trying to catch the field. Now, they don't have, this isn't NASCAR rules, they don't have any lucky dogs. If you're going to try and take the lap back, you're going to have to hope that the leaders in front of you pit in.
Now, interestingly enough, I don't see any protests on the sheet from the 69 against the 199. Remember that incident that we saw that caught out Catchpole and gave him the front end damage that he's carrying right now. So they might be willing to let that one go. But I guess we'll have to see. As we've seen we've seen multiple protests from very much earlier on in the race being protested later in the race, including one that was protested about the start between the 52 Last Lap Motorsports and 64 VRS that was also decided no further action was warranted.
One of the cars I think that's really going to love this caution is the 121 Dirty Sport car. We saw them have, and we talked about it with Matt Kingsbury when he was in here just a little bit ago. He's got some damage to the right front of that car from the GT3 that collided with them exiting the pits. So they're going to be able to get some of their damage repaired, hopefully, and I think this is just going to work out perfectly for them to get some damage repaired and not lose a ton of time. Also, I think that if you're the leader of that class, Rui and that Spark Last Lap Motorsports team, those guys as well are going to be very thankful because, yeah, you don't want the car in second place to catch right back up to you, but you need somebody to get past Precision Racing Black for you guys to have a shot at the championship that they're hoping and fighting so hard for.
Well, here's the real question, Chad, because the GT3 leader, let's not forget, got damaged shortly before that caution too. And it looked like, from what we could tell in the lap and a half or whatever it was that we saw under green, they did seem a little bit slower because of it, and they are coming in. Do you take the time, give up the track position to try and get that car fully repaired, or do you just take your service and go?
With as big of gaps that we've seen from cars on pace alone, I think that being at the end of the line, you still have an opportunity. It was over 2.5 hours left to go. You still have an opportunity to just grind your way back up through the field and get up close to the front of the field.
So a few drivers pitting, including almost the entire GT4 field. Oh, but Gilbert, Belk, Rossman's going to stay out. Okay, so there are some drivers that are taking a little bit of an alternate strategy, but the one that's possibly sitting the best is the V-Apex Group Atlantis, the 166. They pitted 3 laps ago. Are they on the same lap, though, as the leaders? No, they're not, actually, so they're not sitting well. They're 2 laps down, excuse me. Thought that maybe they were on an alternate strategy and we're going to be able to jump those ahead of them, but that is not the case.
Interestingly enough, Feed Esports has a black flag right now, so I'm not sure what it's for or when they'll be able to serve that, but they do have a black flag on their registry.
An interesting development here in the TCR category as well. MPlower, MTEC, and Texans Fitzdie Apollo both opted to stay out. Meanwhile, Team 19 and Bombshell Racing Team Loki both opting to come down pit lane. So we now have a variation in strategy for the top 4 in their TCR class.
Well, they don't have the track position. And, you know, as they always say, if you do the same thing as the car in front of you, you're not going to beat them that way. So maybe they're just rolling the dice saying, let's try something different. It's the last round as we got somebody slow on track.
Waiting for the pace car was the Feed Esports Academy driver of Enzo Peugeot, and he's got a black flag. I believe he's going to the end of the line here.
Okay, so an EOL being given, that's usually speeding in the pit lane under caution, is it not?
I do not see any ruling in the chat about it.
The interesting thing that I saw is that they left the pit road well before just about everybody else that came down. So they actually came out of pit road ahead of the pace car. So I'm not sure if they just drove through the pit lane or what the decision was there, but I think that's what's happening is they're letting everybody go by.
They're being placed in the 5th position, it looks like, on track.
So that's not an end of line then. Yeah, this is strange. They're going to extend the caution a little bit longer as they let everybody catch back up here before we go to green flag racing. Right now, because of our leaders in the GT3s pitting and nobody else in that top group pitting, that means that Kurt Crum will have the lead now.
And Cameron Dance is parked on the side of the track now.
I'm willing to bet that one actually is an EOL for them pitting when they weren't supposed to.
I don't see an official EOL listed, nor is there anything in the chat from Race Control, but he is going to fall behind Alistair Catchpole, currently in 7th position.
So trying to assess the situation on the GT3s here. Kurt Crum, as I said, leading. Ryan Robertson is going to inherit second to the VRS satellite racing car, doing a great job, actually, considering the problems they've had. Wasilewski has hopped out of that one. PG-13 car 1 did not pit, so they are in up to third. And it was the Feed Esport Academy car that was in 4th, but they just pitted. They're waving around cars past the pace car now.
And these cars all waved around are ones that would be caught between the pace car and their class leader. So making sure they don't just automatically lose a lap, which is why they are getting waved around.
Now, the leader on the pit strategy, the most recent pit strategy here in the GT3s is actually Jeroen Kaiser in Team Mad, and not the Suderia laundry basket car, which did have a long stop. So they did try and get what repairs they could. They fell down back to 6th. Hopefully they still have the pace, because if not, trying to catch back up from 6th place is going to be difficult. And yeah, now we're hearing the one car communicating that they pitted under closed pits. Okay, so they're going to hand those out in a bit. We're hearing from Race Control. Right now, this does bunch things back together, and we've got 9 of our GT3 cars still on the lead lap, whereas in the GT4s, it is 8 of them left on the lead lap. And then down in the TCRs, it is only 4 that are left on the lead lap right now.
All right, so the number 1 has been given an EOL penalty, so the Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitstye Cameron Dance will go to the end of the line.
And an interesting note here in the GT4s as well. First and second place, Spark Virtual Racing and Precision Racing Esports Black. Both of those teams will start in the start right in front of each other. Sometimes there's going to be other class cars in between you and the class leader, but these two are going to start nose to tail on the restart.
Now the lights are out on the pace car, and they've completed the wave rounds.
So this will be green.
Got a couple cars in between Kurt Crum and Robertson. Just 2 of them, it looks like. That's LeHerbier and Anderson. However, LeHerbier is in the same class, so that's going to be a little bit different. Not sure if he's going to pull immediately out of the way. Thought we were getting some messages from Race Control there. I was just trying to listen in case we could hear anything more, as they're now starting to weave to heat up those tires. You can see the sun's getting yet lower in the sky. It's already past 5 p.m. virtual standard time here in the UK, and it has cooled down a bit since we first started, down to 73 degrees Fahrenheit. Not a huge change, mind you, but as it gets lower and lower, it's going to get more drastic. And here we go. The pace car is still acting as though it's going to be coming in without the lights turned back on. There it goes. Pace car is in, and Crum now has control of the field. Somebody else heading in. That's Vincent LeHerbier. I wonder if he's just trying to get out of the way of the leaders. Out of club, waiting for the green flag. He's holding them up a decent amount of time. Not going immediately. And he waits all the way until the signal. Kurt Crum takes off as we get the green flag. And behind him, a battle for second immediately as it looks like Robertson is going to have Weatherholtz all over the back of him. They get away from the traffic as the rest of them have to deal with that.
Catchpole's around!
Oh,
Mr.
no.
Catchpole around!
Racing Turtles 113 involved. Looks like Murphy Nichols and the Bombshell Loki car involved. This all started, it wasn't with it was with Catchpole. Catchpole made a huge dive, and that's what triggered all of those cars off track into Abbey in the first corner on the restart.
And Gowan Racing has passed Spark Virtual Racing now.
We'll get back to the replay in a moment on this, but this is the battle for the lead.
And there they have their sister car in that GT3 behind them. That's Blake Reynolds there working his way through as well. But that was a very great launch there from Gowan Racing. They've had an interesting drive today, but Jack Hedgecox is out in the control of that machine now as he's taking the lead and almost on contact for that Gowan Racing machine.
Yeah, there's so many different cars with different classes around you. You've got to keep your wits about you at this moment and be aware of who is trying to do what, because everybody's got their own modus operandi right now. And coming down through the Maggots and Beckett sequence, it looks like Hedgecox is able to retain that lead over the Spark Virtual Racing car for the time being.
Yes, he is for now, Joe, but I don't know how long that's going to be able to hold as we've got some more GT3 starting to slip in the way of everything to make things a little bit more complicated. That's one of the Lamborghinis coming up and through. I believe that is the 6th place. Is that the KS Industries machine?
Oof, very deep dive and manages to get through there. Our former leader there, that Demon Tweaks car with Cam. Excuse me, not the Demon Tweaks car. That was Suderia Laundry Basket with Catchpole still in it. And he sits in 9th place, 14 seconds off the lead. After that restart, I think, has it calmed down enough? No, we got to go.
Racing spun. Jack Hedgecox has spun.
That was through Farm, I think. Yeah. Just out of Abbey and into Farm, lost control of the car. Pinto was able to avoid it. He is through to the lead and with a nice gap back to Evans. As we got a battle on screen, this is for second in the GT3s to the inside. Satellite Racing with Robertson trying desperately to try and stay ahead of the 31. But the 31 will deny him for now. He's still going to be on the outside as they come up into Cops. And back into the racing line goes the 64.
That was a very tight battle there between the 31 and the VRS machine, the 64 of Ryan Robertson. And these guys are just absolutely putting on a clinic. They kept things clean, were very aggressive. And one driver in that class I want to make note of, Blake Reynolds. This is the first time we've seen him actually be able to run close to somebody in his class. He's currently 2.5 seconds off of PG-13 car number 2. So he's going to work his way and try to see what his car can do, because he was Ray Kingsbury was struggling back before when he started the race in this car. So that's going to be a fun one to watch. But all throughout this field, we've got a bunch of great battles, it looks like.
And now we get a chance to take a look at the replay on that restart incident. There's Catchpole, an absolute send. And from there, at least one other driver gets contact, and then one of our TCRs has to take avoidance maneuvers. Not sure if they actually made contact. Just a little of it. Wow. Well, we knew it's usually dangerous on the restarts there, DJ, but that really illustrates just how dangerous, because the 69 had such control of this race up until they started getting in trouble.
Agreed. They absolutely dominated everything out here, and then just a little bit of an errant tap there, and everything went to naught for them. You hate to see that affecting the drivers as they go around.
So we're getting a few drivers getting protested.
Gowan Racing has a black flag now.
Oh, and what is that about?
Could it possibly be incident limit?
That seems likely. We've heard a couple drivers talk about how that is a problem. Blacktree Racing Crew is also in. Gerard Gilbert and the GT Force is on lap 19. Now that has been helped by the caution flag, but he's probably going to have to come in within the next lap or two.
Feed Esports also has a black flag, as well as Mad Sim Racing 198 and Sector 5 Scarlet Racing. So a lot of drivers possibly running into the incident limit and having to do pass-throughs right now.
Yeah, and I can see a number of those that I believe the one was given a black flag, Demon Tweaks, for pitting under the caution before the pits were opened. However, it says that the black flag was cleared, so I'm not sure what exactly that means on that.
All right, so updates on the black flags for the 33 Feed Esports Academy. They got a black flag for a
this is for the lead. Sorry to interrupt, but this is the car of Weatherholt overtaking Kurt Crum and making it look easy as they have a car spinning in front of them. And
Two cars.
Big accident, Zimmerman and Vague.
Oh,
That was very dangerous between those two. And just an update on our championships, by the way, it still is going to be the Last Lap Motorsports 52 car in the GT3s. It's still got that tie going on, which would go in the favor of Precision Racing Esports Black in the GT4s. And then it still is Texans Fitstyle Apollo down in the TCR. So still a very tight championship to be fought for in the GT4s.
We need a replay of this one. Remember I said the 112 was coming into the pits? Well, they came back out, but they did not check their 6. And unfortunately, that caused a big accident. We've seen this once already in this race, right to the racing line, and that spelled disaster.
And that could have been so much worse as well. This happened right in front of not only your overall leaders, but the entire field of cars. And that was very dangerous. They're lucky to get off with only those 2 cars involved.
I'm sure the stewards are probably going to take a look at it. That might see a penalty as well. But this means PG-13 Car 1 is your new leader. But Kurt Crum is hot on their heels, and he has a great exit coming out of the Maggots and Beckett sequence as we ride on board. Looking back at the 86, he covers the inside, but not completely. Still looks for the outside, and Kurt Crum breaks a little bit early. Not willing to try and do it right now. And I can report that the number 1 car has been, the number 69 car has been given a black flag.
Yeah, they've gotten a drive-through due to that incident that we saw right at the beginning of this restart. So they're serving that right now, but my goodness, that's going to be a big penalty for them.
I think this is the win effectively gone for them unless something crazy happens in the last of this race. It's looking like it has been turned on its head, and while the 86 team hasn't really had great pace to try and chase down the leaders, now suddenly they're in a great position to try and take this. Is back onto the track. We catch one of our GT3s. That is Peugeot in the 33.
And he just served a drive-through penalty. So that was what that was. They lost several positions to the 56 PG-13 Car 2, as well as the Last Lap Motorsports number 52 and the Demon Tweaks number 1.
Man, the stewards have suddenly gotten very busy for what's been a rather uneventful race for them at first, and now it's all picked up. So this means Pinto leads in the Spark Virtual Racing Car. Precision Esports Black has Evans third. Kingsbury Dirt Esport, what a comeback, onto the podium here. And it looks like they're within 4 seconds of the leader.
They are, and Gown
biggest...
Racing just served their drive-through penalty as well, so the 108 back out into 4th position.
The biggest thing about this Dirt Esports car is they're right on the wing of the 171 Precision Racing Esports Black car, and if they get by, that has championship implications. That would then flip the switch over to the 125.
Oh, but look at this. Battle for the lead in the GT3's overall lead under attack. Last time he backed out of it. This time, Crum makes a serious attempt, but he gets shut down as they exit the corner.
That door was slammed hard by Weatherholt. Now Kurt Crum tries to think about what he can do here, trying to get the better exit out of club. Can he do it? No, is it still going to be PG-13 and Colin Weatherholt to the point.
And don't look now, but Robertson is gaining. Those two battling has now meant that P3 might become a part of the fight for the lead. There you can see him, 1.2 seconds back on them.
And that's one of those things, just the guys battling in front. You see how hard these guys are fighting each other. Now they're going to have to deal with a lap car as they're trying to still battle themselves. And they just cannot find a way to get things sort of between the two. And all that's doing is slowly, that door, it was just a little bit ajar not long ago. Now it's going to be wide open the next lap or so if these guys keep battling for Ryan Robertson.
He's starting to fall back. It's 1.2 again. And he's going to have traffic between them. Leonard Burke's 199 car spins in front of him. He just avoids everybody behind as well. Woo! As the other PG-13 car snuck through, and thankfully Burke managed to get it off the track in time before we had more cars barreling down.
By the way, I mentioned that battle in the GT4s with the Dirty Sport number 121. They made the driver change under that caution, so that's going to put Matt Kingsbury back in the car, and that's where that extra speed, I think, has come from, because he started this race and was absolutely flying there for his team.
So we watch this fight for the second position. I'm keeping half an eye out here and half an eye on Crum and Weatherholt, because both are happening at once right now. And this is a great run. He's flashing his lights. He wants to try and distract him as they fly down the Wellington straight. He's going to poke his nose. It's Porsche versus McLaren. He sends it into the corner. Can he take it? It looks like that's a yes.
That was a huge send from multiple car lengths back and just under braking. That had just, there was so much fortitude there. He just stuffed it in there and got it to stay.
Fantastic stuff, but it's not over as they come down the old pit straight, still trailing his rival. It looks like Jeff Evans wants that spot back, but he breaks early into Copse.
That just might be something in the setup of the 121 that he's able to break later. Getting a great launch off the corner, though, is Jeff Evans in that 171 Precision machine. Can he do anything here? Still too far back. And I think that hopefully now that Kingsbury's back in the car, he just wants to run away and hide.
Oh, and I think Weatherholt's feeling the threat now. The PG-13 car one is weaving back and forth down the Wellington straight. Crum was not able to attack this time. We're starting to see a little bit of desperate defenses from the 31 team.
Yeah, he's feeling the pressure starting to build, and this is crunch time for these guys. All of these laps really are going to set you up. This is building the foundation for a strong finish. What's going to happen here is these two don't have to worry about Robertson anymore. He's fallen about 4 seconds back. Still, though, over 2 hours, so these guys just started to plan things out the rest of the way.
Yeah, we're talking about the finish. By the way, 2 hours and 18 minutes left. There's a long way to go in this race, but they want that track position. Both of them do. And they've left Robertson in the VRS Satellite Racing 64 in the dust. It's 3.5 seconds behind. This is where Kurt has seemed his strongest, starting to gain most times. But now Colin begins to weave once again to try and break that slipstream. And it's not enough. Kurt isn't able to attack this time, is behind them. We got some battles. This is for 5th place.
This is Blake Reynolds. The highest this car has been all day is 6th. Now up to 5th for the first time. And PG-13 car 2 is going to get taken 2 for 1 as Demon Tweaks and Cameron Dance thought they were going to sneak by, but they're still side by side. But Blake Reynolds now in this car. He's trying to just lay down the fastest laps he can as he just now made the driver switch from Ray Kingsbury at their last pit stop.
Oh, but look at the cutback there from Bidwell, who manages to get back underneath Dance side by side into Abbey. This is tough to do, especially in GT cars, but they manage it. Still side by side, back through farm. Inside is going to go to Bidwell as they both break hard for the corner. Dance goes deeper, and he's going to be able to keep the nose ahead as now it goes back in his favor through the loop. A cutback as Bidwell tries to see if he can come back through to use the momentum, the launch off the corner, and it's not there.
Fantastic racing all through the GT3 field right now. Your leader's now about a second apart. Oh, Blake Reynolds very deep on the brakes. They're almost made contact with Jerome Kaiser, but keeps things clean for now. He's right there. Thought about, he has no room to make the move. Can he get the launch off the corner? No, I thought Kaiser might have had a slowdown penalty from a couple corners ago. He does not, and he is able to just continue to build that gap. And these guys just trying to make things difficult for the other. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Reynolds start flashing his lights just a little bit. Any little thing to throw off the cars around you as we continue to see these guys duke it out in the GT3 class.
I'm not sure what exactly happened, but Kurt Crum is way behind Colin now. Oh, and it's coming down. It's coming down very fast. Did Colin get a slowdown penalty or something? This is suddenly ebbed back and forth very quickly.
Yeah, it was in one way or another, Joe. That was Andy Banfield that held up Weatherholt through the Maggots and Beckett sequence.
So traffic allowing Crum to get back into it as we see them break into the last few corners behind them now. Blake Reynolds trying to attack on Kaiser, but Kaiser is not letting him get his nose in.
And Reynolds is just all over the back wing of team manager Jerome Kaiser, and I wonder if we can get it looks like Ray Kingsbury is here. We'll bring him in just for a brief moment. Ray, you made the driver switch not long ago, and you guys are absolutely fighting out there right now.
Yeah, we pulled some damage out of the car. It's fast, just got a dealt a bad hand kind of with some netcode incidents, but you're gonna see Blake put it on the podium without a doubt. So
I was gonna say, is there something different about this track that that just didn't play into your favor? This is, I think, one of the first times we have seen you guys not at the front of the field the whole race.
Yeah, I mean, just a busy week in general, but this is like my first time around this circuit at all. I really couldn't figure out which one was turn one and which one was the one after the backstretch. Like, it was just like confusing me mentally. So I was not very good, but it didn't help that we got quite significant damage during my triple stint there. So, I mean, pace-wise, I was only about half a second off Blake, but yeah, a lot of damage. So we pulled all 2 minutes of it out in the pit stop, and we look like we're good to go now, pace-wise.
Yeah, you had a couple instances there, but things seem to be going well in the car for you.
Yeah, apparently we just got a magnet installed on the bumper, though, because we got rear-ended right off the restart again.
Well, hey, you know what? The thing is still rolling, and you're doing your best out there. So best of luck the rest of the way, and hope to speak to you after the race is over.
Yeah, have fun in here.
We certainly have been, and we will the rest of the way. That's Ray Kingsbury, the other driver here of the 52, and he's had quite the busy week. You'll notice a different livery on that car and some changes within that organization. So they've had a fun time over there with the Last Lap Motorsports stable, but right now, Blake Reynolds charging through the field, currently up to the 4th spot.
Yeah, and speaking of changes, Chad, from the lead of the race by 20 seconds to DNF, the 69 Scuderia Laundry Basket team has called it quits today after making contact with the 199 that gave them some front-end damage and erased their lead, then getting black flagged under the safety car. Their race is over.
Sometimes that's how racing goes, but this is looking like some good racing about to erupt as this is Kaiser, Dance, and Bidwell vying for position P5 here. They're trying to keep up with Blake Reynolds up there in 4th, but the traffic is causing a bit of a headache. Almost picked the wrong side there. I thought that Cameron Dance was going to get blocked in, and now coming onto the Wellington Straight, staying off to the side. Murphy Nichols just wants to let these guys go, run his own race into the braking of, from way back. Thankfully, that TCR car saw him coming. That was the leader. TCR leader, yeah.
Yeah, that is your leader, Mats Borg Anderson, who has been keeping a good advantage over Ethan Bass, regrowing that. But thank goodness that is some heads-up driving from that M-Plower MTEC machine.
Saw the battle coming, dove out of the way, and that could have easily been a penalty for any one of them. But it carries on now as Kaiser in the 36 with the car of Dance just all over that back bumper, coming up towards the Maggots and Beckett sequence. They're now starting to drop Bidwell in the 56 behind them. I'm sure they'd love to have a 2-car fight instead of a 3-way battle. Coming on to the hangar straight. Oh, this is a great run from Dance. He's starting to pull him in. It's down to 1/10 of a second, almost a car length as they approach the braking. He now sticks his nose in, sends it way into there, and he is going to get a nose ahead, tries to feed him out, gives him just enough space. But look at the momentum from Jeroen coming around the outside. That'll give the inside into the last chicane, and the battle carries on, slowing both of them up, allowing PG-13 car 2 to start to catch, tries to get his nose in underneath Kaiser, who goes a little bit wide. That might be a slowdown penalty right there.
And the biggest thing there for Team Matt is they are boxed in almost by PG-13 car 2. So they are trying everything that they can to find. There you see him slowing that serve down. That's unfortunate to see. I believe that's just over a second, I believe, on that slowdown for running it too wide there. They continue on. And unfortunately, that battle has died down. And they continue to just churn laps out here. And this restart has been leading to some fantastic racing.
Oh, and Blake Reynolds is on again. Blake Reynolds now attacking Robertson into Brooklands. This time he's got it. The VRS satellite car falls to P4 onto the podium as predicted by Kingsbury. Blake Reynolds has 6.5 seconds to make up to reach Chrome, but he has also lost touch with our leader, Weatherholt, in the PG-13 car 1. Now, let me check to see if we've had a win from the PG-13 team from either car. And definitely not the 2 car, the 1 car. No, neither of them have taken a victory yet this season.
Yeah, and the way that this race started for those PG-13 cars is the entire first stint and a half or so. PG-13 car 1 and car 2 both were nose to tail for about 5th spot. And then all of a sudden, just the way the strategy shook out, the car 1 got just shot to the front. And now Bidwell trying to do anything he can to get back up there and join his teammate.
Ooh, Peugeot just got Kaiser as well. Something must be wrong with Mad now. Yeah, he had contact with Sherburne in the Sector 5 212. So that sent him spinning in the Maggots and Beckett sequence and cost him. Here it is, side by side. We've seen tons of cars do that successfully, but it couldn't last forever, as those two are going to slow each other up, cause a little bit of a kerfluffle there. So 2 hours and 9 minutes left to go. And I think we finally calmed down a little bit. What do you guys think?
Well, Joe, I was just going to mention, I don't know if something happened to Precision Racing, but Jeff Evans we just saw him not too long ago get past what was holding with Matt Kingsbury. He's now 3.5 seconds behind for that second spot. So definitely interesting to see, and have to see if something happened to that 171 car as they are continuing to lose time.
It was traffic. Traffic with the TCR cars coming through the final few corners that held him up, including a car with some connection problems out there. I think the 288 has been blinking a lot, and that probably added to the hesitation.
Yeah, that's one of those things that you wouldn't see in the real world. You just don't have cars going invisible for multiple seconds at a time, then reappearing right in front of you. That makes for some hesitation from drivers. And if you're the driver that is blinking, you have to figure something out, whether it's being predictable or just slowing down, getting out of everybody else's way. But there's nothing you can do around these cars. As there you see another one. That's the one car that was blinking there of Demon Tweaks, as these guys continue just to hammer these laps.
Ooh, and this is going to be a three-way fight here. And unfortunately for the VRS team, they're under attack this time by Cameron Dance. Cam off to the left-hand side, looking to outbrake him as they come into Stowe. He's going to have to go the long way around. How hard does Robertson fight it? A little bit hard. He wants it. He wants to keep with it, but he can't keep the momentum up. Now he opens the door to Bidwell. The 56. Oh, deep on the brakes, though. That VRS car tries to fight back, but it backfires. Battle continues onto the main straight. Bidwell hassling him, and this is great news for Dance, who is able to just start to stretch his lead over them, focus forward to catch Blake Reynolds.
Yeah, with the way that Blake has driven since this restart, he just needs to keep things clean, and he's pulling away mightily. There you see the Dirt Esport car. That's second place in the GT4s. that is just between them. But these guys making mincemeat of this track as they continue to tick the laps off, coming closer and closer to 2 hours remaining in this MTEC season.
And Joe, P1 for the TCRs is in the pits. M-Plower, MTEC deciding to come down pit lane. And remember what I talked about, that there was a difference in strategy here, that Team 19 and Bombshell Racing, a couple of these guys came down, or Bombshell Racing Team Loki came down pit lane during the safety car period. And M-Plower, MTEC, and TechSense Pitstye Apollo did not.
Yeah, so Lars Veal hopping into that M-Plower MTEC machine, the 287. Fuel and tires for them as they're in the pits right now. The first of the TCRs to pit this 5th time.
The battle continues for 5th in the GT3s, and wow, Bidwell almost tried to go side by side down into Maggots and Beckett's, but backed out of it. Robertson, after being on the podium there for the VRS team, is suddenly bleeding positions. And how about these PG-13 cars? Because if he manages to make this pass, then Bidwell will put both of them within the top 5, 1st and 5th, which is going to be phenomenal points. Now, there's no inter-team points there, but still a feather in their cap.
And our leader's in, Joe. PG-13 car 1 into the pits. Colin Weatherholt. Take it down pit lane. It'll be interesting to see as Kurt Crum goes by in the Bombshell Racing Team Odin machine to see whether or not the pit stop works out. But we got to go back to that battle for P5. Rod Robertson, Cameron Bidwell side by side down the front stretch.
They're going to go 2 by 2 into Abbey. They're going to try it around the outside. It looks like Robertson is able to hang tough. And now they look for the braking into Village. Bidwell was briefly ahead, coming back at him. Robertson suddenly loses out. And now P4 actually for Bidwell, since we had that pit stop. And we should see Kurt Crum also have to pit in soon. He's on lap 22 of this stint. Same thing with Robertson, who has unfortunately not been able to get the gap that we've seen the likes of Crum and our leader Weatherholt, former leader Weatherholt, get.
Yeah, so once Crum makes his pit stop, for the moment, that's going to give the lead back to Blake Reynolds. Not back to, that's going to give the lead to Blake Reynolds. And we were just talking with Ray Kingsbury a moment ago, talking about trying to get that car on the podium. They're going to be on the top step for at least for the time being.
Absolutely. It's the highest team on their pit strategy, and oftentimes that's where you need to be. You make your bed and then you lay in it, and right now it's looking very comfy for the 52, but that could still change as this goes on, especially considering all the incidents that we witnessed. Remember, I said we could still have another caution, and with this one being a lot more messy compared to the early stages of this race, I'm a little bit worried on whether or not we'll be able to go without another caution.
Yeah, if you're the driver of the 125 Rui Pinto and that team, you're hoping that we don't see the caution. You don't want a bunch of field back up, because right now Dirty Sport is about 4 seconds in front of Precision Racing. That's their championship rival. And all three of those teams looking to finish in the top 3 in the point standings of the GT4 class.
And we have to remember, part of the rule, I don't think we've mentioned it in this broadcast, the caution flag cannot be thrown in the final 15 minutes of this race. So once they hit that, it goes green to the finish. If we see it, it'll need to be before then.
And we've seen that come into play a couple of times, especially it reminds me of the last race that we had at Watkins Glen. Went caution-free the first time of the season, but it was getting close and it was getting aggressive towards the end of it. So then one might have come out if that rule was not in place.
Absolutely. As we check in on our TCR drivers, it looks like some blinking, unfortunately, still happening for the 288. Colin Daner in that car after taking over for Eisenberg.
Indeed.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, the blinking is very, very consistent here. I'm surprised Race Control hasn't said anything about it, but these are two of the drivers that did not come in. So this is a battle out on track right now. We've seen a lot of steady pace out of the Twin Turn Sim Racing 295, just slowly but surely reeling them in.
Let's see if he can make it happen is the question, as this is another pretty good run. Look at him stay all the way to the right side and not defend down into Brooklands this time. But another little good run up the hangar straight would certainly open that up. But we got to go back to the GT3s. Bidwell has managed to get by, but they've got Peugeot, who's been recovering from very early on, and now he is up into P5 himself. The Feed Esport Academy driver with a decisive move past Robertson and back to the line without defending. He knows that one's done.
Yeah, that's a battle that's been going on for a while. It just took a couple opportunities to set it up and get it to work. They all three now have their eyes set. They can see the Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitztye car of Cameron Dance just up the road. He's definitely within sight as they work their way through some of these longer straightaways. So they know that there is the opportunity for the podium for them. It just depends on where things cycle out. At the front of the GT3 field, we know that there was some help from the caution, but Bombshell Team Racing, now working lap 24. That's 8 laps further than the rest of the GT3 field.
Not sure this is a good enough run for Enzo and that 33 this time through. And as they go by the lap traffic of Isaacs, yep, just a little too far back. We're going to have to step away from this one for a moment as we go through the top 5 in each of our classes. And up at the top of the GT3s, it is Bombshell Racing Team Odin, but they are on a different strategy than the couple cars behind them. And that could change the complexion of this race late in it. He is on a longer stint right now than those behind. So will he wind up suffering because of it? Because Blake Reynolds is actually catching. Not only does he have more laps left in his stint, but he's much, much faster. And it's down to 6 seconds in that number 86 car that he's chasing. In third, it is Demon Tweaks Esports with Cameron Dance, longtime rival of Blake Reynolds, and that's down to 5 seconds. So 2 very fast drivers behind Kurt Crum that are breathing down his neck. In fourth place, PG-13 car 2, Cameron Bidwell, in quite a bit of a fight, and that's going to be fourth place now instead for Enzo Peugeot. Just as we come to them, he wants to try and take it right back. No, he is going to pit in. And so is Robertson behind him. But that will take us to the GT4s, Chad.
Spark Virtual Racing, Last Lap Motorsports, and Rui Pinto still out in front of this field. And they got to be all smiles there. Because at the moment, with the current car in second place of Dirt Esport and Matt Kingsbury behind the wheel of that one, with that position, they are currently in front in the championship. The team that they need that they don't need to improve is Precision Racing Esports Black. Jeff Evans sitting currently third in class. Gowan Racing and Jack Hedgecox is the driver of that car for the moment. That car has had some adventures today, multiple times spinning out and going into the grass. So they have had the adventure there. And wrapping up the top 5 in the GT4s, Lyndon Swaby and the Kinetic Racing MTEC 165. DJ?
Back in the TCRs, it is Team 19 in the lead right now with Tom Guest behind the wheel, but they do owe us a pit stop here shortly, we anticipate. Behind them in second place in class, it's TechSense Fitztye Apollo running around. They also owe us a pit stop, but M-Plower MTEC, the drivers that have been leading for the most of this race, Lars Weil, who we spoke to a little while ago, currently behind the wheel of that car. Behind them, it's Twin Turn Sim Racing, who have just popped down pit lane to take their pit stop. Dominic Eisenberg between the wheels on that one. And then in fifth place, it's Chris Sherburne and the Sector 5 Black Ball 212.
And that's going to take us to a quick break. We'll come back with the final 2 hours here of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. Don't go away. Welcome back to Silverstone as we watch our cars carry on in the final 2 hours of the season finale for the Majors Team Endurance Challenge. And we got a bit of a spin right on screen as we come back. Wow, using the front wheel drive of his Audi, Ethan Bass manages to keep hold of it, but not the lead as they're split temporarily by Bidwell. And that is going to be the M-Plower MTEC car that gets the lead away with that moment.
Oh my goodness gracious, Joe. I was just about to talk about how Texan Spitfire Apollo was able to jump M-Plower in the pit stop cycle, but with that spin, now it is going to be M-Plower MTEC back up into the lead. Absolutely incredible, but it doesn't look like that battle is over. Texan Spitfire Apollo, currently driven by Ethan Bass, fighting tooth and nail here.
And pit stops are starting to happen as this continues on. We got to stay here as Bass is going to want that spot back, but Lars Weil has the track position. These are for the lead in the TCRs. It is Rui Pinto leading the GT4s and Blake Reynolds leading in the GT3s. A long stretch up the Wellington Straight, but Lars is far enough away that he's not going to be attacked this time.
No, he's going to be able to hold that out at about a 0.3 of a second advantage right now for that M-Plower MTEC machine. Tighter line coming through Luffield there. A little bit interesting. We'll have to see if the TechSense car is able to get a little bit more speed on corner exit. I would normally say that this battle would be relatively done and dusted with the speed we've seen out of M-Plower MTEC all day long, but I think that Ethan Bass has got something to say about this overall lead in TCR.
I'm pretty certain as well, because the slipstream will certainly help them stick with them. They get overtaken by Robertson in 8th.
Joe, big update from the GT4's Precision Racing Esports. Apparently missed their pit stall on pit entry. They had to readjust and get back into their box, so that was a huge moment for them. That's going to cost them a little bit of time.
And cost them a position, I believe.
Critical errors there, especially this late in the race where you don't have guarantees that you're going to be able to get back up to them.
Joe, we're
TCR
side by side for the TCR lead right now as they are going down into Stowe. Here it is, M-Plower MTEC on the outside, TechSense Fitzdy Apollo on the inside.
Coming down into the chicane, Bass is going to try and outbrake him so that he can get the inside, and it just about looks like it might work. Now he's going to be pinched in. Can he slide out? Yes, he does. Little touch between them, but that is all fair and touring car racing as the M-Plower team now has to try and get this back.
And they're going to try to fight here. The gap is at about 0.3 of a second. If that sounds familiar, that's exactly what the gap was between these two last time around, only the positions were reversed.
Ooh, great stuff here. We always say it somehow. The TCR cars managed to bring us excitement right towards the end of the race. Catching up to Chris Sherburne, that's within their own class, but he's a lap down, so that's not for position. But it's always a little trickier trying to pass a car or lap a car within your own class.
Yeah, it is. It's the same pace, the same speed, all of that. It's not like where you have the natural advantage of more downforce or more horsepower to get around them. Hopefully, Chris is going to recognize this is a battle for the lead in his class, and he will get out of the way.
Say now work their way around Luffield. They aren't catching him super quickly. So we had the pit stop take place for Crum in the 86. He's fallen down to 5th for those wondering, and have come back now after the break. And that's what's allowed Reynolds and Dance to take the lead in the GT3s, just to give you an update on where that sits. But this is where the action is in the battles for the lead, because the TCR cars, who haven't always given us reason to turn the cameras over there, suddenly are showing quite a bit of tension. But Bass, now that he's been past DJ, doesn't look like he's is able to get as close as... Veal, now that Veal's been passed, doesn't seem like he's able to get as close, and now the slipstream from Sherburne is going to help Bass.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the gap expanding out to about 0.6 of a second. We got a spinner in the back.
I think that's
and this
the 199.
Is once again, yeah, this is 199 CMS Racing Recruit. So, unfortunately, spinning again, currently in 30th overall.
So back down into that final chicane. There's a little bit of elevation change throughout here. It's not drastic. course, it was a former air base here, as many tracks were in the UK. And coming onto the front stretch, they are past that lap traffic, but Bass seems to have it under control.
Yes, he does. Bass looking like he is under good control here, but the gap is coming down a little bit through the twistier bits. It looks like Lars Weil just a little bit faster through the second and third sectors on this track.
So we now come out of the loop through Aintree, should be flat out in these cars, getting onto the throttle and flying down the Wellington Straight. Lars needs to be much closer than this. I think I heard a car coming in. Looks like that was the 167 onto pit lane.
Yeah, the Feed Esports Academy, Enzo Peugeot coming into pit lane. I would expect Enzo probably is due for a driver change. We'll find out soon enough, but yeah, Enzo, I mean, the Feed Esports Academy drivers, I mean, to talk about some race trans, honestly, it's been consistency over aggression this race that has proved to be most fruitful. Feed Esports has been fairly aggressive in their driving styles. We see another spinner there.
That's Jonathan Gomes in the 198, the Mad Sim Racing 198, and didn't collect anybody, no harm, no foul, just lost a ton of time waiting for cars on the track to go by.
So Enzo's not going to do a driver change here, as we also see Miguel Freitas jumping into the Team Mad number 36 machine. But yeah, I mean, consistency has been everyone's friend here today, as we see the Feed Esports Academy driver come back out. Feed's been one of the fastest teams on track all day, but the trouble is they've fallen afoul of penalties and contact and just have not been able to get themselves back up the field.
Speaking of being fast all day, can we pull up a lap comparison between the 52 and the 1? I don't know if anybody's been watching that gap on the tower in the left, but Cameron Dance has been steadily chipping away. There you go. Did lose a lot of time on lap 116. That kind of ate up a lot of it. But other than that, it looks like this is starting to become a fight between the Last Lap Motorsports team and the Demon Tweaks guys.
This might be the first time that Reynolds has been on tires this dead throughout the race so far. This is only his second stint in the car. So I think he just might not be adjusted to the fall off as this race continues. To see him run a little bit wide there, but able to rejoin in time to not get any sort of penalty from it. But for Blake Reynolds now diving down to pit road, I believe that, yes, Dance will follow in behind. So both these guys are going to get some fresh fuel and probably some tires, I would assume, at least for the 52.
The race for the lead comes down to the virtual pit crews with the Last Lap Motorsports of Blake Reynolds and Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitztie. Cameron Dance coming to the lane. We're going to see Dance pull through and park it with a good launch, but he misses his box. That's going to be an important about half a second to a second that he's lost here on pit road. He's going to have to make that all up again. Now, granted, the pace that he's been running, it's possible that he can do that, but yeah, no driver change for either of these teams. Blake and Cam are going to be out there racing head to head again.
And I'm surprised with that. Not that there's no driver change, but there's no tire change for the 52, because we saw that on that graphic just a moment ago. The tire fall off, as we have to see how much time does Dance lose on pit exit.
Well, it looks like 31.9 seconds stationary in his stall, but Blake Reynolds is back out, and Blake is only about 5 seconds behind Crum right now.
But Dance got trapped behind a battle for 5th position with Cameron Bidwell and Enzo Peugeot, and so now he's in big traffic.
Oh, this is a good point. Yeah, you can see it here on screen. The PG-13 car 2 is giving a big slipstream to the Feed Sport 33. And as they come into the braking of Brooke Lindsay's very much later. Is it too late? No, way too late behind them. Cameron Dance maybe not used to the car now, as he almost blew the corner. Going by more lap traffic, as that was Jeff Evans trying to stay out of their way. The 171 having to serve a penalty, well, or miss their pit stall rather, a little bit earlier, which acted almost as a penalty on them. But Bidwell versus Peugeot, as Cameron Dance would probably like to dance his way past the both of them and leave them be.
By the way, the interesting note here in terms of strategy, as we just saw Reynolds and Dance both come down, but the guys in front of them, both Bombshell Racing with Kurt Crum and Colin Weatherholt for PG13 Car 1, both of those guys are 6 and 9 laps off sequence respectively. So we're going to have to see how that shakes out towards the end of the race. Will anybody need a splash, or will they end up cycling things out? I know Ray Kingsbury and that 52 car somehow have magic numbers and a magic formula that gets them perfectly there every race. Just have to wait and see how that shakes out for them and what everybody else is going to have to do in front of them.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is what happens with the laps that they are pitting on. Are they able to make it in time? And will this actually pay off for the Last Lap Motorsports car and the car of Demon Tweaks? Because both of them on that strategy, but this has certainly proved atrocious for the number one. They came out behind the traffic, as we mentioned before, and unable to make these overtakes. They have been stuck behind Bidwell.
Yeah, that's the issue with with getting stuck behind lap traffic that is your class, because you just don't have any options of where to pass or what you can do to get by.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. I would have thought that Cam probably would have been able to overtake by now, but he seems to be struggling to try and get the pass done, as the 56 has done well to keep him hindered. At first he was fighting with Peugeot, but Peugeot's now distanced himself. So Lambo versus Lambo.
Oh,
here. And
Joe, sorry.
Just behind.
Ethan Bass and Lars Veal just had a moment. Bass just slid it into, I believe that was Village, and lost the position of the lead.
And that's exactly what happened when we came back from our break too, wasn't it? I believe it was Bass who had that almost carbon copy moment. And now he has got to play catch up by about a second to catch the 187.
You are right, Joe. It was exactly what happened when we came back from break, and so he has had to go back here. This M-Flower MTEC machine that has dominated the majority of the race back up into the lead. The gap already down to about 7 tenths right now, 7-8 tenths. So not a whole lot that he has got to get away from it, but he has got to push here if he wants to close this back down.
Also, Blake Reynolds has already caught Colin Weatherholt. So he is faster than those out on the track right now. Will the pit strategy not mean anything potentially? Is this going to mean that Blake Reynolds just romps away with this thing if it stays green, as he kicks up a little bit of dust coming through Abbey, starts stalking behind that number 31 machine, but decides not to take an attempt down into Village this time?
Yeah, he's a very patient driver, but we've seen him make some fantastic slicing and dicing moves. And man, the way that this 52 car, the way that their day is gone, normally they qualify at the front and stay there. Today they qualified 6th, dropped down to 9th, and now they're worked their way all the way back up now to 3rd for the time being.
The more this race plays out, the more it's looking better and better for Blake, I think, as he's got the speed. And that doesn't seem to be the case here for Cameron Dance. And up ahead of him, Cameron Bidwell is still not giving way, still making sure to just cover off any lines, not opening the door. Unless this is maybe a fuel strategy here from the number one car. Unless he's just trying to save for these final couple hours.
It's very early to be thinking about fuel saving already, but I would definitely be surprised if that was the case. But right now, there's plenty of battles all throughout this field, and this is one that's I feel like it's gonna be going on for a while, because we've seen these guys be matched step for step as the laps have ticked off.
He's close, and he's got to run. But he lifts a little bit. Yeah, I'm starting to think that Cam might be trying to play some games here. Meanwhile, we got a battle between Reynolds and Weatherholt. Reynolds looks around the outside, coming into the chicane, tries to cut back. And it looks like Weatherholt will defend successfully for now. I don't think that he can waste too much time here. Reynolds wants to try and keep Kurt Crum from getting too far away from him.
And the thing for Blake Reynolds is he's almost forced Weatherholt into a mistake last time they went through Stowe. On corner exit, he was very wide, Weatherholt was, and barely was able to get back on track. And a huge checkup as well. But right now, with the corner exit here, I think that Reynolds going for the crossover move, not close enough to do it. And he's going to continue on, though, in third and trying to hunt down that second spot.
I thought it was going to be a much better exit here down the Wellington Straight, but he fell too far back. Andrew Mickey, who is last in those TCRs, is going to stay off to the side, trying to avoid getting involved with this battle. A little peek to the inside from Blake Reynolds. And the Last Lap Motorsports Porsche not able to make the overtake. Here we go again. Does he dare into Copse? He's got the run. Side by side as they now fly down the old pit straight. He's got a nose inside, and he's gonna be brave. He sends it in as Colin Weatherholt decides to give up the ghost.
And immediately flashing his lights, whether that's a I'm trying to distract you move or a good move and can keep on going. But these guys now have that settled out. What you got, Adam?
Cameron Bidwell's around.
And that's PG-13 car 2 just a moment ago, yeah.
Copse corner. And, I think there was some contact involved. Yeah, it was Mickey. Oh, no. Andrew just trying to stay out of the way, was at the wrong place at the wrong time, and Cam Dance maybe made a little contact as well. Here we go.
Oh, that TCR just understeering a little bit there, Joe. You could see how it kind of popped out there and just didn't want to grip. That is a result of tires starting to wear away in that TCR.
That was not a fine move by the TCRs. Mickey lost a bunch of time on that one.
Also, now that Reynolds has left Weatherholt behind, it's already about a second and a half between them. So here's your gap to the leader. Blake Reynolds has 5.3 seconds to make up to Kurt Crum with an hour and a half left to go in this race. As now we check in on Pinto here with that being Bidwell going by him. The 125 not doing too shabby as well. 7 seconds down to Matt Kingsbury in the Dirt Esport car currently.
And something to point out, Joe, about that Blake Reynolds 52 car, even though he was battling Weatherholt last lap, he still made up 3/10 on Crum. So there's definitely some pace left in that 52 last lap motorsports machine. They just have to get everything out of it as we continue to watch down here in the GT4s.
Yeah, I haven't looked over here to the 125 in some time, giving them a little bit of love here late in this race. But my mind keeps going back to the Red Bull Ring, to Watkins Glen, and how much we thought this is surely in their hands. And I don't think we can count on anything at this stage for the 125. A 7-second lead probably doesn't feel safe for them.
Yeah, we saw them do a different strategy here today with Sarah Rabb starting the car. She's going to get back in and finish it as well. And she was blowing up my DMs during this race, saying how every little thing about this track and everything that she was, that their team was going through. And she is very excited. She wants to win this race. They want to get their first win of the season.
Pass for third as Peugeot goes by the 31. So Weatherholt not able to hold on, briefly up in the lead, but it has started to slip away. Still, they are currently 4th and 6th in those PG-13 cars. So going to be decent finishes, just not quite what it was looking like a half an hour ago. Down the front stretch once again. Is he going to be able to do what we saw Reynolds do and start to pull away from PG-13 and breaking down into the village corner? Nothing there. Well, I thought Reynolds actually was pulling away, and I'm looking. He is right in front of them.
Yeah, it's about a second the interval at the moment. I think that he's trying to just use a slipstream off of the car in front to get any bit of speed he can. Diving down to the inside here as they go towards the last couple corners here through Club, and these guys trying everything that they can for Blake Reynolds to pull away. If I was him, I'd probably just be hammering the DRS button. I know these cars don't have it, but at a track like this, you have to push the button and pray.
Well, Reynolds might try and push the button, but right now he's got to rely on his skills. 5.6 seconds. No, he is not catching Kurt Krum right now. Peugeot instead behind him, about 1.1 seconds back. Wondering if he can maybe try and do one better. There you see the time differences. And there was faster on 121 and 123. But massive difference in 122, 1.5 seconds. I wonder if that's when he was battling for third.
I think that definitely might be the case, but there you see Enzo Peugeot in that 33 just behind, getting caught in a little bit of traffic. So he's trying and struggling a little bit as he now actually has Weatherholt breathing down his neck. These guys, I mean, they're going to be battling for the last step of the podium, and it's going to be tight as we get closer and closer to the end of this race.
Speaking of which, the tightest battle for the lead right now is actually down in the TCRs, 3 seconds between them. So it's not completely on right now, but out of the 3 different classes, Ethan Bass still is poised the best to try and take a victory. And you can see there's constant lap traffic at this stage, and we're getting pretty dark out there as well. The sun continues to set. It's down to 71 Fahrenheit on the track, so the temperatures on the surface are going away as we get less of the sun shining on the British pavement.
Indeed, Joe, and in terms of this battle for the TCR, viewers may remember that it was a little bit closer not too long ago. Well, again, there was a big almost coming together with Bass almost running into the back of Lars Weil and really forcing to back off there. So that is what separated them out.
And as we take a look at another of our GT3s, Kurt Krum, our leader, it's gone down. It is now 4.7 seconds. So Reynolds is finally finding himself a little bit of pace here. Peugeot behind him, 2.1 seconds up to Blake Reynolds. And Weatherholt is about 1.5 seconds behind Enzo Peugeot. So the PG-13 car 1 unable to hang right now. An hour and a half left to go on the clock. So this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. This time by, what's it going to be between Reynolds and Krum? Krum's coming across first here naturally, leading this race. His last lap, a 2:01 flat. Blake Reynolds is going to run a 2:01 flat as well. In fact, there is less than 1/100th of a second between them on that last lap. That's how close that was. This is all shaping up to be quite the finale. We hoped for good racing here today. We hoped that this extra 2 hours that they've tacked on would give us something interesting. And I gotta say, they've succeeded, because so far we've had major developments in the latter half of this race. We've had drivers who look like they had a sure victory in their hands crumble in the face of adversity, and others who quietly were doing their things suddenly rise to the top and try to challenge, such as that 52 and this 33.
Yeah, and the way that this 52 has worked its way up is really seeming to find its stride. Talking to Ray Kingsbury, the other driver of the car, and he's talking about they would love some DRS. They're at max wing on that car, and they're still finding a way to make that car just fly out there.
Yeah, sometimes it's not the setup so much as how you drive it. And we've seen that plenty of times from Blake Reynolds, who can hop in just about anything. Known perhaps to most iRacers as a black stripe, a professional over on the Coca-Cola iRacing series with NASCAR. But we've witnessed him for multiple years now here on GSRC through the majors, racing just about everything that he could hop into.
So it's great to watch these guys continue to get some clean laps in here, and the gap back to Feed Esport right now is closed up once again. It's under a second, so they continue to churn laps after lap, and I think that Blake is trying to Brown's just trying to do everything he can to hit his marks and keep pointing in the right direction. But as you can see, the sun's starting to get a little bit lower. The track's going to start cooling off even more.
Yeah, I mentioned a little bit earlier, it was down to 71. It's still at that right now. You could see it dip even lower as the sun slowly sets. 6 p.m. virtual standard time here in the UK. As we've been watching Kurt Crum, let's see, last lap for him, a 2:02.09. Blake Reynolds, a 2:08.58. So that one was slower for the 52 and not making the same inroads that he was before.
And by the way, I just did a bit of research on my end, Joe. This race is going to finish after sunset, so it's going to be pretty dark. You already see the headlights have kicked on for the cars, so it's going to be very dark by the time the checkered flag flies at this one.
Yeah, that's a good point. If we're past 6 p.m. here, we got an hour and a half, so 7:30 or so.
And sunset officially would be at 7:15.
Yeah, it's going to be dark. So hopefully they've got their wits about them and their bearings around this track, because I don't believe this one is lit up at night by anything. It's only going to be your headlights that allows you to see around here. Let's head back to the 287, the 268. This is starting to close in once again. Lars Viel still leading Ethan Bass, but that could change. Oh, Robertson is off. This is the VRS Satellite Racing car. Where is this? I think, oh, this was out of Maggots and Beckett's, and he did hit the wall very hard. And he's got a meatball flag as well.
There's one thing about iRacing is you have to respect that meatball flag. You don't come in within a couple of laps. And as he comes down pit road now, let's take a look at the replay, but that was significant contact. Looks like the back end, yeah, just comes across the curbs, and there's just no way of stopping that car. Nose first into the wall.
Once it hit the grass, that was all she wrote. And the 64 is going to have to take some repairs off strategy now, changing things up. It was looking like potentially a top 5, but I think that seems unlikely at this stage.
Yeah, with that major damage, Joe, they're going to be in here for a while to get that meatball repaired. So unfortunately, it's probably engine damage for them. So it's going to be at least 20 minutes of repairs, most likely.
Back to our leaders in the TCRs. Lars still only about a second ahead of Bass, but they've got 11 seconds down to Tom Guest, who's been kind of doing his own thing there in third place. He's 11 seconds behind and a minute 30 some ahead of fourth place. Massive, massive gap there.
Yeah, it's a big-time gap, and this gap between these two leaders here has been coming down. It's sort of been yo-yoing back and forth a little bit. There you can see it. It was expanding their early stages around lap 11, and then since then, Ethan Bass has just dug in and really started to push as hard as he can, and he's been able to get that gap down to about the 1.5 seconds that you see right now.
So we watch the two leaders in the TCRs now come through Luffield and onto the old track. This has been good from Lars, starting this race in second position, bumping himself up into the lead. Hasn't let it phase him, despite having pressure from Bass a little bit earlier on. That's going to be the lapping car of Matt Kingsbury for Dirt Esport, and the 287, excuse me, the 121 continuing on by. In fact, they're still sitting in second place themselves, so that's second place, and the GT4s overtaking the lead in the TCRs.
Yes, indeed it is. And now, crucially, that TechSense FitSty Apollo machine driven by Ethan Bass, the gap is under a second, so he'll get a little bit of a tow here down the hangar straight. That's going to be a big boon to him. That is going to be big news.
Indeed, nobody between them now. So just a straight fight, at least for now, until they get more traffic coming along, which there will be plenty in an hour and a half here. So who's due for pit stops soon is the question. And I think a couple of our GT4s are getting close. It looks like VApex Group Atlantis is going to be in. And, did something happen to Robertson? Is Robertson out now? I think the VRS team may have called it quits. Let me check here. No checkered flag next to them. So they should theoretically still be in it.
And I do see that Robertson did disconnect from the session, and then nobody else has stepped into the car yet. So I think they might unofficially be parking it for the day.
Ooh, look at this, though. What has happened to Blake Reynolds? After looking like he was mighty quick, tires suddenly seem to be giving way underneath him, and Peugeot is the one that is trying to attack.
Yeah, and I think that just with the tire fall off as the track changes and everything, he's just trying to get his wheels back under him, and he continues to push. He's feeling the pressure from behind, and he just needs to wait and survive. He's still about 10 or so laps from his scheduled pit stop.
We got to go to our TCR lead because that is closing in within 0.2 of a second now, DJ.
It is indeed Ethan Bass all over the back of Lars Weil as here they go down through Cops. Aggressive lines from both drivers. I don't think they're going to be crazy enough to try to make a move down into Maggots, but Ethan Bass applying all kinds of pressure to the 287.
No, he doesn't want it there. I got a feeling this is going to be coming out of Chapel onto the hangar straight. Is Scott Corbin and the 66 Kinetic car going to interrupt them? Don't think so. Everybody should be able to get through here. Yep, holding off to the right-hand side, and that doesn't slow them up. But the slipstream for Ethan is looking like it'll pull him within under 0.2 of a second, but he runs out of straightaway.
Not able to get it done there, and crucially, he's able to keep the car under him through Stowe. He's had a lot of problems coming up through that part of the track before, remember. Now he is going to try to close in under braking. It seems like this is the part of the track, really the run from Stowe all the way to Club, that seems to favor Lars Weil, and then it's really the third sector of the track that favors Bass.
Down the front stretch, yep, it's up to 0.4 of a second. And down into Abbey, he is well clear. I don't think we'll see an attack into Village this time from Ethan. Texans FitSty Apollo car gonna have to re-rack and try and close back up once again. This battle and the battle for second in the GT3s keeping us on our toes. And could we see a cutback here from Bass? No, thought maybe he did, but just not enough pace off the corner.
Yeah, not quite able to do it, and I think that run there through the loop may have compromised his speed and compromised his ability to attack. Now he's going to have the overall leader, though, Kurt Crum, coming up behind him, and that could slow him down a little bit.
We've got PG-13 car 1 in, and it looks like they got a driver change here, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be Paul Gibson, who's going to take over the PG-13 car 1, the number 31 machine. They're going to be doing fuel and tires this stop, and this should be their final tire stop of the day.
Ooh, this could play a part. That's a GT4 car trying to interrupt things. Jack Hedgecox, that puts him offline. Ethan Bass says so. He is going to try and attack now as they go side by side up into Maggots and Beckett's. He'll have the outside for the first little kink, inside for the second one. He's not completely past. He leaves a little bit of space as they continue to fight wheel to wheel. Now coming through the Maggots portion and then out of Chapel as he finally got this one done. Bass has slightly better momentum. Vile is going to be able to pull the slipstream on him potentially. Now he is through, as by them, there goes the other battle we've been trying to keep track of. Peugeot chasing Reynolds, and he's also going to try something, sending it in. Both battles side by side. Reynolds gets elbowed out of the way. Peugeot up in a second, and Bass up in the lead of the TCRs.
Oh my goodness, and Lars Vile is going to call it a day. He's going to come on into the pits.
And so is Feed Esports Academy Enzo Peugeot. And that's really weird because Peugeot was initiating contact with Blake Reynolds throughout most of that battle while we were watching the TCR battle. So interesting to choose that when you're coming into the pits, but M-Plower MTEC from the lead of the race parks it.
Feed's got a black flag.
Oh, he must have gotten it from the contact.
Peugeot, yep, that was a drive-through right there. That takes him out of contention. After he was so close and trying to attack on Reynolds. Was he trying to get a mistake out of him? If he knew he had the black flag.
And the black flag was for accruing incident points. It wasn't from pit entry, so that was a huge mistake there. And I was very curious to see them dooring them down some of the straightaways, especially down the hangar straight.
Actually, if we go back a little bit earlier than this, we could see what happened with the two of them as they got together with each other. So here we go. There's the contact that forces Blake off track, and that probably picked up a 2x for him, and that put him over the incident limit. As I said in my race trans, you know, consistency over aggression is what's been benefiting these drivers today, and Feed Esports has just been so aggressive all day. They've fallen afoul of penalties and now a black flag for incident points.
And you have to wonder, a car like that up at the front of the field for most of the day. Slowly there you see a huge wiggle and a great save by Blake Reynolds, but you have to wonder if they've picked up that many incident points, how are some of these other teams doing with them?
We've already seen a couple that go through, and what's worse is after those 50, it's every 10 that you get another drive-through penalty, which is going to be frustrating to try to keep those incidents down. That's not many, as with, gosh, we have how many laps left here? Probably in the realm of 40 or so. So the drivers will have to be extra careful if they've already been sent down the lane by the stewards. And with the two drivers in the pits, that separates them because Bass, remember, stayed out as Lars Vile pitted in. So a significant difference between them, but the 268, the 219 cars owe us a pit stop. Meanwhile, speak of the devil, Team 19 is in. Tom Guest going to take his service here under the wing.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the first time that we're going to see the TCRs and the GT4s have their pit stops in relatively short succession, as we see Tom Guest and Team 19 park it and do fuel and tires and a driver change. Garen Batten's going to take over the 219 for Team 19 and help take over the lead of that race.
Well, it's still an hour and some change to go. So this could change as we head on over to Cameron Dance now, being chased by Enzo Peugeot again. Weren't they fighting each other before? I want to say they were. We were watching them sorting this out.
Yeah, that was about a little bit ago, and that was definitely a fun battle to watch there. But right now, Kurt Crum just running away with the lead in that class, and this battle between Feed Esports and Demon Tweaks is going to be an interesting one as it continues to develop here.
Ooh, and they're going to have to split around either side of Daner, who is another one of our blinking cars, unfortunately, making it all the more precarious in and amongst them. Coming down into Stowe corner once again. Dance with the advantage in that third place. The track position playing to him. Either of them pit in this time? Nope, they're going to stay out. But Kurt Crum's on lap 21. I think we're going to see him in pretty soon.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to be able to make it to the end from here. I think they're still well too far out. I don't know if you're going to be able to make it on one stop from here, though, either. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the longest I think is those GT3s at about 45 minutes from what we've seen.
And here's Jeff T. Evans from the Precision Racing Esports Black Machine, the number 171 for the GT4s, pitting from third position in the GT4 class. He's going to park it, go up on the jacks, and take some fuel and tires. And is it going to be a driver change? The answer is yes. That's going to be Nicholas Schwartz, who's going to hop in and be the closer for the 171 Precision Racing Esports Black team. We also see that's Team Mad. Miguel M. Freitas is in the pits as well, the number 36 car, taking fuel and tires for them as well. This will be the final tire stop for them. Then we also see that is the TCR of, I believe, Bombshell Racing Team Thor, Ryan Carwell, that just exited the pits.
There's a great move from the 33 team over the 1, coming into the loop, and you can see he's already ahead of him. Not sure if we got a replay for that one, but this was fantastic stuff. And this means that back up onto the podium in spite of a drive-through penalty. Here we go. He's gonna line him up here into Village. It switches back into the loop, trying to take the racing line. That Lamborghini leaves the door wide open, and the Porsche shoves his foot through.
And by the way, a huge moment not long ago from the second place overall car of Last Lap Motorsports and Blake Reynolds. They had a huge moment, almost getting into the back of their team sister car in the GT4s when they were going through Luffield last time by. But now you see that 52 working its way around the 125. Your leader in the GT4s now works its way down pit road. I would expect to see a driver change, and it's Sarah Rabb back in the car.
Same with Bombshell Racing Team Odin. Kurt Crum also in the pits in the 86. Going to swatch over to James Walker, who's going to close out that team, as we see two leaders of two classes coming into the pits. So Bombshell Racing Team Odin in the 86, who has now given the lead back over to Blake Reynolds. And then we've got the Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports with Sarah Rabb back in the car in that 125, hoping to close out this race.
And I imagine this is going to be the last time she's hopping in that car. As we heard, she is going to be playing the anchor here. So hopefully they've got all the timing right.
And Nicholas Gowan jumping in the Gowan Racing Machine. So it's going to be a rematch from the start of this race between Gowan Racing and Spark Virtual Racing for the end of this race.
I'd love to see that. And there is going to be a bit of a gap, though. You can see Sarah coming out much earlier. Gowan still taking service. And looks like Cosgrove. Oh, Cosgrove is the first out, and Dirt Esport.
Yep, so we'll come out about 10 seconds behind Sarah Rabb in that Last Lap Motorsports machine, and then Gowan will come out about 10 seconds behind Dirt Esports, and the gap around 20 seconds between the 108 and the 125, at the 121 splitting them.
Getting close to that last hour mark here. Cop car in the 56 now, taking over for Cameron Bidwell. And they had Justin Kirby as a third driver in that machine on top of that.
And Joe!
That's a spin from the 1. Cameron Dance. Remember, he's trying to stay ahead of Walker, who's trying to run him down, although it's about 44 seconds. So yeah, he's going to be well clear. So still in the podium, but he's got to take a pit stop. So does Blake Reynolds. Peugeot's on 5 laps. Walker's actually just gone in and out as he's taken over for Kurt Crum.
And by the way, Joe, we're talking about that spin from Cameron Dance. The one thing about that we're talking about drivers, and you get to 50 instant points, and then every 10 after that's a penalty. But we also have had considerable amounts of contact since our safety car that was deployed just past halfway. So we might be getting close. We don't know what the number is. We don't know when it's going to come or if it will come. But those are definitely starting to add up, those incident points.
Undoubtedly. So I wouldn't be too shocked if we got our first race of the season that had 2 cautions. But as we now watch Cameron Dance 11 seconds behind because of that spin. Peugeot just scampering away. And in fact, Peugeot is now trying to see if he can catch up to Blake Reynolds with a 2 flat 5, 2 flat 4 for Blake Reynolds' last 2 laps, 2 flat 6, 2 flat 5 for the Feed Esport Academy car. So not actually reeling him in at that pace.
And Joe, just a quick updates from the TCR. TechSense, FitzDye, Apollo, and MTEC, MTEC have both come in and out of pit lane. And TechSense, FitzDye, Apollo has pulled out an 18-second gap right now. They did not take tires on that last stop, so that is partially to do for it. But what was a very, very tight battle has massively separated out now.
It's a bit disappointing, but you never know. We could see it become fun again. Actually, Lars Weil just overtook Team 19 for second place, it looks like, as they're only about half a second spread between those two. So trying to make up ground after his pit stop.
And by the way, if I'm seeing this right, Twin Turn Sim Racing from 4th place in the TCRs, down serving not only a black flag, but they took the service as well. That's going to extend the penalty beyond what it would have been if they just took the drive-through.
Fascinating stuff here. Okay, yeah, there we see on the lane now.
They had a black flag. They came down pit road, and then they decided to go ahead and stop and make their driver change. Dominic Eisenberg now in the 295, and that's going to drop them down to the 6th position in class.
The plot thickens. Sometimes it's very hard to figure out what everybody's MO is, but eventually you start to piece them together. And right now, this is the battle for P2 in the TCRs. M-Plower versus Team 19. And Team 19 has been doing a handy little job. They're up 4 positions from the start. I believe, yeah, that's half of the TCR field, actually.
Yeah, they've been on a real charge here, and you can see just how far Gary Batten is hanging that car over the edge. It is getting all kinds of loosey-goosey. He's going to have a little bit of a look going down into Maggots. Not going to commit to the move, but he is fighting, Joe.
Question is, can he fight enough to make it past as the 219 car backs it up a little bit now, seeing if they could catch that 287. And even though he's got a nice little slipstream, this is not going to be enough. Still tries to make sure to keep the pressure on. And getting close to that 1 hour mark. When will we see these drivers pit as well? And down to the inside, a nice little dive, almost a gradual dive there, cuts back underneath as Gary Batten with a fantastic move, and that might get him second place. Oh no, they come together, get shoved off the course. They're both able to keep running, but again, I wonder if Lars is going to have to give that one back, give that time back, and also will we see Batten give the position back?
I think we might have to, as the stewards may take a little bit of a dim view of that. That was, to use a phrase, a little bit too much argy-bargy, I think, to be able to be a clean move.
Yeah, we'll see. We haven't seen any more protests since then. As, oh, I do see one that I don't think I saw before. The 56 car. I think the 56 car is getting a post-race 10-second penalty. Is that correct? I'll have to try and decipher this.
This is correct, yes.
Well then, and that 56 is PG-13 car 2, which are...
Who's that off?
Trying to make it out. Is that's one of our TCRs, isn't it? Now the 288. So that is Ryan.
Racing Team 4.
Yeah. Carwile. And oh, he had help. He had some help. It was Scott Corbin in the 66.
Yeah, coming through the corners. Oh.
Yeah, just barely tipped him. It could have been a lot worse, but that's little consolation with yet more time lost as the Kinetic team Just goes a little wide into the grass and almost ghost contact between them as well, frankly. But he'll return to the circuit unfazed for the most part. And that's 9th place right now in our GT3 class there, the Kinetic 66 team. Also, am I seeing right? Lyndon Swaby. Yeah, Lyndon Swaby is in with the 165. And he's going to hand it over. Gerard Gilbert is going to pick it up. Those are the only two that have been running this car so far in this race. And look at that, Adam. He is taking tires.
Yes, he is. Tires and fuel for the Kinetic Racing MTEC 165. The GT4s have been taking tires and fuel pretty much every stop. So this is not a surprise for them necessarily. So down and out is that 165 with Gerard Gilbert behind the wheel. The Kinetic Racing MTEC number 165 will pull out of the lane and into 5th position on track. And so what's interesting about this, Joe, is that they have one more stop to go that they're probably going to have to do with about 20 to 25 minutes left to go in the race. So they'll have a half stint to complete so they can decide on when they want to make that pit stop, whether it be in about 25 minutes time or wait, go the full distance and try and do the last little bit on light fuel.
Which, if we're going to get a caution, that's around the area that we're thinking it might come. So we'll see as we head over to Reynolds once again. Still our leader, ahead of Peugeot by about 5 seconds right now.
Oh, and Peugeot's in.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's taking a lot of visits there.
That's a scheduled stop for him, I believe.
It appears so. He doesn't have a black flag to clear, it looks like. So this will be a scheduled stop for the Feed Esports Academy driver of Enzo Peugeot. Now, he's been driving for the last about 2.5 hours. So in the box, and it does not look like a driver change. Yeah, there it is. Thomas Pompidou is going to come back out and be the anchor for the Feed Esports Academy team. So this will be a fuel and probably a tire stop for them. This will be their last tire stop.
Now,
and then it's going to be a hard press to get to the end of the race from here. This is a little early.
I must have misspoke there because they just pitted 10 laps ago. They last pit on lap 132. This is now lap 141 that they came down to make this stop. So this was either a scheduled stop to get them back on a certain strategy or just because they had everything set up perfectly.
But I think they had a drive-through a little bit ago. I wonder if that's what you're seeing.
That is probably what's going on.
Yeah. Last time was a drive-through. We're getting confirmation here. So that's why they've had that extra stop, and that's why they seem to be a little bit wonky on this sequence, which could come back to haunt them, no doubt. We're still waiting on Reynolds and Dance to pit in as well, and there is Pompidou back on the track in 5th place currently. So let's go through our top 5 here, as it is a little bit messed up because of the different pit sequences, but I don't think we'll ever get it right here as we look at our leader, Blake Reynolds, in the 52. And in fact, he's pitting in right now just as I start our top 5. So he is going to be handing that over as he now takes service, but he's looking the most likely to be able to challenge for the victory on this strategy that he has. Then it is Demon Tweaks Esports, also on the same strategy, but not pitting this lap. Then that has Cameron Dance in the car currently. So they're going to inherit the lead this time by. You have to jump back 40 seconds to 3rd place. James Walker, Bombshell Team Odin. Different strategy for the first time. Leader on this strategy currently with James Walker in that 86 machine. And then you head back to 4th place. It is PG-13 Car 1, Paul Gibson, currently taking over for Colin Weatherholt, who was in for a couple of stints and is back out in rolling currently. And that is still the Bombshell car that we see on track right now. The PG-13 of Paul Gibson is the one we were just talking about there. But in the meantime, the 5th driver in those GT3s is the Feed Esport Academy with Thomas Pompidou, who just had his pit stop and has now completed that. So the 33 not ready to go to the finish from here, but certainly has set himself up for what he's going to do for that last pit stop. And from there, it's all waiting and seeing. Let's head over to Chad for the GT4s.
Joe, huge shakeup in the class right now. Running second place was Team Dirty Sport in the 121. Cody Crosgrove was running second. He just disconnected due to a connection issue with the server. So he unfortunately is going to drop out of the top 5. And what that's going to do is cycle still with Sarah Rabb in the 125 out in front. Then Gowan Racing in P2 right now. They're 28 seconds back, but they're feeling the pressure from Precision Racing Esports Black. They're only a second or so between the two now. And that's going to be interesting because those are the two cars, the first and third currently fighting for the championship. I believe the win on a tiebreaker would actually give it to the 125. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But then in fourth spot is Kinetic Racing MTEC 165 with Gerard Gilbert behind the wheel there, and Jacob Lehman in the 153 Molnar Motorsport Blue. About another 13 seconds or so back. So some pretty large gaps throughout the field, but second place is going to be interesting, and you have to feel for the 121 Dirty Sport cars. They currently sit in 6th and probably going to lose a bunch more time trying to get reconnected, as it looks like Crosgrove ready to get back into the car. They're going to have to take their toe and get back out there, but DJ, looks like things are shaking up still pretty hot in the TCRs.
They are indeed, and they may just get hotter as we are getting word from Race Control that your leader right now, Ethan Bass in the Texans Fitstyle Apollo machine, is under investigation for a drive time violation of a gold driver. So we will keep you abreast of that situation as it comes across. But as of right now, that Texans Fitstyle Apollo team is in the lead. Behind them, it is Gary Batten and Team 19, who are really and truly putting on the drive of the season here. Lars Weil behind them in the M-Plower MTEC machine. They were in the lead after the pit stops. They are back. Behind them, it is Ryan Carwile in the Bombshell Racing Team Thor number 288. And rounding out your top 5 in class, it is the Sector 5 Black Ball 212 machine being piloted by Dale Green.
And that's going to take us to our last break of the evening. The final hour is coming your way here in the Majors Team Endurance Championship. The finale will be decided from here. Welcome back to Silverstone. We now have the final hour ready for you in the Majors Team Endurance Championship of the season finale, as Bombshell Racing Team Odin now inherits the lead over in the GT3s. It is Sarah Robb over in the Spark Virtual Racing number 125, leading by a handy 30 seconds in the GT4s, and then Ethan Bass in the 268, who is leading in the TCRs. But we've had some interesting developments, no doubt, as potential penalties hanging over drivers and teams' heads, as this is one of the closest battles on track right now. This is for third in the GT3s. Gibson trying to hold back Pompidou.
And this is a battle that we've seen raging on throughout this race. They have not let each other go, get out of each other's sight for quite some time here, and they just continue to log these laps. I think these are the closest two cars on the track, except for maybe the battle for the podium over in the TCRs. But yeah, this is one of the closer battles. These guys have been fighting throughout the race, and PG-13 Car 1 would love to get another podium here for the final event. Oh, that was very close there as they tried to go by, I believe that was Rivard, yeah, the CMS Racing Recruit 199 car. So that was very close for them. They continue on, no harm, no foul there.
Scott Corbin's just been given a black flag from the 66. I've been trying to track down on the steward sheet what that was in regards to. I do see a couple protests against him, actually two back-to-back. So maybe they've been a little bit naughty here, Adam.
This is a combined penalty, a 30-second stop and hold for an unsafe rejoin. And also looks like a dive bomb. So race control has prescribed a 30-second stop and hold for the 66 of Scott Corbin. This would put him last of our remaining runners of the GT3s in 9th position.
Peugeot just, or not Peugeot, it's Pompidou in the car now, just had an attack, and now he's having another one down on the inside of Gibson, coming into Brooklands. And as they, and a big moment there for the Mercedes.
This was the replay of the...
But, we saw that one, I think, yeah. Yeah, I remember that one happening. Unfortunately, that was quite some time ago. In the meantime, looks like Pompidou not able to overtake Gibson. He's still behind him, but multiple corners. He was side by side in the last lap. That Porsche is itching to get through.
By the way, it looks like another black flag has been issued. This one for incident accrual to the 167 of that CGC Motorsports. So they've had a quiet day themselves. They just got a black flag themselves. They're going to have to come down and serve that one here shortly.
Weave to the inside there for Gibson as he tries to hold back Pompidou once again, cutting back underneath. Might be something in this if he leaves the door open, and he does. Thomas is going to try and stick his foot in as he breaks down in. Oh, is he too hot into the corner? No, he makes it, and that is going to be the 33 into P3. Nicely done. But it's not over as Gibson is able to stick with him. Let's see if he tries to fight back. Down into the braking of the village corner. Not even close enough, though. It's going to have to get a little bit tighter up to the rear bumper of that number 33 Porsche. So it's not over, but the Feed Esports Academy car, despite experiencing a few penalties along the way, has really rebounded today, but they're still about 20 seconds off the lead right now. As for the situation on that, Walker pitted 11 laps ago. He's got a lead of about 12 seconds over Reynolds, who pitted 5 laps ago, so more recently. So if they do, well, both do need another stop. It's going to be a shorter stop for Blake Reynolds, and that might make up some of the time. I don't know if it's 12 seconds worth, though.
Just from crunching some numbers here, I think it's going to be close whether Bombshell's going to need another stop or not. They might need a splash. I think if my math is right, which it probably isn't, they're going to be about 5 laps short.
And let's not forget as well that that it's not just the pit stop times that we need to worry about, but who is going to take tires on those last stop? Who is going to come out fresh and able to attack, and who is going to try and draw those pieces of rubber as far as they can go to get a few less seconds in their pit stops, as we see Pompidou down into the braking for the final chicane, and Gibson holding on, but certainly not close enough to be a threat.
By the way, just as an update in GT4s, it's still 30 seconds or so for the 125 over Gowan Racing, but that gap was under a second when we went to break. It's now about 3 seconds, and it's just kind of fluctuating around there. It'll go up to 4, maybe down to 2.5, but the 108 and the 171 of Gowan and Precision Racing Black, those two teams kind of just yo-yoing their interval between them for the last 2 steps of the podium.
And guys, just an update on the protest against the 268 machine. Oh, contact!
On screen, whoa, and that nearly took out Gibson in the process. That's Mickey and Schwartz. That's the Precision Racing Esports Black team, and the Bombshell Loki car coming out of the loop, side-to-side contact, nearly spelling disaster for one of our PG-13 cars.
Oh, and that was
inches away.
Yeah, just a big hip check there, and again, trying to hold the brakes a little bit, and it just running across the track, Joe.
And eventually winds up out of the racing line, but certainly gave a scare to, I believe that was that cop car, or was that, no, that was Gibson in the 31 rather.
And I'm not sure if that contact was more of just a how do you do after the contact, or maybe just, you know, a lack of spatial awareness. But it looked like both cars just kind of came together a second time after the initial contact.
Well, Adam, you were talking about penalties?
Yes,
we're going to get a few more.
I don't think I have a chance to. Gibson, okay, he's not going to make the move now. All right, so yes, so I was looking at the penalty that was under investigation for the 268, the Texans Fitzheim Apollo car. This would be against Andy Fox, the gold class driver on that team, and the investigation as to whether or not he would be violating his drive time. And the maximum that a gold driver is allowed to drive in the TCR class is 40% of the laps completed. Now, if they complete the estimated amount of laps today, which is 153, and the laps completed by Andy so far is 58 laps, then if he doesn't complete any more laps, he'd have done a third of the race, which is under 40%, so he would be okay. But if he does anchor after this pit stop, then he might be in trouble.
Now the question is that 153 for the TCRs, though?
For the TCRs, yes. I'm looking at this based upon the calculation of how many laps the TCRs are due to complete, and it would be 20 more laps after from now.
Is
on lap 133.
Going to the inside of Eisenberg, one of our TCR cars. That was Pompidou, continuing to put distance between himself and Gibson to try and stand on the podium here today. The sun just glinting off the roofs of those cars as it starts to dip below a few of the grandstands here. Beautiful orange sunset off into the distance. But honestly...
By the way, Joe, one of those cars we just saw in that contact, that was Precision Racing Black. That's huge championship implications. As they were fighting, they were about two or so seconds behind Gowan Racing for second in class. And now with that contact, they're about 9 seconds behind. So they have some work to do if they want to try to get that time back. They've got 45 minutes to do it.
A little bit more side-by-side racing down the hangar straight as the 171 allows them by. So Nick Schwartz is 9 seconds behind Gowan, but it is 1:20 to Gerard Gilbert in the 165. So it is huge from third to fourth. And even if they do need to come in for a penalty or a pit stop, I think they're going to be okay to be able to hold on to it. That's, of course, assuming that we don't get another caution, which we have 30 minutes left that could happen.
Yeah, and I think that some of these drivers are praying that we don't get a caution. Some of them are praying that we, of course, do. I think it just depends on where you currently sit and what could happen in front of you.
And if it does happen within a certain distance from the end for some of the classes, it could mean a free pit stop as well. But that could vary between them as back out onto the track. Believe this is Banfield in the Group Atlantis car. So V Apex currently running in 7th for that 166, sharing with Jaeger today.
And Joe, I think I could pretty confidently say that the number 121, the Dirt Esport machine, is out of this race. Both Cody Cosgrove and Kingsbury are both out of the server. So with 43 minutes left in the race and them not out on track, that's effectively their day done.
Yeah, I do have confirmation from Matt Kingsbury, and the biggest complaint that he had said is after all the drive that he already did, another hour and a half, he would basically be dead in the car. So he decided not to go back out on track, and Cody, with all the time that they had lost, they have decided to park it.
Ooh, guys, significant development. This was not a full stint for Blake Reynolds. Is he covering off for a potential caution here? Because if he pits now, I would assume he thinks he can get to the end.
Yeah, he should be able to. 42 minutes left in the race. He should easily be able to get to the end from here. So this is an early stop. He's covering off the possibility of a caution. So this is not going to the end of the tank. So it means he's going to be a little slower on this stint than if he would go to the end of his fuel tank. So a very short fuel stop, though. 14.4 seconds. Fill the tank up. Get to the end of the race. Blake Reynolds is good to the end now.
Fascinating stuff. And does that mean we'll see others start to follow suit potentially? Walker isn't able to respond right away. He's got to cycle back around about half a lap. Looks like PG-13 car 1 has not responded. Yeah, so Reynolds returns in 5th and is basically putting himself in a position as we get another GT4 off.
Yes, this is 3rd position. Chad, this is Precision Racing Esports Black.
That is a huge moment there with gigantic implications. That was a huge spin as well. The way they lost, they clipped the grass on the inside, lost the back end. They didn't hit anything, but that's going to cost them even more time as they are now 15 seconds behind Gowan Racing. The fortunate thing for them, though, is these top 3 have such a large gap. The next car behind Precision Racing now is 1 minute and 16 seconds behind. That's Kinetic Racing 165.
Yeah, they're sitting rather comfortable as it looks like, but again, the complexion because of the pit stops could change that, and the caution could also evaporate that gap too. So they got to take care of their equipment from here. Thankfully, they did not hit anything. As we take a look back at the battle for what is now P2. Oh, do we have another driver pit in? No, I think, yeah, this was for P3, and then we had Reynolds pit. So this is still for the podium. So they're going to overtake Sarah Rabb, our leader in the GT4s, just given enough space down to the inside for them to find their way past and carry on their merry way. And I'm still, yeah, Walker in the 86 hasn't responded to Blake Reynolds' pit stop. Neither has Pompidou. This is interesting. Either they're sleeping or Reynolds has got this wrong.
And by the way, we're looking here at the 33. Adam, it looks like you got an update on that car as well.
Yeah, they're also under investigation for drive time violations for platinum drivers. So I'm gonna go do some, gonna go bury my head in the Majors website and take a look and see what I can see about that, as well as we have pit stops for the TCRs mid-pack as well. Sector 5 Blackball is gonna have Brian Bennett jump in the car, as well as Sector 5 Scarlet Robert Gamble.
A little bit of a scramble there as they were overtaking traffic between Gibson and Pompidou for a moment, coming off of Cop's corner and looking to keep putting the pressure on to that Porsche. I wondered whether or not Paul could make sure that this stays close, and he's given me a big yes. 40 minutes left to go now for these cars. Less than 40 minutes to go, and look at that sunset from on board, but no time to sit and stare. It is all about the focus on the track here in these final stages. Riding on board now with the Lamborghini. The Huracan getting chase as just in front of him, and he's going to pit in. This will be the final stop now for PG-13 Car 1.
So that's Paul Gibson, who's going to take the car into the lane. PG-13 Car 1, the number 31, who is racing for second position against the Feed Esports Academy, who's under investigation for Platinum driver drive time violations. So this will be the final stop for the PG-13 Car 1 number 31 machine into the box, and let's see whether or not there's a driver change. The answer is no. They're going to go fuel only towards the end of the race. So remember, Blake Reynolds took 14.4 seconds of fuel, so it's going to be a little longer for Paul Gibson. Still in the lane, so a longer stop. It looks like they're going to fill the tank up.
Yeah, already up to 21. It's almost at double the length here. Yeah, 28 seconds now. Gibson spending a long time out there, 30 seconds. Reynolds is long gone. So Gibson not even close to thinking about a victory here unless we do get that caution. And Reynolds with what we think is enough fuel to get to the end is currently, well, he's ahead of Cop Car, but Cop Car needs to pit one more time. Styles, we think, does as well. And then it's definitely a stop for Pompidou and Walker from here. Actually, are we sure that the Demon Tweaks car does need to stop?
I believe that they do. I'm still showing about 27 or so laps left in this race. Meanwhile, they only have 10 laps or so left on their stint, so they will definitely have to take a pit stop.
You're right. So gonna have to pay the piper on that one. And this is the danger zone for Reynolds, in and amongst traffic and with a battle for position, but it's off strategy. And that other car, we don't know if they have any idea what the strategy is for Reynolds. If they're directly fighting here, little flash of the lights from Sarah, letting them know it's safe to go by.
And guys, I've done the research, and I looked into the number 33 teams, and both Pompidou and Peugeot, to me, both, based upon the resources I can find, are both gold drivers, so they wouldn't have to worry about any sort of drive time penalties being out there today. So that should be a protest that does not follow through.
Ooh, we had a spin from the PG-13 Car 1, solo out of Cop's corner. Didn't hit anything, and thankfully was not in traffic. Gibson falls to 7th.
Oh,
not
but
sure.
He was battling for second. This is going to put him way behind.
Yeah, Freitas just pitted in front of him. So that's our latest to try and take it to the end. Yeah, I don't understand what these other teams are doing unless they feel very confident we're not going to get another yellow, because this seems to make them vulnerable.
I mean, they might be very confident in this 20 minutes left that there can be a caution thrown, and we are seeing a decent amount of spins, a decent amount of contact. So, I mean, the incidents are racking up at a similar pace as they did earlier on in the race, and I said it was going to be under 30 minutes to go when that caution would come out. We're 5 minutes from that point now. So if a caution's going to come out, it'll be soon. But I can report Gowan Racing and Precision Racing Esports Black both in the pits right now from the second and third in the GT4 class. So that's Nicholas Gowan and Nicholas Schwartz now in the Precision Racing Esports Black machine. That's going to be in the pits in those cars. And there you can see that is Nicholas Gowan leaving the pits with a 37.1 second stop.
And before, it was about 30 seconds difference between, before the pit stops, it was 30 seconds difference between the 108 and the 125. So it's most likely that they're handily in the lead.
I'm sorry, Blake Reynolds had an issue.
Uh-oh. And this could have implications for the winner as he's completely off on the Maggots and Beckett sequence. Did he have help to get out there is the question.
He did not. It was a solo incident. He just missed his braking point. The back end wiggled just a little bit. And thankfully, it only cost him a little bit of time. It didn't hit anything, didn't bruise anything, maybe except for his ego.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a cool head. The lesser driver would have seen that thing snap around, but he kept it pointed the right direction. Still very unlike him to make that mistake unless they're starting to feel a little bit of that endurance hit them.
And Sarah Rabb's in the pits, Joe, from the Spark Virtual Racing Last Lap Motorsports machine. It looks like it's going to be a fuel-only stop for Sarah. I have not seen them go up on the jacks, so a little bit of a surprise here, but possibly can do it in under that 37-second time limit. So let's see whether or not Sarah is going to go. We see another driver in the pits. That is the M-Plower MTEC car of Lars Veal, who's going to be pitting. That's the 287 from second place in the TCR class. So Sarah Rabb, 34.1 seconds, so faster than a tire change for Sarah. So 3 seconds gained on pit lane, but older tires for the last half hour of this race.
But I said it was about 30 seconds before. It's looking like as it times itself out, 32 maybe we're seeing between Rob and
33.
Gowan. Yeah,
so the 3 seconds that she saved in the pits, playing out on track.
And plus, they've got to run her down at this point too, so it's looking okay, but if she gets a caution, then she is vulnerable. We've seen that before where those old tires could maybe cost you. And right now we're still waiting on Pompolo to take a stop and Jack Stiles. As Walker is in.
Yep, Walker is in and out of the pits. The Bombshell Racing Team Odin car, 21 seconds. Not as quick as Blake Reynolds, but with Blake Reynolds off, this might have done something to save his position. So Blake Reynolds, after the pit stop, oh my goodness, a good 22 seconds behind. So this race is flipping on its head.
I don't think that was just the mistake from Reynolds, though, that caused that, because it was only maybe about a 5-second error, I'd say, that he lost some time there. Wasn't a major one. And right now, he is a full 20-some-odd seconds behind, and he had a faster pit stop. He should be a lot closer than this.
He should be.
31 minutes left to go. And looks like Mueller Motorsports Blue is going to be taking their service, so they're now done. Is everybody in the GT3s done? No, they are not. We still need Pompidou. We still need Cop Car. Both of them need to pit in, and Jack Stiles definitely needs a stop as well. So Walker is the one we need to watch. The 86 sharing Kurt Crum and James Walker in that car now has a handy gap. The question is, can they keep it safe from here on out to cruise to victory?
Oh, and Joe, we have got a bit of a side-by-side Team 19 after the pit stops, fighting back on M-Plower MTEC. I thought for sure they were out of it. Up ahead of them, Texans Fitstye Apollo already in and out of their pit stall, so they look comfortably to be in the lead. But Team 19, just the team that will not go away here in the later stages of this race.
Yeah, up 4 spots from where they started this in 7th position, and looking at a podium now as they try to chase potentially 2nd as well. And it looks like Cop Car is in. So Jack Stiles continues on inheriting 3rd place, but he's got to take his fuel to finish. PG-13 Car 2, are they going to be behind their teammates? PG-13 Car 1, or will they wind up ahead here? Should be a relatively short stop as well.
Yeah, so in the box, it's already revving the engine, so a fairly short stop. We're looking at 5 seconds, 6, 7 in the box. It's going a little long for these guys. They're going to have to do at least 14 seconds. So yeah, this is a long stop, so unfortunately they are going to fall behind their teammates.
Yeah, they're coming around Club Corner right now, And
It'll be
Cop Car-
close.
Ooh, yeah, 24 seconds. Gibson has the pace, but Cop Car is slightly ahead. And yeah, PG-13 Car 2 is going to come out in 5th ahead of the number 31. But now they are back together after all that.
Oh, Team 19 just passed M-Plower.
Yes, they did. A little bit of a traffic assist there, but Team 19 able to get the move done. They are back up into P2.
I'm not sure that was traffic, actually. Wonder if we could get a replay of the 287. I think he just went a little bit wide, and that allowed the 219 through. I wonder if he's close on incident limits. I wonder if Lars, because it wasn't like the car was out of control. It just he suddenly lifted big time off the corner. Oh, and we are hearing there is a black flag, so yes, he was close on it.
Oh my goodness, M-Plower, MTEC, a disastrous day. They are down pit lane right now, serving that drive-through penalty.
They're not going to lose any positions, though. DJ, remember they're a good minute and 50 seconds up ahead of of Bombshell Racing, but still, this is going to take them off of the lead battle by about 24 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to ruin their hopes of a better finish, but at least they can get a podium, as second place now goes to Team 19 with Garen Batten having taken over for Tom Guest, and Gary Thomas Edward Shelley also sharing that car throughout this race. Less than 15 minutes left where we could get a caution in this thing, and nerves are probably being frayed up on the pit wall as fingernails are chewed, and we wonder, will we get a second one here in this 6-hour event? But there is Team 19 as they are approached by the number 1 team. Jack Stiles still has not pitted.
Yeah, he's got a couple more laps left in the tank. I'm surprised that they haven't done anything to cover off for the potential caution that we've been talking about. But we still see a couple of drivers there. I think that as everything cycles out, though, as we talked about, the 86 Bombshell Racing car is going to end up being the one that comes out in the lead. And then from then on, it just turns into where does everybody else cycle out? Because we have to wait and see BD Sport Academy come down with the next 3 laps or so.
Weaving through Maggots and Beckett's. Once again, countless laps being tallied up here in this longest event of the season. Still no pit stop for Pompidou, who stays out. Interesting to note, though, well, we definitely know Pompidou can't go until the end. I was going to say that Walker's only 9 seconds behind, so he could try and run him down if he's really got much better pace. But we watch Jack Stiles there for a moment as we now turn our attention to Walker in the 86. Ticking off lap 159 in that Porsche. Nobody around for the time being. 9 seconds up to the lead, 5 seconds back to Jack Stiles, but both of them are going to fall wayward from them any moment now.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah, Pompidou definitely owes us a pit stop. He's on his 18th lap of his stint, so he can't make it another 25 minutes on this tank of fuel. So he owes us a pit stop, which is going to put Walker into a very handy lead because Jack Stiles also owes us a pit stop from 3rd. So the lead for Walker, once Stiles comes in, is going to be up around 16, 17 seconds over Blake Reynolds. And Walker should be good to the end. So, yeah, a very, very impressive strategy call from Bombshell Racing Team Odin.
But I'm kind of curious where the 33 car will wind up in regards to Blake Reynolds if he's got a short stop. Sounds like we've had something happen to our leader in the TCRs. DJ, what's going on?
He just had a little bit of a bobble coming up into Village. There were some lapping GT3s that were coming around him. He got a little too far off on the left side of the track. The car started to slide a little bit. He was able to catch it and keep going, but it definitely cost him a couple of seconds.
Right now, still 11 ahead of Batten. Man, I can't imagine what that team is going to be doing if something did happen to the 268 and Team 19 winds up winning this thing. they would have to be absolutely apoplectic in that pit lane as the 268 works his way up the hangar straight and is good to go to the finish as far as we can tell in this race. Man, just waiting for those last few to come in. 24 minutes left to go. We're now down to 10 minutes left, less than 10 minutes that we could get that caution.
And there's only a handful of cars that are left out there that need to still stop. We talked about the guys up front, but if you do end up getting, we talked about guys covering off the caution. We talked about the 52 doing that when they stopped very early. The thing for just about everybody is for these guys that are at the front that still need to stop, you're going to end up behind a long line of cars, even if you do take full tires and fuel.
Yeah, exactly. So not really thinking that is the ideal choice if they wind up caught with their pants down. I'm also starting to see a lot of marbles around some of these corners. I think some of that was getting cleaned up by so much of the multi-class passing happening, but especially on the outside of Luffield that we just saw our leader go through, or excuse me, not our leader, that's James Walker's second. And I'm sure there's a few other places that I haven't spotted it where it is just building up as fewer and fewer cars have been out on track lately and fewer of them are willing to go offline.
And that's one of those instances of realism as this race goes on. It's one of the things that they model very well in iRacing is just how they can do everything from the marbles to the buildup on the cars, everything in terms of this handling and setups with the temperature change and everything that the sim does so very well. But marbles are always one that are hard to get right, and iRacing I feel like does a very good job of it.
I remember a lot of complaints at first when they came out, but I can't imagine they'd enjoy racing in real life, because that is definitely a thing that you got to watch out for, especially in longer races such as this. Ooh, that was way wide out there for Pompidou, who were watching, almost putting his wheels into the grass as he tries to open up Abbey. Wonder if he's trying to push this as hard as he can to try and see if he can maybe come back out close to Blake Reynolds, because again, it should be a pretty short stop to try and splash and go.
Yeah, just slowly watching as these pit stops get closer and closer. It was a 14-second stop for the KES Industries LLM car when they were last out. Then Bombshell Racing, when they stopped 5 laps later, but their stop was still 21 seconds. So it's going to be fun to see where these guys cycle out, because not only do you factor in the pit time, but all the time in the lane, getting down to pit speed, as well as them trying to merge back in with traffic.
Yeah, coming through cops once again. Also, we got to wonder who's close on that incident limit. We've already seen a few get caught out. In fact, some of them major players. Think about MPlow or MTEC having to serve that drive-through penalty and putting themselves out of contention for second place. So is there anybody else that is starting to get ever close? And they're kicking up a little bit of dust. We watch now Sarah Raab and Rab in the 125, who has, let's see, 37 seconds right now, 38 seconds over Nicholas Gowan. And didn't Gowan take tires on the stop and Sarah didn't?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And that is a much bigger gap than what it was before. So much for that strategy.
Well, she's shown pace all season long. They've had multiple opportunities to get wins. We saw what happened to them last race at Watkins Glen. That's the most recent one that stands out, as they got absolutely torched going up through the S's, and heavy contact ended their day there. But for them to recover from some of their incidents and recover to the fact that they're fighting for the championship right now is it just shows the endurance and that mentality of that team, and they continue to work their way through as they've got now a 40-second or so lead over Gowan Racing.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but if it finishes as it is with Precision Racing Esports Black in third, this would be a win on merit rather than on countback, correct?
That is exactly correct. Yes, they were 15 points. Precision was 15 points ahead coming into the event. And the difference between first and third in terms of the points is about 22. So they would be 7 points up as results stand.
Well, never say die, never give up. And you got to sometimes stick it out all the way to the end. The 125 continues to lead the way. The 171 you see on your screen should be go to the finish. Looking through the field, most of our battles have settled out, frankly. Closest one, I think, is between the PG-13 cars, Cop Car and Gibson, which are about 1 second apart for 5th and 6th spot. But I think they're going to get promoted because we're going to see Jack Stiles take a stop, and he's, well, actually, he's pretty far ahead. So he might be ahead of them as well.
And here comes the 33.
All right, the 33 is in, and Walker, who was only about 9 seconds behind earlier, is easily passed. So that is a bit of a non-issue. We knew this was going to happen, that James is going to inherit this one. Then we've got to see Stiles come in, but he decides to carry on one more time. Blake Reynolds coming up into the final chicane. Pompadour's in his box. The clock starts ticking up. Reynolds with a 14-second stop. Pompadour, as he takes on fuel, how much is it going to wind up being? Reynolds is starting to fly by it. It's about 14 seconds. It's going to be very close. This is going to be a battle, and I think Thomas is going to have the track position. No, he just sneaks by in time.
That is close, and now if you're Blake Reynolds, you have to push. If you were close on fuel before, you have to continue pushing. We don't know that they're going to be able to meet their number. We don't know what it's going to turn out being for them, but right now Blake Reynolds has to push these last 17 and a half minutes.
And neither of them took tires, but you got to think Reynolds probably a little bit hotter right now. Pompadour just stopped, cooled them down, is able to get a little bit of a refresh out there. Will that help him try and attack for what could be a second place here?
And we've seen it already once during this race on the older tires. This, I think, is the second stint, no, 2.5 stints now on these tires for Reynolds. The way that it's going to work out, he's been slower on old tires, so we have to wait and see if he can get on the podium. But the thing for this team, the Spark team, is they just about have the championship in the bag anyway with all of their wins and top finishes earlier this season.
This has got to be tense for them. Might not be for the win, but I'm sure Blake Reynolds wants as good of a finish as possible here. And considering they're looking to try and seal up the championship, they want to end on a high note. They want to get this second place instead of the last step on the podium. But we talked about that mysterious second caution, 1 minute and 16 seconds, and that's no longer a threat.
Indeed, it is not, Joe, as the time ticks down, and there will not be able to be a final caution thrown. So anybody who was banking on that for fuel, that is going to completely throw that out the window, and we may see some drivers have to go into heavy fuel saving mode now if that's what they were banking on.
Yeah, that's a good point. If anybody figured that maybe we'd get one and they could short fuel a little bit. And look at how close Thomas is getting to Blake now. It's closer than it was when they exited pit lane. Reynolds clearly struggling a little bit to keep up ahead of that number 33 car. At what point does he attack? 15 and a half minutes left to go.
Oh, that's Gowan. Gowan spun again.
From second in the GT4s, this was a solo spin. And I think that was in Stowe corner.
And that gave them a black flag. That's going to promote precision. That's going to promote precision to
second place.
And that's going to get them back tied for the championship. And then it comes down to countback.
I cannot believe how this is unfolding right now. That is just unbelievable. And Schwartz is now past Gowan. No, it's going to be close. He might be out ahead of him. It's going to be very, very close. And right now, Nicholas Gowan's biggest fan is Sarah Rabb.
And they continue to work their way around the circuit. I'm sure we can hear the cheers out the window, but now Gowan goes wide. He has to try to find a way to get clear. And both of these drivers have struggled these last half hour or so. By the way, we have teched under that last 15 minutes, so we will not see a caution the rest of the way. But for these drivers, we've seen Precision Racing involved in some contact. They then ended up spinning on their own, and then that half spin or so from Gowan ended up putting them back down pit lane.
We got to go to Reynolds. We got to go to Reynolds. He got checked up, and now Pompidou is trying to attack as they come into the first corner. Can't quite get through. Backs out, and that costs him just as Jack Stiles has taken a pit stop, so they now get promoted into second and third. Ooh, I thought for sure as there was a huge checkup out of club corner that we'd see Blake Reynolds get overtaken there. Oh my goodness, everything's been thrown on its head here in these last few minutes.
Can't wait to see what all of these drivers have been racing for, and these guys continue to turn all of these laps, and we have raced 5 4-hour races and then another 6 hours here. These guys have raced once a month for the last 6 months, and it all comes down to this: these guys fighting for the final steps of the podium.
Yeah, we haven't talked about that, how most series, as Gowan just went wide and Schwartz has a good chance to try and attack. This is coming down into the final chicane, going to defend. It looks like Gowan is not going to give this one up, but he's got to be careful. If he gets 10 more incidents, he is going to find himself sent down pit lane again and definitely losing this second spot. Side by side, coming out of club corner. Better exit for Nicholas. He retains the spot.
That is a huge launch off the corner for Gowan Racing, and they are just right there. They are don't believe that they have a win yet on the season. I have to go back to the results and double check, but man, they are just pushing it out there today.
What I was going to say before that battle started to erupt is we cover a lot of series that are weekly, every other week, frequent. You get in, you race, you get out, you have time to start practicing for the next one, and you don't have time to settle down. These, you get to stew for an entire month, and they invest so much, and there's multiple drivers with it being a team race. These are so important to more than just the one person for just a week's time. This can just be emotionally draining as you put in hours and hours to try and get yourself into a position to win.
Gowan Racing's best finish of the season was third. They want to improve. They want that second place, and they're doing so right now with about half a second gap back to Precision Racing. You have to wait and see, though, how will things shake out these last 11 and a half minutes as things as you see it there, it's starting to get darker and darker. The headlights coming into effect as they work their way now down through, and they have, just over 11 minutes. I can't wait to see how this shakes out.
Also worth noting, I just checked the lap times between Walker and Reynolds. Reynolds is actually faster, but he's too far back to try and gain enough to attack him in these last 11 minutes. I just saw Reynolds go a little bit wide coming out of Cop, so he's also got to watch out for those incident limits, I'm sure.
Not only that, but he can't risk running too wide because of the slowdown penalties that you can get here, as the Feed Esport Academy team is just a couple car lengths behind them.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Feed has been trying ever since that last stop to try and take it to the 52 team to snatch second place away from them. Trying to think if what has happened throughout this race that maybe could have given those 11 seconds to Blake Reynolds' last lap motorsports team to maybe try and challenge for the win, because I feel like there's definitely been moments where maybe they got caught up and stuff. We definitely know he had an off that maybe cost him about 5 of those seconds.
Well, Joe, we can go all the way back to lap number 1. They filed a protest on an event that happened at the start that cost them 3 positions and a considerable chunk of time.
Yeah, another point right there. this looked like it could have been their victory, but coulda, woulda, shoulda is always the thing in racing, as there's a lot of ifs that happen, but in the end, it is decided by what happens on the track. How do you execute? And look at how close we're seeing Pompano get once again. Blake Reynolds, does he defend this time? He's getting close, but Thomas doesn't show his nose. They're going to stay on the racing line.
And that's how close they're looking out the back of the Blake Reynolds 52 car. And he is just doing everything he can. Very defensive lines. We've seen him in this position several times throughout, and he's played this strategy from both the leader and the follower this season as they continue to work their way around.
Let's not forget, they've already had some close battling. Oh, around the outside, late move there. And that just covered off Thomas, who thought he maybe had a chance. That was Jerry Isaacs there that they overtook. If he would have gone to the inside, Blake Reynolds might not be in this position.
Absolutely, Joe. Things getting hot once again, by the way, for that second place position in the GT4s. They just had a moment where they were overtaking a TCR while still trying to let a GT3 through as well. And that just that split them up and then brought them right back together once again. There's about a car length between them as they work their way out the final corners.
And just to make things even more spicy, this battle is coming up to that battle soon. In fact, I think they'll catch them before the race is over. That will be fascinating to watch because neither driver is going to be willing to give way. This is the last race. You got to hang it all on the line. Nobody can give quarter.
Oh, almost coming together. There was the 108 and the 171 getting very, very close as they work their way through the loop. I think we may be setting up for a little bit of a drag race here down the Wellington Straight, Joe.
He's close, but I don't know if this is going to be enough slipstream as he follows, and he's also going to have to deal with the lapping car of James Walker, our leader in the GT3s. He's going to use him as a pick, trying to cover him off down to the apex. Gowan is not there soon enough. He's able to get the overlap, but no, as they start to cut back around the outside, Nick Schwartz was not close enough to effect a pass.
And he thought about that crossover from Schwartz on exit, could not do it. And it's still going to be Nicholas Gowan for the time being. But here comes another opportunity. There is a run. Schwartz has the momentum. Does he go defensive? He's still to the outside. No, he does not. So Schwartz is still going to hold on to the third spot, but he wants it. You see how desperately he is fighting for that second spot.
Oh, that's a lapped car. That's a lapped car, though, and he's not pulling over. This could be a big part of this battle. Is he going to be able to sneak by as Nicholas Gowan is all of a sudden right on top of Burke, and he's going to manage to get a good spot right here coming down the hangar straight, thankfully.
And Burke not slowing down, and now he finally does. There's a slight lift, lets him get by. Here comes the peak to the move. Now Fates to the outside. And very, very defensive line from Gowan. Who's going to get the better exit? Schwartz looks like he's got it lined up. Can he do it? No, it's still going to be Gowan. But Schwartz peeks to the inside once again. He's going to make the move under braking. And who's going to have it on exit?
The inside's going to go to Gowan, and he's still trying to defend as hard as he possibly can. Schwartz can't do it. Almost a pass attempt from Pompidou as well, but he falls back once more. And now on this lap is when they are going to catch them. So what will this perfect storm of battling second places wind up as? Oh, Blake was put off. Blake was put off, and there goes Pompidou. They're going to go three wide. They're going to run into the car, the 199. That was Burke making contact, and that cost Pompidou the chance to make the pass.
That was an incredible bit of driving there, and somehow Reynolds came up through clean on that one. As we continue, you have to assume that there might be a protest filed. Not sure yet. But man, these two battles are just going to come together right here.
Oh, my goodness. And we got to remember that the 33 might get a penalty out of that as they're going to catch them now through Luffield. This is going to be tricky. They give a little bit of space to the inside. That does put them off, but that doesn't offer a chance to Nick Schwartz.
Joe, it is a penalty.
Holy cow! Unbelievable. And it's an incident penalty.
But it doesn't matter. He's going to go for the dive anyway.
Maybe he's trying to see if he can get one on Reynolds. He's going to race him as hard as he can, side by side. Reynolds, is somebody going to tell him he doesn't need to do this? That's a black flag for the car that he is racing right now, and he slips up. He's going to have a moment. He almost goes off. That was contact. Was that a 4X for him? And how close is he? That allows Pompidou through, but he's got to serve a penalty now. You could not have scripted this stuff. This is just insane. Every twist and turn that could possibly come out of this rule set is erupting in this endurance race. There goes Thomas into the pit lane.
Schwartz is around. Schwartz is around from third.
Oh my goodness. So that will free up Gowan to try and take that second place, and it's not into pit lane for Schwartz, so he's looking good on that. Pompidou, who goes through his drive-through, might actually find himself off the podium as Jack Stiles is approaching.
Feed Esport with their black flag, they getting set to clear that, and CMS Racing, the 199, they got a meatball flag from that incident as well, so black flags starting to fly all over the place, and it's getting pretty hard to see with how dark it is out there.
But I think we might be white flag next time by. Let's take a look at what happened here, because we didn't catch it live. The car starts to go around, and that McLaren finally gives way. A 2X was all it took, and that sent him down, or sent him backwards in the fields. He is still in third place. Looks like Lehman was not nearly close enough to cost him that one.
And Joe, we have talked about that, how frustrating that is, just that lazy spin that can happen sometimes. So incredibly frustrating. You can feel the car starting to break away, and there is nothing you can do to save it.
So let's see, where is Walker? Yeah, 45 seconds left. This is actually going to be pretty close. If anybody's tight on fuel, and the tightest one's probably going to be Blake Reynolds, who's on lap 19 of his stint. Oh boy, 30 seconds left now. It's a minute 59 to 2 minutes that they're doing for most of the laps here. Will we see the white flag? I don't think so. 20 seconds left. He's coming around to the start-finish line here. Yeah, we are 2 to go. And unfortunately for that 33 team, they have a protest filed against them. They might not be on the podium in the end. We'll see what the stewards say, if they're able to get around to that one, or if that will be decided post-race. But let's give some credit to the 86 team, who right now, because of that battle that Blake Reynolds was going through, is back up to 13 seconds. So stopped gaining on them. They played the strategy to perfection. They managed to avoid many of the pitfalls that their rivals have. And as long as they got the fuel right from here, it is just a evening run underneath the cool night air of Silverstone to take the final win of the season.
The first 25 hours and 55 minutes of this season were incredible. But these final 5 minutes, everything is just going into the fan, and everything just going. There's so much excitement all over the place.
And that's just the GT3s. Now, Sarah Rabb is actually well ahead of Gowan right now by almost a minute, so that one's looking pretty good. And it's about 10 seconds between Bass and Batten down in the TCRs as well.
Yeah, and after that spin from Schwartz and Precision, they're about 15 seconds behind Gowan. So it was a fantastic battle there for the podium steps. Unfortunately, it has kind of fallen by the wayside with that spin as we get set to take the white flag.
And you can see he's trying to play cautious in amongst those drivers. Oh, Pompidou lost third. Jack Stiles is through. What happened here? Was there an off? I'm not entirely sure. He just slowed down.
He just slowed down. There was no reason for it.
He didn't go off, so I don't think there was a slowdown penalty to be served there. What is happening? Not sure if there's some inter-team agreements happening or what. But the white flag has come out for James Walker.
And the 33 comes down pit road.
Are they short on fuel?
They must be. Yeah. They must have not called it right. Remember, we said it was going to be tight, and they must have thought that we'd be one lap less than how it wound up. So Styles will get third. Kopgar actually in the 56 might take fourth from them here for this splash and dash.
They will.
It just does not stop in today's race. I can't believe
a little bit behind, but very close.
I can't believe a 6-hour race had a finish like this. This is just amazing stuff. Pompidou's back out, and Kopgar did not manage to overtake him, so he'll stop the bleeding at fourth, hopefully. As James Walker just came out of Cop's corner there. The 86 on the home stretch now as he weaves his way through Maggots and Beckett's and then out of Chapel. It's going to be a 13-second gap roughly to second place. 6 hours is a long time. It's a pretty long race. Of course, in endurance terms, it's something of a sprint, but these drivers have got to be exhausted. But the exhaustion will be overtaken by the thrill, by the excitement of taking a win, as James C. Walker, along with Kurt Crum, in the final race of the 2022 Majors Team Endurance Challenge, is going to win here in Silverstone. And it looks like the next one through, I think, is going to be Sarah Rabb in the 125. No. They are going to be well back there. Looks like it is going to be Ethan Bass in the 268 who's going to be the next to take victory in class.
Indeed, Bass coming out of Woodcut right now, working his way towards Cops. He has put in a fantastic drive with a lot of pressure from M-Plower, MTEC, and Team 19. And with this victory, they will secure what we suspected would be the case, that they will be the champions in the TCR class, Joe.
Indeed. So as Ethan Bass as well weaves his way around the Maggots and Beckett sequence, he shared it with Andy Fox today, took the middle stint. Bass with a long last stint. He's been out there since lap 80. They're on lap 154 right now. He has got to be pretty tired himself. The Texans Fitzdie Apollo car up into Stowe Corner. Nobody around him, basically, as most of the drivers have finished by this point. So it is just a stroll down to the line under the darkness as we almost have the sun completely gone. Just a little bit of light peeking over the horizon for the 268. And it's a win and a championship for Bass and Fox here today at Silverstone. Behind them, not too far back, Sarah Rabb. This Spark Virtual Racing team has been trying for this win for so long, Chad.
They have been battling. We've seen all the tribulations that this team has faced, but with just 2 corners to go, and it sounds like there's plenty of fuel in the tank, but with the results behind them as well, with everything that this team has been through, they get their first win of the season, and it puts them in to the championship of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge.
It's a fairy tale ending for Sarah Rabb, and she's able to drive it across the line. Oh, I can't wait till we get to the interviews, but we're going to go to them here soon as we now head for a break. Stick around because we also have the unofficial results coming your way.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Silverstone. The season finale of the Majors Team Endurance Challenge saw the bombshell racing team Odin car, the 86, take home the win as the final pit stops decided it in the end. The last lap motorsports team, the number 52, finished in second, but certainly had a fight on their hands, and with it coming down to just a couple laps to go, with eventually the 33 getting a penalty. And it was the one team, Demon Tweaks, who finished in third behind them instead, as they claimed the last step on the podium. Feed Esport Academy getting some penalties at the last stage of this race, falling off the podium. PG-13 Car 2 was fifth, with PG-13 Car 1 following him home in sixth, and Team Mad was seventh. After that, it was Blue Shell Racing in eighth, and Kinetic Racing MTEC 66 in ninth place. It was a DNF for VRS Satellite Racing and Suderia Laundry Basket.
In the GT4s, we saw that fantastic drive from Sarah Rabb, Marie Pinto, and Brandon Lambert, the three drivers there taking their first win of the season. They were then followed closely behind by Gowan Racing and then Precision Racing Esports Black. Unfortunately, came up just short in their championship hopes and take the third spot in the race, second by 7 points unofficially in the championship. Then Milner Motorsport Blue and Kinetic Racing MTEC 165. It's going to be followed up sixth in class by Black Tree Race Crew, and then V Apex Racing Group Atlantis. CGC Motorsports had some struggles today, but they came home eighth spot. Then Mad Sim Racing. A couple drivers DNF. That's going to be the 199 of CMSRacing.com Recruit. Dirt Esport had their disconnection issues, followed by Racing Turtles. Both their teams, 113 and 111, wrap up the field in the GT4s.
In the TCR category, it was TechSense Fitstyle Apollo able to take the win and the championship, holding off Team 19 and M-Plower M-Tech. Bombshell Racing Team Thor came back a lap behind them in fourth, followed by Twin Turn Sim Racing with Sector 5 Black Ball and Sector 5 Scarlet behind them, and Bombshell Racing Team Loki rounding out your 8-car field.
And that is going to take us, it looks like, to an interview with one of our last lap motorsports drivers. The 52 of them has Blake Reynolds ready to chat with us. Blake, congratulations on a second place. And I also believe the championship is well sealed up with that one. But talk about that battle at the end when the 33 team came out beside you. That had to be a little bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, just I knew they had been in a little bit of trouble the entire race. I mean, I saw, they're fast, but it just seemed like they were just getting incidents over and over again. I don't know how many drive-thrus they served, but it kind of made me fearful because of how close I was to my incident limit. But it was like 2 to go, and I felt comfortable to be able to hold that outside there, but it was already hard to see the track limits here with the way the turf's painted, the striped lines. It's just kind of hard to see at certain lighting, and once it got dark there, it was really hard. Very similar to Coda. And that was my main problem there at the end. That's probably why I actually got loose and got into him, and he got his penalty.
But now that the season wraps up, I'm sure that takes a little bit more off your plate. Do you see the team coming back to try and defend the GT3 crown when we come back next winter?
Absolutely. This has been one of my favorite leagues to run in. Obviously, the majors, the main majors, I don't know, I guess just the major series is, it took a little bit too much commitment for me. It took time away from the eNASCAR stuff I like to do. So I kind of had to withdraw from that and just run the events I wanted to do. And this allows me to work with a team. It's not all dependent on me. It's a team championship in the name, I guess. But yeah, just this has been one of the more enjoyable leagues. I like running with Ray and all my teammates, and I'll probably run whatever the top class is the next year, whatever that ends up being.
Well, we look forward to seeing that. Is there anyone you want to thank for both the podium and the championship here today?
Yeah, I just got to thank Ray Kingsbury. He's not here. He's out drinking with his brother. His brother was yelling at him there right on my last pit stop to get out of the house. So I don't know where they are. They're probably opening a tap somewhere. I'll shout out to them. And then I would thank our sponsor, but he's kind of a prick, so he's kind of gone. Probably shouldn't have said that, but I don't care at this point. So thanks to Spark, who is now in our car, and they rightfully should have been the entire season. So, and then of course everyone at the majors, Mike, admin team, Sam, Eric. Sorry, I'm blanking on the names for the admin team, but it's been a great season, and thanks for allowing me to scratch my road chops, or whatever the wording is there. I like road racing in spurts.
Yeah, I can understand you on that, as that was our second place finisher, Blake Reynolds, here today. And apologies for the language there a little bit, but we've got Chad with our winner in the GT3s, as James Walker is joining him now.
Yeah, James, it was a fantastic race from you, and you ran the entire race very well, able to keep things clean, and came away with the win. So what are your thoughts on today's race?
It was a very easy drive for me. Kurt did all the heavy lifting. He passed cars. He was on someone for the entire stint, and then I got in, and then there was no one. They were like 5 seconds back.
So it's your first win of the season. Did those extra 2 hours help you guys out?
Sort of, yeah. I think I like longer races. It's more of a... It's not much of a sprint, so you can, be a bit slower, be a bit smoother, and still come away with a good finish.
Yeah, you had some struggles earlier in the season at Coda, but then from there you bounced back. You've had a couple of third-place finishes. You finished second at the Hockenheimring, and now you finally end up on the top step of the podium. So congratulations there, and anybody you want to thank today?
Well, I want to thank Eric, who he couldn't race. He's recovering from surgery. Good luck, Eric. Kurt, for being an awesome co-driver. Bombshell, you guys for doing the broadcast. Majors, great. Okay.
Yeah, congratulations, James, on the win, and hopefully we'll see you back on track again soon.
Thank you.
That's James Walker, winner of the overall race for Bombshell Racing, Team Odin.
That takes us to the TCR winners, as looks like Bass and Fox have joined DJ Clark.
Indeed, they have. Andy and Ethan, congratulations on the win, not only today, but the entire championship victory as well. Talk me through your emotions right now.
Speechless. that was the first one.
Who's going to speak first? But Andy did most of the early starts. Why don't he starts?
Yeah, no, that was a hell of a championship. We didn't really know what we were getting into. We started off with some really, really close battles. I mean, Kota, I remember well, was just an awesome performance right down to the end. And then the last few rounds, we seemed to have, I don't know whether it was a setup or our driving style just seemed to be able to make the tyres last, and we seemed to be able to pull gaps on people towards the end of stints.
Well, in terms of today, I mean, that's very much, it seemed what it looked like. Was there a point in the race when you guys started to breathe a little bit easier, or was this one one that you were sweating out to the end? Obviously, in the end, I think you ended up having a 10-second advantage, but it seemed a lot closer early on in the race.
Yeah, there were times that I think it was in Andy's second stint, we had an unfortunate coming together with a GT4 class car that unfortunately just didn't mind what was going on, and that put us a bit back, and we had to fight hard. We got a bit lucky with the pace car coming out and letting us regain a lot of time on Lars and Mats Borges in their car. That was a bit of a stroke of luck, and it was unfortunate to see, I think it was Team Bombshell, lose out a lot. I think once the safety car had come on, and we were kind of just settled in that once we got past, we were probably going to be in the clear. It just kind of depended on what the strategy of everybody else did, and I think we just kind of lucked out at the end there that no big surprises happened to us.
Well, looking forward to both of you, looking forward to next season. Can we see you back? And if the rumors are to be believed, we'll have a couple other TCR cars coming in. Are you guys going to stick with the Audi? Are you going to change things up a little bit?
I mean, for me, unfortunately, this is my last race with TechSense Fitstye. So I won't be back for Fitstye in this one, unfortunately. Unless Ethan fancies it, and we could make a guest appearance, I guess.
We'll have to see what we've planned out in future. We've got results, like you alluded to. There's actually going to be quite a few TCRs to run in, and I've always enjoyed this classic car ever since it came out. And if the format was of liking, and if we could all get agreed on with the team to potentially run, who knows, it would be fun to do more TCR racing. I don't do enough of it, and as it showed from this, we literally podiumed every race. We've got the speed to do racing in TCR and dominate.
Well, I think dominate is the clear word, and congratulations to the both of you again on the victory here today and the championship. Is there anybody you guys would like to thank?
Go on, Ethan, I'll let you go first for that one.
I guess everyone at Fitstye watching us, and especially the likes of Devon Tweaks, TechSense, Red Bell, Fight Colorado Cancer, Majors Garages, Sim3D. And then thanks to you, MTEC lads, for putting the race on. Good fun watching these broadcasts over at GSRC.
Yeah, I can't really add much to that, I'll be honest. It's exactly the same. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Well, I guess sorry to cut you off, just one person. Thanks to Simon Mazzano for subbing in for Andy at time. Before we forget him, if it wasn't for that, we would have had a 0 score, and that might have actually affected the championship a lot. So, cheers to him.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys very much, and congratulations once again. That was Andy Fox and Ethan Bass, your winners in the TCR Championship and in today's race. And now, Chad, I believe you've caught up with the GT4 winners.
Yeah, congratulations on a heck of a drive from you guys here today. Rui, you've talked to your teammates already during the race, so it's your team's first win of this season. We'll start with you. What are your thoughts on the win?
I'll be honest with you, I'm speechless. This is something that is going to sink in. It's going to take a long time to sink in because there's a feeling of it's a feeling that it was coming. It was a long time coming for sure. We've been, I think, since round 3 at Hockenheim, if I'm not wrong, that we've been always up there with great pace. But for some reason or another, we just couldn't be there to be first at the end. So it's I'm having a lot of trouble thinking of things to say that make sense. That's the most coherent answer I can put together at the moment.
Gotcha. Well, hey, it was a fantastic drive from all three of you, and Brandon, we'll move to you next. Your drive, you kind of just were there, got in for the second stint, and then got a couple stints from there. But you really had to get settled in quick because it was definitely an interesting drive for you.
Yeah, lot of crazy times, but a lot very, very, very enjoyable. I know I wasn't a part of this team the entire season. I made it what I could, but very happy with the performance of this team as a whole. Sarah and Rui are definitely the workhorses of this team. Myself and Jack, who's not available to be here tonight, but this team is absolutely amazing. I praise Sarah and Rui for all their hard work this season, and never giving up. And what a way to end a season of actually to win the last race and to win the championship too. So I'm elated. This is my first ever GT championship of any kind, so this is absolutely amazing. I can't wait to come back with this team and do this again.
Yeah, Sarah, you knew what you had to do coming into the event, and you ended up pulling it off. So what are your thoughts on getting your win? We saw the tribulations you guys went through at Circuit of the Americas or the incident at Watkins Glen, but you finally got that win. You got the monkey off your back, and you got the championship to boot.
Yeah, I definitely would quote Kimi Räikkönen, saying, about time. Was that Bottas? So one of the two Finns. I'm somewhat Finnish, so it works. No, as Rory said, it's been a long time coming. I think Coda should have easily had a podium. Unfortunate with the grading procedures, but in the Hockenheim, we just ran our best that time, and I think we were up there. Austria still bittersweet, as well as Watkins Glen. No, I mean to finally get a win on the final race and the final, getting those final championship points just relieves a lot of the burden of the past season. Lambert and Rui and Jack, they've been working their butts off this whole time. And it's just, I don't want to call it closure, but closure for the season, finishing the season off a good note. So definitely glad to, get the win, get the championship. Nerve-wracking to hear everything going on, when I was outside the car and in the car listening to updates about, the guys running for, what is it? I can't remember. Nicholas and is it the Gowans?
The Precision team, and then the Gowans, yeah.
Yeah, the Gowans, the Precision team, absolutely keeping us on our toes the whole race. So, it was a great race to finish off the season.
Yeah, it was a great drive from all three of you, and we appreciate you jumping in during the race as well, doing that in-race reporting. But the last question for all three of you guys is, anybody you want to thank? Any shout-outs for you?
I mean, it's definitely been a week for everyone, I think, at Last Lap. So, shout out to everybody working behind the scenes, working on the cars. I know the other night we got help from Ray to help get us, finalize the setup. Everyone's been working their butts off to get the whole championship going. So honestly, the whole team effort, that's who I got to thank.
Yeah, I definitely got to thank Ray first and foremost for putting this team together. He's a fantastic team manager. He works with everybody. He makes sure everybody's in a comfortable car, and he makes sure that we're all comfortable with each other too. Ray put this team together kind of on a whim. Me, Sarah, and Rui have never raced all together before, so putting us together in a car, I guess is magic. I guess.
Yeah.
But no, I got to thank Ray. I got to thank all the sponsors of Spark and our partners of Christian Oss and Complex SimWorks and everybody involved with this team. I can't thank everybody enough. In this entire team, our team is a great group of individuals who love just to race, and we all work at getting better, and we all help each other out. And I think that's the name of this game is if you can find a group that you really get along with really well, and then y'all all together just work together and continue to grow. I think it's absolute astounding of what you can accomplish, and I think testimony to that is this team right here, and also Blake and Ray win their GT3 championship. So Last Lap Motorsports is here to stay, and we got a lot of good things coming.
Absolutely. Well, shout outs. I mean, it's mostly to the same people. You know, it's Ray, and maybe for me also Matt. I go way back with them from the Live for Speed days in 2010. Been part of on and off of, but mostly on Last Lap Motorsports since 2010, and this is the first thing that I've ever won with as part of them. You know, we've been racing for 10, 11 years with them. I was never able to bring a good result to them, and to be a part of this crew, to be a part of so many good guys and gals, and there's been a lot more of these people coming along, all great people. It's amazing to be able to finally give back to them. So Ray, Matt, thank you.
Yeah, congratulations on the win, the championship, and best of luck in whatever comes next for you. Those are your winners in the GT4 class.
One last interview, third place in the GT3s, Cameron Dance and Jack Stiles for Demon Tweaks Esports by Fitsty. As we talked to them about what was a pretty eventful race for that Lamborghini. But that number one car managing to get within the top three, at least, guys. We'll start off with Cameron since we got to chat with Jack during the race itself. It looked like you guys had quite a few adventures. Are you a bit surprised that you managed to wind up on the podium?
Not really. I mean, to be honest, we had some pretty decent pace, and obviously when I jumped in the car, we were on for a podium anyway. Unfortunately, we had that mishap with having to fall back to the end of the line with the pit stop, and a few other mishaps along the way. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, it's a really, really good way to end the season.
Yeah, we were a bit confused when you came into the pits. Was that just a miscommunication, or what exactly caused that decision?
Yeah, just pretty much a mistake on my part, to be honest. I forgot that we hadn't done a full lap under the safety car. So obviously, with the way the iRacing pace car works, the first lap's always closed. So yeah, that was just a mistake on my part, really.
Well, Jack, we got to chat with you. How are your feelings now that you're on the other side of the race and also the other side of the season? Is this relief?
Yeah, it's been something we've been chasing for a few races now, after always having the pace, it seems, to be around the podium and never quite finishing it off after MTEC. So yeah, to get one, it feels good. I mean, Cam left me in a bit of an awkward situation for the final stint. I had to do the whole thing without getting an incident point. So thankfully I did that, and you know, it just sort of luck fell our way for the first time, it feels like, so far since MTEC, and here we are. We finished on the podium, and the car was just brilliant. Cam and Gareth did an awesome job all season long, and you know, we put everything we could into defending our championship. It wasn't quite to be, but you know, we've learned a lot as a team, and we move on and push on to bigger and better things.
Well, knowing that, then, is there anybody that you two'd like to thank that helped make this podium possible, and certainly a fun season possible, it seems?
For me personally, it'd be all our sponsors: Tech Sensor, Unveiled, Demon Tweaks, Fight Colorectal Cancer, and Sim3D. You know, Demon Tweaks as well for giving us the opportunity to run this Lamborghini. Maybe not for those in the US, but in the UK, it's quite an iconic car, and quite an iconic livery, and you know, it's been quite an honour to be able to run that in iRacing, and everyone at MTEC and Majors for putting this together. You know, I've had quite a few conversations with Eric across the season, and you know, giving him feedback of what I feel like is going on, and you know, I feel like this series has got a lot of life left in it, and it's going to be going somewhere in the future, and I'm excited to see it, whether we'll be back or not yet. You know, same as what Ethan said, we need to have a look at what we've got planned, but it's on the cards, and you never know, we might be back for another pop at the title.
Cameron, anybody you want to give a shout out to?
yeah, just obviously Jack and Gareth for all their hard work across the season. It's obviously not quite been our season that we hoped for, but we pushed through. We kept on persisting the whole way through, even when we had bad and good luck. So, yeah, cheers to them too, and obviously cheers to the rest of the TechSense Fitstyle team as well. They've done a pretty good job, especially with Andy and Ethan taking out the title. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, but in the end of the day, it's a good way to finish the season off for the podium.
Indeed, and that was your third place finisher of the Demon Tweaks esports team, with Cameron Dance and Jack Stiles joining us, as they also had Gareth Mesham in the car today. That's going to wrap us up. A real quick mention once again of the sponsor for the channel, the Majors Garage. Don't forget to sign up by clicking on our link in the description below and using our special discount code MajorsGSRC to get yourself 10% off. Also, thank you to the Majors for bringing us back for another season of coverage. Also, thanks to the companies that provide the software and hardware for our broadcast listed here on your screen. Additional thanks to June Lalonde, who provides our wonderful music. Check out our Bandcamp for more great work. Thanks to the team today, DJ, Chad, Dougie, and Adam. You can find more info about GSRC at globalsimracingchannel.com or through our social media here listed on the screen. Also, check out our merchandise store at gsrc.storenv.com. There's a link in the description below. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a moment. We have upcoming races for other series listed on the screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. But until next time, race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.